Hey there, gorgeous gays! Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. Today is 7.35. Seemingly a really big patch. Seemingly a patch that has added a lot of shit. Because this patch has, let's go through it all. We have two major things we're doing today. Normally it's like one major thing and then a bunch of other little things. But we have two, count them, two major things to do today. We have a brand new deep dungeon, which everyone's thrilled about. Everyone's thrilled about. Everyone's thrilled that I have to drag people along for stream to do deep dungeon. Everyone loves that. We also have the second Monster Hunter crossover. There was a crossover back in Stormblood for the original Monster Hunter world, and now in Dawntrail, many years later, we have a crossover again with Monster Hunter Wilds. So we also have that. We've also got some Hildebrands. We have another society to unlock. And then there's just our normal check-ins of all of our normal, like, weekly tasks that we're working on and all of the other things that I'm doing. And I'm covered in dog hair. So, first things first, because it's the beginning of the day and people want to eventually leave because the time zone will get completely and utterly fucked for them. To start with, Deep Dungeon. I have no idea anything about this Deep Dungeon, so I don't even know where to go. We ask every side content any theories on it. What has come up as like a possible side thing of something that has like a shitload of flaws to it? Because I can't think of anything. Like, what's come up where it's like, oh, this would be a thing that has a shitload of flaws to advance through? Why did it put me in instance 2? Who knows what instances it puts me in and out of. The area we will go to will provide some hints. Okay. Because, yeah, I've got no idea, like, yeah. Again, it's one of those things where, come Dawntrail, it's way harder to predict side content. Because we have so much less to work with. We have so much less to work with now because we're in a new thing. So it's like, something like the Shades Triangle comes up and it's just like, oh, okay, that's just a new thing. We're going to the Crystarium. The Crystarium! The Crystarium. I mean, to be fair, you say surprise, it's gonna tell me here Crystarium. It's not like I'm gonna suddenly appear in the Crystarium and be like, why the Crystarium? It will tell me to accept the teleport to the Crystarium. Crystarium! Oh, there's a blue quest over here. I guess I've not noticed this. I mean, I guess it was only added in 7.35. The only reason I come back to the Crystarium is like once a week for hunt targets. I'll come here sometimes for like custom deliveries, but that's not here. That's the other place. Ill man. Oh dear, is she bothering you? We'll be on our way in a moment. My apologies. Hello there, bright-eyed child. It's nice to come back to the first. It's nice to know that the first isn't like abandoned when it comes to content and stuff like that. Like sometimes you'll come, like there's like story things of like, oh, here's a reason to go here. You know, like the you know, 6.5 MSQ and stuff like that. But it's nice to know that like, but also like Andin had like deliveries here. It's nice to know that even come Dawntrail, this place isn't entirely abandoned in terms of content. Because a lot of previous areas still got used for, you know, stuff like role quests and stuff like that. Mare Labentorum is like still being used for cosmic and stuff like that. It's nice to know that like we still have reasons to come back to the first. Pilgrimage of Light. The bright-eyed child is regaling her mother with a tale. That's Wallachdorf. That's northern Ilmeg. That's the place that's just above where all of the Amaro hang out. I believe that picture. It's true, Mummy! I saw one right over there. Wallachdorf. It was green and smooth and had big round eyes, and a little tail like a leaf, and a feather in its cap. Just like the Fwath in my picture books, Mummy. I just know it was a Fwath. May I please go and find it? My book says Fwath for waterfolk, so I better went to the Hortorium. Can we go? Please? They are fairies. You gotta be careful with them. They do shady shit. Hush, child. You're not following Fae, is that clear? They'll spirit you away to their kingdom, and you'll never see Mummy and Daddy again. Besides, a father would never be foolish enough to visit the Crystarium. Like I would have them for frog legs. Now come along, we've shopping to finish, and Daddy is waiting. But Mummy, I did see a father. I had a feather in its cap. That's not the issue isn't what. I mean, I know she doubted that, but also, even if you did see it, if it is real, that's even more reason not go there. A father running loose in the Crystarium would bode ill for the people's safety. Maybe best to investigate the Hortorium, just in case. Fine, I'll go to the place of whores. That's what a Hortorium is, right? Does it feel like this group over here is a group of adventurers specifically, like together doing stuff? Especially because there's 2 fat cats in the party. Would Cabin of Curiosity be the closest? Yeah. Which one? This one, okay. You just run down the stairs. Those stairs are big! I don't want to run down them, they take too long. Is Rain still around here? Rain was doing botany stuff last time we came into the first. Is she still around doing botany stuff? I don't see any Rains anywhere. I don't see any Rains anywhere. This is unfair. Might be one of those cases where she currently doesn't exist in the world map. Which they do that a lot for like critical NPCs, like main story NPCs, and I don't know why they do that. Sometimes they'll leave them around hanging loose, like, oh, you can go see them, and then there, and then sometimes they're just like, no, they don't exist. And it's like, well, why? Like, why can't you just have Rain standing somewhere in the Crystarium? Aaron Bill, you got teleported to the first, and you became a white dude, and they took the N out of your name. Fire, the dam's dry, burns me up and makes me cry. What to make me whole again? Why a soul of a mortal kin? Lead them on and lead them true to the depths of deepest blue. Before 6.5 she was here and then she disappeared forever. Don't try to eat people, you frog. Ah! I should not have your reproach, madame. Standing within my eavesdrop, and with such prejudice. I'll have you know that I am a paragon among Fwath. Regard these charming brown eyes and tell me that my innocence is not clear as mud. What's more, I'm going to Crystarium on official business. Paid my mission, my muscle will break their fast upon your skin, bone and muscle. I'm warning you. Feo Ul. And I shall warn you, ain't thine affair of what is fair. My good books bent to the spine, my beautiful library flooded, and my Nemo keepers fit to faint. Sins of yours, you old croak. 'Twas your promise of service that brought you mercy, yet here you stand, babbling away. What's up, Feo Ul? Your Majesty! Ankh-Dane. That's not... Is Ankh-Dane the main one? I think it is. Right? He's the one from the dungeon? There's a couple of Ankhs, because there's Ankhs in, like, there's like a side quest chain, there's like a fate chain that takes place in Ilmeg. And I think there's some Ankhs there as well, and I'm not sure which one's a which. Your Majesty! Forsake me not, I remain your dedicated servant. If this Fwath is offended, send them forth, and all is mended. Anchthon's the dungeon boss. There it is. Yeah. Okay. So is Anchdion then a fate chain, or is it not to do with the fate chain? Dion sounds familiar, but they're I thought it was Thorn, but I had to go and look it up. But it is dry and I am tired, and the air is thick with the stench of mortals. My element is water, and I'm out of it. Should I rejoice in my circumstances? Nay, only fools seek providence in hardship. Only babes find novelty in strife. Though I suppose mad blooms find the fun in everything, don't they, your majesty? Roll up the tongue before you step on it. Luckily, lots of Ankin stuff and Fey names, yeah. Never mind that old leather skin. You, my adorable sapling, are a sight for sore eyes. I followed every step of your journey. Our bond is as sturdy as ever it was. Perhaps that is why you found me now, in my hour of need. Errant sin-eaters have been roving Ilmeg, you see. Still? They're a new one, okay. Clawing their way out of a ruined church of the First Light. We're going to investigate further as society's ward with charms repellent to fae folk. Thus I thought to enlist the help of a mortal from the Crystarium. And though it may beg a belief, among the band of troublemakers that owe me penance, Anchdion makes the most suitable envoy. Being far older than I, and knowing much more about the church, they were meant to enlist and instruct a sympathetic mortal. Why didn't you call me? Aren't you meant to rely on me, your beautiful sapling? What's this? You demanded me called upon? After spurning my aid time and again? Cruel, heartless sapling, how you toy with your poor branch's affectations. But it seems I've had my revenge. All is forgiven. Now neither of us need hesitate when calling the other. Understood? How delightful! A mortal acquired with nary befuddlements. And the very proverb known that every king should take their own. May I go now, your majesty? The rhyming's done. No, your service laws still make us no longer plagued by sin-eaters. Lead this woman to the church remains and await my arrival. Oh, fuck. I shall see you again shortly, my brave and benevolent hero. Bye, Feo Ul. Ah, come along, mortal, tread downwind. Anchdion the Merry will be your guide. To Wallachdorf we make our way, and Wallachdorf your heart to stay. I knew it was Wallachdorf. I recognized both the ruins, buildings, and the trees. Which is to say I play this game too much. Which is to say I play this game too much. I think we saw this blue quest when we unlocked Endon and you're wondering why Ilmeg was instance. Oh. Oh, I wonder why Ilmeg's instance. Oh. Oh, this would make sense. This would make sense. Oh, and the Wallachdorf! See, it's these trees. I don't know what types of trees these are called in real life, but I recognize them as these types of trees. The large. Yeah, that's there. Bob Ross trees. Still one piece, eh? The sapling knows where its roots grow. Deep in the kingdom of rainbows. Now before we proceed further, just how ignorant are you of the Church of the First Light? Most Church of the First Light stuff that we've done has been in Licklands, not here. Oh, what fools you mortals be. Your minds are soft as smell upon which you wet the instruments of your own violent demise. Stay, child, and I'll tell you the tale of a faith, a legion, and a grave. Once upon a time, there was a church that worshipped the light. Its folk believed that, if they were virtuous, it would wrest them from death's very grasp to be born anew unto this world. The ranks of the faithful grew and grew across Northrant, their beloved light a beacon of hope. They returned upon them, scouring the very lands and giving rise to a legion of beasts. The church scrambled to defy these creatures, these devourers of sin. Yet the flock's devotion had begun to waver, its quivering sheep terrified of the fate that awaited their mortal souls. As the king of Vobot fell, They strayed one by one into the endless day, leaving their churches to suffocate in silence. Now in those mausoleums of a long dead faith, bells ring once more. So must turn a new page in an old fable. Come along, maiden bark, and bend your trunk to the church at Dam Rowan Field. The rascals await. So basically, there's a bunch of Sin Eaters that are still existing in the first because they're just underground in the church. I made it! It's up Timbit! Fanthal. Greetings. Timon. Either more will come to help us. Welcome, welcome. And Agdang. Quick hand and faith that play no make here, whichever labored in good faith till now. O's wide. Why, it's the King's Sapling! The King's Sapling has come to play! I'm Oswald, and these are my fellows. We've all been very naughty. Not as naughty as the fourth, though. No one's as naughty as the fourth. I'm in charge of watching. Amanda there is in charge of trembling quietly. The biggest among us yet the frailest of heart. He's in charge of being scared. That's Tiaman, but I shan't introduce them. There's no telling what they might do. What? I don't do anything unless it's a deal. How now, mad spirits? What changes now about these haunted stones? None to speak of. Or to whisper of a whistler to hoot. The magics that paved the way for pilgrims of Elder are blinking awake from ages of slumber. Like crusty old eyeball. Blink, blink. Sometimes a Sin Eater will come crawling out. Judge beyond this portal must be overrun. Feo Ul's prevent us from entering the severed the connection, unfortunately. Fortune's got naught to do with it. In the old days, those light worshippers were always finding reason to shut door and window to us. And no occasion warranted so much as their most mortal of mortal ceremonies. Obsequies! Yo! Yo! Go! We're met by dawn like King Titania. Tis just as you say. From man's earth until his final rites were spoken, the judge do not suffer even suggestion of faith folk. The precious souls of the faithful were promised rebirth, not an everlasting sojourn into the kingdom of rainbows. Beyond the yew trees lies a land untouchable by mortal hand. Eternal live the fairies there, without rebirth, without a prayer. 'Twould put a damper on funerals were we to steal away the souls of dearly departed, and so the wards went up. Then we know what's afoot, don't we? They're having a funeral in there. In a church rife with Sin Eaters. The honest discovery is yours, I'm afraid. You'll lay to rest whatever's being laid to rest, won't you? In the meantime, I'll support you in any way I can. First with the gift from the Castle Vault. This will serve you well upon your journey. Do they happen to be Aetherpool and Aethergear? Oh, I was gonna grab it, but you just put it inside of me. Not the first time that's happened between Feo Ul and Manifest. Who said that? Your determination is a fierce beauty, my sapling. Among the finest I have ever seen. I still can't decide whether canonically Manifest and Feo Ul have had sex. I can't decide canonically whether that's happened or not. I know Manifest wants it to, but I don't know if, like, faith folk understand the concept of sex enough for it to have happened. It might just be one of those crushes that Mindfest has that just never gets realized into any physical action, like Emilion's. They're still precious to lose a horde of greedy sin eaters, so you must call me if you are ever in danger. Beg your pardon, Majesty, but the church's uncouth wards make no exception for royalty. Not even you could blow down those walls, huff and puff though you might. Perhaps, as a pixie my path is bad, and it's better to attend a funeral of living mortals. And the faithful deceased. Among the church's forgotten trinkets, you may find incense of juniper. Burn it and think of me. All shall return to its rightful place, and I will come to you, my sapling. So do you mean, like, the dead person you were before? It will come to my aid? Light and silence, so that's what you mean! Our monarch proud, our monarch great, the fairy king who cheats their fate. Let all who meet them quail and cower afore the mad bloom's maddest power. Come, my sapling, you have much to prepare. Return to Wallachdorf and attend our hero. Your service pays your debt and aids your kingdom. Bye! Bye, Feo Ul! Millions of world to be told, so I think that says it all. Alright, so back down to Waldorf we go. This is gonna be an interesting concept for a deep dungeon. I don't have to watch out for this anymore. They have to watch out for you. Alas, that campaign begins. You're gonna learn what the wards protect, aren't you? Charge with the 10 royal sapling. Oh dear, oh dear. I see we have some mounts around that are scary and horrifying. Partially because it seems like there's several of them. First things first, supple trunk. Let's have a closer look at the king's gift. A royal gift in times of need. It must be of greatest worth indeed. 5 people. Uh-oh. Is there 5 here? Oh, pirates here. Right, I don't think I have fire on my friend list. I don't think I have fire on my friend list. That is this and this is that. Oh, the Majesty's foresight is formidable. Or should I say the sincerity is unassailable? Very well, I have the short and long of it. To summarize, kings give you sacred weaponry, arcane weaponry. But at my end still, you say, my own magic times and instruments of blunt trauma, all useless inside the great churches of the First Light. Chapels and falls an armistice, protected by charms that melt aggression from the blade like butter under midday sun. To it, your mortal armaments will gently caress sin eaters before they kill you. Okay. So that's the explanation for it this time. It's just like, yeah, it just like instills peace in you. But you need weapons that will be like, nah, I don't give a shit though. King Ziyad, however, is immune to the church's spellwork. Allied with your more barbaric instincts, there's little destruction its power cannot realize. In theory, anyway. If you're thus on a royal vault for this long, these sacramental arms do look a bit limp. You might need to get Aetherpool to power them up. Give them time, give them time. If they're not used any weapon, we'll remember what it's made for. I would know. I make a habit of making weapons. Of course, I'm making mischief, I would wager. One more thing. The king thought to include a golden censer. To obtain the suggestion to burn incense is not made in jest. Though whether the juniper will truly summon Titania to your side is for you to discover. Burn what you find, for what you burn may cause a fortune foul to turn. When all is said and done, and all is said, better to try than wind up dead. Whatever else you find lying abandoned is yours to take. Throw divine punishment has long since passed. Most likely. And any artifacts you can't make sense of, I'll be happy to appraise them for you. No matter whose secrets are simply made to be revealed, are they not? Such scrumptious little truffles. You might mischief if you keep your mushrooms. Deal? A final word to the wise, of the wise to you, mortal. What's up? All the usual D-Dungeon vendor people, they're just fey folk now. Though the church of the First Light may lie in ruin, the chapels are still connected across Novaron by a web of living magics, not unlike your Aetherites. Be not surprised if your journey leads you to farther-flung lands than you imagined. Oh? From chapel door to chapel door, no one can know what lies in store. A blessing or perhaps a curse upon the long pilgrim's traverse. So it's not strictly that we're going into an actual deep church, but we're going through a series of churches. So when I said that most Church of the First Light stuff that we've done has been back in Lakelands, yeah, that's part of the point. We're just going to a bunch of their churches that exist around Novaron, not one impenetrably deep church. Follow the stones, real sapling, and unearth the roots of our troubles. It may not be much, but I can carry you to the portal. Save you the walk. Just be sure that you're fully prepared before we go. They said how about we went down, we went up. Now we're going sideways. I mean, that gives it an excuse to, like, change up the visual elements a lot. That does give it a good excuse for that. Farewell, sweet good fellow. I pray for you if one eye not far. Wide dungeon. Punishments are mine. It's shaping out to be rather exciting. I only thought to save my intellectual curiosity, you see. But then I'm crossing a line. Or two, or three. I promise not to do any mischief upon you, Royal Sapling. This awful artisan is here to help. If you ever feel overwhelmed, there's no shame in turning back. What anything that happened to you, the king would... Just please be careful. Alright then, whenever you're ready. And we get luminous oil. Viscous liquid with a distinctive and alluring aroma. Files can be traded for special items. Okay. Pilgrim's Traverse. There we go. You must be level 91, and you'll be adjusted to 91 when you enter. Further details on Pilgrim's Traverse and how it differs from Palace of the Dead. And how it differs. Enter, yeah, 8th pull gear. Learn about Pilgrim's Traverse. Okay, what important things will be here? Palace of the Dead has total 200 floors. Pilgrim's Traverse has 100. You may re-enter them from waypoints your party care if you receive your progress and points become available after clearing them. Palace of the Dead can only enter from 1 to 51. Oh! Pilgrim's Traverse offers entry points from stones 1, 21, 31, 51, and 71. Wow. Okay. Match parties. All floors after floor 100 Palace Dead are designed strictly as a challenge for players only accessible to fixed parties. However, Pilgrim's Traverse allows players to challenge comparable areas. You can zone 31 with match parties. Please note that from zone, so only the last 10 you can't use matchmaking. It's only the last 10 that are like the challenge for fixed parties. Independent duties? 2 independent duties can be unlocked by proceeding through Pilgrim's Traverse. Huh? What? That's... They did the update spells to make it easy to get through and finish Pilgrims. Is this designed to actually be clearable and finishable by normal people? Oh my god. Bye, Thunderwing. Yeah, call the Fairy King. You might find candelabras, cumulative trigger effects in subsequent areas. Challenge log rewards. So that's a weekly bonus. Interesting. Blessed Horde's there. Yeah, leveling up, yeah. And up to 20, yeah, past 21, it's just level 100. More times to actually do deep dungeons. Oh my god. Your party KO while challenging areas marked by 31 and beyond. Okay, yeah. So it is the same thing of... If you have a party wipe, you have to, you lose that. However, as long as you get to the next thing, you can just start a new save data from one of the later ones. So there is that. Disband, yeah. Progression after that, yeah. Everyone's got a match. Use your gear when you're inside. It levels up when you get coffers. They don't carry from one deep dungeon to another. This is part of the reason why this one's my favorite. I mean, the fact that it seems designed for normal people, like, does help. And yes, you need enough Aether Pool to get to certain levels, which is true. After completing Stone 30, you can come out and use Aether Pool to get weapons. That's similar. Palm Menders exist. They'll give you extra effects. Juniper Incense is calling the Fairy King. Votive Candelabras. They may benefit or hinder you, so you activate them and they do the things for the next floor. So is Votive Candelabra basically, because like this effect does exist in the other dungeons. It's just, it randomly happens. So is that the idea this time around? Instead of random floor effects in floors, you can choose to activate it for the next floor, you just don't know what you're getting? Because the idea of like this floor, you take more damage or anything like that, that already exists. It's just, it's a random thing every floor. Whether it's like, whether you get like cursed or not. You might get a piece of a cursed horde, finding them, appraise them. Is these things. Blessed Horde. This is challenge log objectives or clearing 2 duties unlocked over the course of the dungeon. Okay. So that's a specific thing for those. And then rankings. Okay. Candelabra's gonna have more, but the other one's still there. Okay. Clear the area marked by Stone 20 in Pilgrim's Traverse and you get 7 luminous oils. Clear the area marked by Stone 30 in Pilgrim's Traverse and you get 2 sacks of the first light. Okay. Guess who overslept? Unwise girl subgraphs. It's okay. I don't think you want to do this anyways. I don't think you want to be here for this anyways. Hello there, Alberti Violetta. Wait, I thought we had... Wait. Where'd Pirate go? Oh, there you are. There you are. I see you. You are hiding behind the trees. What's the plot for this one? I know it's Fae related. There are Sin Eaters within the Church of the First Light. Go and kill them. Ah. Sneeze. Sneeze attack. There we go. Yeah, basically the Church of the First Light has Sin Eaters that are coming out of it. The Church of the First Light also has Fae, like blockers so you can't get so Faye can't get in there. I am no longer invisible. Okay, so now we're in another awkward situation. Who is here because they actively want to do Deep Dungeon? Who is here because I asked people to be dragged along to do Deep Dungeon? Because I'm going to assume Pirates here because you actively want to do Deep Dungeon. Because you're, like, you're here. I was doing a chaos check-in in the Discord of people just being like, I need bodies, can people show up? Virimbe, are you super hard up about this? I mean, you're dressed for the part, so... Are you looking at to the pile? I can't activate the quest, but still. Okay, out of Horatio and Artesia, who is here because I made them, and who is here because they want to be? I'm still not sure what chaos is. It's the Final Fantasy Origins thing. I'm doing a chaos check-in. I need 6 people to post, not share this, to say that they are willing to check in to kill chaos. I have not touched Deep Dungeon aside from the 5th floor spells today I did last week to unlock this. I would like to run it. Oh, good. I've only gone into this Deep Dungeon twice. I mean, if you'd like more runs. If you'd like more runs. I mean, you've got this thing. This looks like it's a Sin Eater. Could rotate after a wipe. That's assuming there's a wipe. There very easily could be a wipe. It is Deep Dungeon. Well, I know about the games. Everybody says chaos and they join 09s. My connection is too bad. Gonna have to watch the VOD later. No. We would never wipe. To be fair, we didn't wipe in Eureka Orthos. To be fair, we didn't wipe in Eureka Orthos. Oh, no! Artesia's from behind the block bit out of sadness. Aww. Pantho! Oh. Ready check? Are we the jobs that we want to be? That seems like a yes. Alrighty. Enter Pilgrim's Traverse. Enter with a fixed body. Wipe every time, even if you have a bidet. Gotta check your weapons. Oh, durability of some of my gear is notably low. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's on 2 and 1%. I don't know if that matters for this, considering you get Aetherpool gear, but, you know, just in case. Just in case. Ooh! Pretty church. Very pretty. A church of the first light that hasn't, like, fallen to ruin. No, look at the Locomotives. I mean, it's been overtaken by the local wildlife, but, you know. So much natural light in this Deep Dungeon. It's like we're not even in a dungeon. We're not even in a dungeon. Look at it. Look how pretty it is. Yo. Yo. First light weapons so pretty even though they don't fit with the glams. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, Aetherpool weapons. They're like stained. Oh, they're stained glass. Oh my god, that is so fucking pretty. Holy shit. Oh, they're stained glass weapons. That's amazing. Yo, the book I think wins out of these. Though I gotta say, the rapier's pretty good too. Oh, look at the little catalyst. Gunblade doesn't. The Gunblade, gotta admit, Gunblade I think kind of missed the assignment considering off it just looks like. It looks like it's still in its holster more than anything. Music is very Witcher 3 Blood and Wine. Little Tiffany lamp. I want to see the shield. It is so good. Oh, oh. So our incense, we start with bark bomb incense. So yeah, it's the king. And then we have a curse horde pieces there. And then we have our map. Okay, well, I mean, fucking gorgeous deep dungeon. Let's see what it is like in terms of enemies. That seems to be a lot. Oh, Echovos! Hey, don't just suddenly appear. Symbols of the clones you got in Eureka Orthos. Ah. Altar begins to glow. Palm of steel! And a palm of strength. So this... that looks like it should open, but it doesn't. Will that open eventually? Or is it just not open this run? Oh, hey, look what we found. On who's laying down traps this time? Well, I did just get a trap. I forgot we got a... Yeah. I might need an Asuna, please. Thank you. Yeah, I literally got fully pacified. Essentially generated rooms is my guess. Oh, wait, is this the end of the floor? Is this the end of the floor? Oh, okay. Got a map. I just wasn't expecting it to be 3 rooms. And the first one was just where we started. Sprint enabled! Yo, we could run. And a curse sword is somewhere here. And there isn't a curse sword somewhere. Okay, so now... I was expecting floor 1 to be 11. I was expecting it to be some amount of room. No! 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 Fucking traps. Look at me though, I do look cool though. Look at me. Look at me, I'm a fae. What's the thing for avoiding traps in deep dungeons? I forget how, like... I forget the idea. Is it just stick to the walls? Was it mainly, like, stick to walls? Generally stick to walls. Come here. Gotta, like, pull everything as a tank while keeping to the walls. I'm not used to playing level 90 Gunbreaker. Yay! Palm of Affluence. Oh, big thing in this room. Vote of Candelabra. Enfeebling Trap! That was, like, next to a wall. I'm now enfeebled. Bombing on that handle. That's why the delivery person in this area was called Andon. I get it now. It's a beautiful dungeon. Beautiful deep dungeon. Votive Candelabra. It exists. Pomni of Affluence. Oh my god. Yo, look. A cursed horde! And it's 8th full, let's go! There we go. One piece of a cursed horde down! 29,999 to go! I'd activate the candles. Does it tell you anything about what it is? No. Votive of mortification. That doesn't sound good, I'm not gonna lie. But that sounds, dare I say, bad. Aetherpool. Silver coffers are the Aetherpool ones, aren't they? I believe that's how it usually works. It's silver coffers, yeah. That are the Aetherpool. Oh, enemy spawning over there. But instead, we just murder this thing. Wood is item, silver is Aetherpool, gold is palms. That's it. There we go. Get out of here. I suppose, yeah, killing enemies so we level up is a thing. I'll be honest, Aetherpool's like my biggest thing. A votive burns, mortification. Damage taken, dealt to increase attacks, generate HP equal to portion of damage dealt. Oh! Oh, it's a good thing. It works for more palm jokes. Let's go inside. I'm gonna palm a fortune. We're getting so many palms. Ah, it's the silver! Hell yeah. Aetherpool's like my biggest thing. Oh! Wait, is it... Wait. Did one of them do a lot of damage, or... Is that the mortific thing? Or was that a trap? We all took a lot of damage just then at once. No! Damage taken and dealt. Oh, it did say that. There we go. Hey, the bull! Okay, we're at +6 for armor. I'm at +6 for armor. Mortific for the next one as well. Let's go. Mortific, yay. Yeah, Aetherpool's the big thing for me. The biggest thing that prevents me from doing more deep dungeon stuff. Cause like it's enough it's enough already to try and actually get through an entire deep dungeon and to like go through it all. It's already a lot to do that. So the idea of like I need to grind out some earlier floors for Aetherpool so I can have a shot at the later ones is something that just really gets to me, and I'm just like, I don't want to do that. I just want to run through it and just try to get from the beginning to the end. The idea of, oh, but let's just run the first, like, earlier sections. Hey, finally got an armor. The idea of rerun the earlier bits over and over again to level up so I can attempt the later stuff is why, yeah. Max is supposed to be in his mid-30s. That man is like 40 at the very least. Again, FF14 ages. Thordon is like 60. Thordon is like 60. Ages in this game don't make sense. No! I got Fade! I'm sorry, I got Fade. I can't... I mean, I can tank. It's just I can't, like, do any mids. 2 roguelike in my roguelike. But, like, that's not the roguelike element, though. Like, it's not necessarily a roguelike element. Like, Aetherpool is the equivalent of, like, roguelite stuff that is, like, permanent upgrades. But normally permanent upgrades are, like, after a run. Oh. Okay. Straight up Dancing Plague music, yo. Again, it's like, I don't want to have to do a bunch of runs to get powerful enough to have a chance to take on the later things. So why they change how it works in Palace, and I hope they do just like that the changes to the other ones. Luring Trouble's fun. Okay, this music is too loud. This music bangs, but it is also very distracting for mob pulls. It's very distracting for mob pulls. I'm gonna need to turn that down. It's too loud on my end. I can't hear myself think. At least being able to start runs for then should help 8th pool level faster, maybe. I'm hoping that's the case. Because, like, you straight up can't get 8th pool above a certain amount, depending on your floor. Like, you can't just grind the first 10 floors for infinite 8th pool. It straight up caps you at a certain point. Know your jams? I can turn it up a little bit. It's just, it's very loud. You're the one who usually complains about the game being too loud. You're normally the first person to say that the game's too loud. More votive candelabras? Why not? More typical ones? Again, it's just, it's already so hard to get runs of deep dungeons going. Yeah, when it's loud. This is louder than most other music, and I have it set to a volume that is louder than an average stream. This is loud music with combat noises in it, and I have it set to 2 decibels louder than a normal stream where we're only hearing background music for a zone. So, I don't know. It sounds good though. I don't know what it's... Again, my thing when it comes to deep dungeons is just, it already takes so long. Palm of Strength. Someone take a Palm of Strength. I see this issue hasn't been fixed. Of there being so many fucking pop-ups when you pick up items. That it becomes hard to tell what's happening. But again, it's just like, finishing a deep dungeon is already such a long task. It's already such a long task to finish a deep dungeon. So the idea of you have to rerun the earlier floors over and over again to get the entry requirements for the later ones, it's just like, it's already hard enough. Yo, guess what? It's already hard enough to get, like, runs of a deep dungeon going in the first place. So making it so you need even more runs just to even get access to the later floors is just not a system I'm particularly interested in, like, engaging with. You can solo grind it. Yeah, but soloing deep dungeon stuff is meant to be, like, really fucking hard and difficult. I mean, I will eventually have to do that for reasons that we will reveal later on today. We'll reveal later on today that I'll have to do that anyways. I don't think it should have to be grind just to be able to get in. That's what it seems to be. That's what it, because later floors, the 8th pool requirements, from what I've heard, are high enough that you are very, very unlikely to naturally have that much 8th pool on a single run. And that's what gets to me. Like, I'm fine with the concept of you can grind to get stronger so it's easier. It's an MMO. That's part and parcel for the MMO. I'm fine with that. The idea that you have to grind the earlier floors to even get access to the later ones, that's the part that I don't like. That's the part that bothers me. You don't need the Aetherpool for a fixed party, which I guess is part of it. Oh! I didn't realize that. Oh, it's only match party stuff that does. Oh. Oh, okay. That does help a bit. That does help a bit. Oi! Oi! So I guess the idea is, like, for match parties, you need enough so you're not, like, actively sabotaging randos. But if you're going with a group of people who you trust, yeah, then it's fine. The way it looks like if the vault wasn't evil. This entire place is gorgeous. I mean, it's church propaganda, but, you know, it's gorgeous as hell. Luring traps. They all just fucking gun it for the healer. Taking a propaganda at this church. Something, the amount of money that churches spend on, like, that the church, like, that religious institutions spend on their churches. Palm of, don't we already have? I was about to say, there's a Palm of Sight here, but I don't think there's any point using that. It goes brightness by 90%, you get a Bloodborne Chalice dungeon. Those are definitely something. Bloodborne Chalice dungeons are definitely something. Oh, Palm show traps. The side shows traps. I thought that was the map reveal one. That's probably something else. So bombs need to be reused every floor. I forgot. I have no idea. You know how much deep dungeon stuff I do? What you see on stream. Okay, the traps are really tiny. I forgot how tiny the traps were. Horde bombs? Oh, horde bombs are if there is no treasure, it carries over. Yeah, the horde bombs will carry over if there was nothing on that floor. So you don't waste it if there's nothing. But once it finds something, then it stops. Oh. Music stopped. Our stained glass weapons are gaining glow. Ever so slightly, but yes. Probably more noticeable on other people's, because mine, yeah. Because mine's not very good. Gunbreaker definitely loses on this. Planning with the Exarch then. It's Shadowbringer's machinations, but not shit. It's one of those weird things where it's just like part of the criticism of 14 to offer is that there's not enough new music. God, I miss Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers is not my favorite expansion, but I do think Shadowbringers is probably the expansion that is the strongest. As a, like, I would say Shadowbringers is outside of like one of the biggest misses in the entire game, which comes with its Alliance raid. I do think Shadowbringers, it's probably the expansion that has like the fewest misses. Again, it's not my favorite expansion. But I can think of like stuff like in terms of MSQ or patches that are like much bigger misses for other expansions, and really for Shadowbringers, like the only thing is the Alliance raid, which again, unfortunately, is the worst part of the entirety of 14. So you know, it is a pretty big mark against it. Shadowbringers didn't have an Alliance raid. No, it had an Alliance raid. It's just they buried it inside of the exploratory content. Because biggest misses because they still had accuracy as a stat back then. Yeah, they just put the entire alliance raid inside of Bosnia. So you can't get it in normal queues. It's weird. Like, if there's one thing, I feel like the way that I would describe it in my mind is like, Shadowbringers is not my favorite expansion. But I would say it's probably the one that feels the most special the first time you go through it. It's the most special feeling expansion that, like, on a first play. Part of that is just because of how much it, like, is a leap above prior expansions. Like, I personally prefer Endwalker's MSQ to Shadowbringer's MSQ. But, like, the leap for Endwalker from Shadowbringers to Endwalker is a tiny little step. The leap from anything before Shadowbringers to Shadowbringers is a gigantic fucking leap. But it's also just, you know, Shadowbringers focuses so much on the Warrior of Lights. It is the one expansion where you are absolutely definitively the main character, and the story is about you, and the game gives you a lot of, like, incentive to think about your character and your character's journey through it. It's that vibe of, you know, the first time you go to this brand new world, the entirety of the first is this brand new location, how everything about the first really is defined, like, everything about the first is built around what Shadowbringers is as an expansion. Like, the rest of the world building that the game has to deal with, like, oh, well, this happened and we said this about these areas before, so, oh, okay, so there's treasures everywhere. Oh, we can skip. We'll have to backtrack anyway. Oh. I don't know where we're going. I started going this way and then I realized this is where the thing finishes, but oh well. Because you get, like, because, like, by the time you get to Stormblood, right? Oh, I'm a steal. I might as well use one of those. By the time you get to Stormblood, you know, things like Alamigo, Doma, stuff like that, they've already had so much that's been defined by prior expansions that the game has to stick to. And again, you're dealing with, like, the Gallian Empire, which has already had enough that it has to stick to and stuff like that. Even Endwalker, with going to Father, Charlotte, and Garlemald, it has to, like, live up to what prior expansions have said about that. Shadowbringers is the expansion where it's just like every zone is has been catered from the ground up to what Shadowbringers is as an expansion. Everything about it is just, like, built to get across what this expansion's ideas are. I feel like maybe the word I'm looking for is complete. It feels like the most complete expansion of everything in the expansion is tailored and geared towards what that expansion is. Where every other expansion has to have some level of build up to what comes afterwards, payoff to, like, satisfy what was established prior, and stuff like that. Because I'd even say, like, most of the side content in Shadowbringers, like, in the patches, still, like, even if it's stuff that has to do with some, like, level of setup for something like Bosnia, it still feels like it's very much, like, tailored to be about, like, the themes of Shadowbringers. Like, it's hard to imagine Whirlit being in an expansion that isn't Shadowbringers. Because so much of, like, Gaius's journey throughout Whirlit and and him going through what he does in that is also so thematically relevant to, like, what the Warrior of Light goes through on the first, just from, like, a different perspective. My favorite part of Shadowbringers is how theatrical it all feels. Like, I do believe that fights aside, you could probably translate it pretty easy to stage play. Base Shadowbringers, at least. See, base Shadowbringers, part of, I mean, what you're saying is, like, my criticism is also, like, it ties into why you say, why you're saying it's a positive. But, part of my issue of base Shadowbringers is how plot very much takes a side note to, like, themes and lore and character stuff. But that's also partially why it feels so theatrical. Like, once you get to Holman stuff, plot doesn't really happen in Shadowbringers until Yulmore, until you go back to Yulmore. Like, plot in terms of, like, stuff that actively pushes the story specifically itself forward. Why can't this one open? Oh, it's silver. I thought this would be a Aether pool. Oh no, this is one of these. Oh, this is one of these. So yeah, this is Bark Balm Incense. Summons the Fairy King for a blessing of rejuvenation. I mean, that's what we get out of this, so. There we go. Wait, what was that called? Midsummer Night's Balm. There we go. Because, yeah, like, a lot of Shadowbringers is go to a zone. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, good thing I had maxed health in this. So much of Shadowbringers is. If Feo Ul's just here, the incense does its thing. So much of Shadowbringers is go to a zone, find out about the history of the zone. The history of the zone informs the current issues that are plaguing the people there. The people who are currently there, their issues relates to one of the Scions and their own personal journey, or possibly Rain. Find the monster of the week, go kill the monster of the week. Plot isn't really much of what's happening, right? There's not a lot of plot that happens in a lot of it. Plot very much takes a side notes to world building, theme exploring. Jesus fucking Christ. Explosive level up and everything like that. And so that'd be like one of my criticisms of Shadowbringers. But I also am aware that it's just like, that's what Shadowbringers is trying to do. Yo, Shadowbringers dungeon boss music, let's go! Never mind, all of my criticisms of Shadowbringers have gone away because Invincible started playing. Invincible started playing, so never mind, all of my criticisms are gone. Andon's gay cousin! Alright, here we go. Water! Light! Need! Branch out! Sprout, 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 sprout! Every blossom bloom! Okay, that worked. Oh, and they spawn as Zeds. Water light with a knot. Oh my god. Thank you, Expedience. Thank you, Expedience. Pirate, pretty sure I would have gotten hit without the Expedience because of the way I tried to dodge that. So thank you very much. Again, like in terms of like plots, right? Because I think about Endwalker, I think about Dawntrail. And like a lot of fucking plot happens. There's a lot of plot occurring. There's a lot of story events are happening and progressing. Like every especially Endwalker. Every section of Endwalker, like story is going on. Pilgrim's Progress 1, let's go. And that's just like not a thing that really happens in Shadowbringers. Again, it's not a major criticism. It's not a major criticism. But it is one of those things that I think pushes Shadowbringers below others for me. Half of Shadowbringers story is run from Ranjit. And unfortunately, Ranjit is just like one of the worst villains that the game has. Not because inherently of what Ranjit is, but just because of what Ranjit, how he's used. I do think the game needed that, though. The Silence specifically needed more in-depth characterization than your solo smart and feisty and Thancred is grieving. Oh, again, yeah, it's one of those things where I'm criticizing Shadowbringers for not being what it isn't trying to be. I completely understand that. It's not that Shadowbringers is trying, like, yeah, Shadowbringers is not trying to be a plot-centric expansion. Shadowbringers is trying to be a thematic and character exploration expansion. So it sets up all of this stuff enough so that Endwalker itself can work. It's setting up all of the characters so that they are the characters who can take on Endwalker and succeed. And I'm very aware that that's what it is. Capped Poetics. No! Don't worry, I'm not capped on my Poetics, so I'm okay in that, on that regard. I think we're right to continue. 5 and 10. Nice. Again, Ranjit really does bring down Shadowbringers a lot. Who isn't capped on Poetics? People who remember that Mandible relics exist and care. So like 6 people. Oh. 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 I was about to say, we haven't really run into any of the actual Sin Eaters yet, have we? We haven't actually seen any Sin Eaters yet. It's just been wildlife. For only muted Poetics and Heavenswood gear decent. I should at some point try to refocus again on leveling up decent. I was trying for a while and then I stopped. What about us that already have Endwalker relics? Don't worry, in a couple of months we'll be using them to get the first step of the Dawntrail relics. Then after that. Those microdendum rings. Yeah, they're good. They're good turn-ins for just Oh, good bird chasing us. What's the one that is either? Oh, it's almost right. Heavenswood relics. Well, what about if you already have all the Heavenswood relics? Well, I don't have all the Heavenswood relics, but I have all of the gear that I like. I have like an inventory full of stuff that I need for every Heavenswood relic. Like everything that I can pre-grind, I already have. There we go! We actually found some Sin Eaters. Forgiven ignorance. God damn it. God damn it. Forgiven ignorance by Paramore. This type of like crystallizing over. This is the shit that we saw at the bottom of Malakar's book. Probably got Sky Pirate stuff. I want to craft them myself. So that just makes me think of like glam gear. And then it just makes me upset of just like, why don't we have like an armoire that can just hold everything yet? Why is the only dungeon gear that the armoire can currently hold Dawntrail dungeon gear? Why did they add gear sets for all of the previous dungeons up to Heavensward in the glamour, but they're not armoirable? Why are they only like gear set-erable in the glamour dresser? Because I assume at some point they'll put it in the armoire, right? Please tell me so. Please tell me they'll do that. Please, for the love of God, please tell me they'll do that. I can only hope so. FFXIV, I need you to come out and bring the updates with you. I mean, to be fair, there are still updates from like base Dawntrail that I'm waiting to apply to all gear. I'm still waiting for double dye to apply to all gear. I kind of possibly naively thought that by the end of Dawntrail, every piece of gear in the game that was dyeable would have double dye slots. And we're still away from that. Doesn't Skywire stuff come through retainers where they shower me with that stuff and end up selling none of it? It's always selling it for a pittance. Lately, my retainers love bringing me dungeon gear. I've not gotten much glam gear from my retainers for a long time. But for me, I'm okay with that. I've been filling up my armoire with Dawntrail dungeon gear. Primarily just through my retainers. Like, I have nearly everything from Ihikatsumu. Just purely from my fucking retainers. It's kind of ridiculous. More bark bomb. More bark bomb. There's not bringing me Mistweek stuff and I'm getting impatient. It's alright. That should be literally next week. That should literally be next week because I believe it is the 7.4 dungeon. Kill all the retainers, steal someone's roofs or walls. Skyglow, this is literally the wall from the Emilian's households. I don't even want to ask why did you do it, because my first thing that I want to ask is how the fuck did you do it? How did you steal their fucking wall? I could have done point 4, couldn't I? Well, point 4, I believe, is the Mistweek dungeon. Like the dungeon for the you Mistweek gear. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, this is why the tank runs forward, right? They're rich, they can afford another. Yeah, fair. It's cyber shit, our retainers would say. Yo, who likes a piece of accursed horde? Hell yeah. Cracked knuckles? No, never mind. Just do quick vengeance and my inventory gets too full of crap and I wait for my retainers to sell stuff off. I mean, yeah, my retainers also bring a bunch of like crafted gear. And it's amazing how nearly any crafted gear in the game actually does sell. You have some crafted gear that's like from fucking an early patch of Stormblood. And it's going up on the market board for like 70,000. And somehow it still sells. I don't know who the fuck is buying it. But it really is selling. It's still selling. It's kind of wild. Got something into 80, so I completely fill off 14 besides looking in for daily for island bullshit. Yesterday was the first day I logged into 14 this week for weekly reset. But that's primarily just because I actually streamed 3 days in the middle of this week. And I crashed super hard after all of those days that I didn't have the energy to stream. And then one of those days, and then another day, I went to a concert. So I didn't have time. Hey, we're 100! Ow. What was in this one? Palm of Flight. Palm of Flight. Decrease the number of enemies. Pretty sure there's people who just buy green gear to turn into their GC. Surely it can't be worth it. Surely that can't be like economically viable for how much you turn it in for. Because again, some of the green stuff that I'll be selling is, again, it's like early Shadowbringers patches. So it's not even just like, oh, they're buying it because it's like they're level 70 and they're like not at Stormblood yet. Because there's just better gear available and it will still sell for like a couple tens of thousands. Easiest way to pay for seals. It's just, why do you need seals that much that you will like pay that much money for? Trying to love my squadron for the last GC promotion and I'm hard stuck on it. Hard stuck? Like the visual novel? Oh, Poms last an amount. Do Poms last between floors? Actually, I don't remember. I know you can be sneaky in deep dungeons. I'm not going to be. Peas Blossom? Come on. More like please Blossom. Pom's last 10 episodes of the Amazing Digital Circus. For fixed party, yes? Ah. Oh, I'm... What music is this? Oh, Grand Cosmos. Grand Cosmos. I was trying to think, like, what music is this? It's Grand Cosmos. Oh, Anna. Sorry, Anna. Yeah. Oh, this has the motif of what E8. Oh, so it's the Anada. Yeah. Yeah, so it's the Anada that has to do that has La Habrea involved in it. Yeah, because it's got her 5-star music here. Oh, leitmotifs. You're so present in Final Fantasy XIV. Ow. So much. We already have Bark Bomb on this floor. Leaving us so many of those. What about this one over here that we just passed? Palm of Purification, nice. Use another Bark Bomb. Can we get 2 stacks of Bark Bomb? Do the other incense. Whoa! Yo! 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 She does Living Mortal. Let's go! Hell yeah. A fragment of illuminated aetherful glass? I didn't get one of those. Light motifs, what about dark motifs? I'm very worried the darkness of it. Some message if you try using another Bark Bomb? Oh. Hey, you're all meant to be killed. It was something that I was thinking of the other day in terms of like music for this game. So, I feel like a lot of people who play the shit out of this game can very much agree with the idea that, oh, like if you count overall, Final Fantasy XIV has got to have one of the best soundtracks in video games, just by sheer scope and variety. But I was thinking about it. If you were to make it fair to other video games that exist, and only count an OST for Final Fantasy XIV on a per expansion basis, if you were to count it only as a per expansion basis, would any individual expansion... Just notice we have a little friend with us. Dawntrail is the main one that I would think of. Oh, that kind of friend. I thought you meant like a Feo Ul. Because I was thinking about it and I was like, there's like a lot of good music in like Shadow Rings. There's a lot of good music in Endwalker. Hell, even Stormblood Heavens would like stuff. There's still a lot of good music in there. But if I was to count only that expansion, as in only music that debuts in an expansion, yes. Oh. Oh. Oh, well, we can't get any treasure chests, so... We go through, kill everything, and then we'll open the treasure chests after the fact. But I think it's important that we all are like this. Shadow Rings look close because Black Wolf stalks again. I've seen some people hate on that song. I've seen some people just be like, oh, Black Wolf stalks again is bad because it's boring, because it's uninteresting. And I'm just like, you just don't appreciate someone making love to a guitar. You just don't appreciate what happens when a musician and a guitar love each other very, very much. Oh, Varumbe! Some little tales if you can't trust anyone these days. Black Wolf looks in his bag because I spent too long grinding. Emerald Quiver! Does look weird when something like this, like a floating void set, jumps. I mean, that is something I've got to say about Taylor Swift's music. If you want to say, like, some of her older stuff is, like, good pop music, I'm not going to stop you. I'm not familiar enough with pop music to be like, how quality is this compared to other pop music? And stuff like that. But I'm sorry, if you try to argue about, like, her most recent stuff being good, I'm going to look at you like you're insane. Speaking as probably the only pop listener, her shit has always been so whack. I'm the only pop listener here. What about hyperpop? Yay, more cool. What about hyperpop? I keep getting hyperpop Vocaloid tracks recommended to me on YouTube, and when I listen to them, they usually go hard. But I feel like hyperpop's very different to, you know, pop. The given complacency. You know what I will give Shadowbringers over Endwalker? You know what I will give Shadowbringers over Endwalker? Pop's are fun, but it's part of an alternative scene. Yeah, it feels more adjacent. Feels more adjacent to other genres than pop. What I will give Shadowbringers over Endwalker, Sin Eater designs do beat Blasphemy designs overall. I think overall Sin Eater designs do fuck harder than Blasphemy designs. God damn it. Blasphemies are a lot of reused monster models. Yeah. Yeah. That one ended up getting us. I bought it straight so far beyond its original concept. It's basically just electronica now. Probably why I like it. Probably why I like it. Electronica, EDM, like every genre that is like that or like some tangents or variation of that or like precursor of that. Oh, hey. Hey, look what's here. Bunch of cocoons. It's all music that I like. It's my thing when it comes to a lot of genres where it's just like, I thought for a long time I didn't like the genre. It turns out I do like the genre. It's just I need the music to go a sufficient level of hard before I'm into it. I'm not into it when it's like not like more intense. And that probably just comes from being a metalhead. No, I need to be able to. I can't listen to music if I can't headbang to it. What's this one? Steel! A lot of trance history and electronic music. Oh, that's what it says. People go on HRT and start taking estrogen, and then start getting a keyboard so they can make noise with it. So even if a well, we're all fucked. Even if a Sin Eater model is a reused model of a prior thing, the twist that they do to it and the all-white look just makes like Sin Eaters overall combined as a force feel more horrifying than Blasphemies. Blasphemies mainly feels like extra horrifying when you combine it like the sky is falling apart. Which, to be fair, that also happens in Shadowbringers with the sky. Speaking of Pop Electronica, Madonna just released maybe the best house record of the decade. Obsessed with it, but probably wouldn't like it. Again, does it go a sufficient level of what I'm arbitrarily deciding is hot? Realizing everything is dying so quickly, I'm not like using buffs. Given contempt. Also, just the naming structure of Sin Eaters. The fact that they're all some form of sin that's been forgiven. Pretty mellow trance music. Oh, there's probably been some mellow trance music. From what I've heard, that's the new Gorillaz album. The new Gorillaz album I've heard incredibly positive things about. Most positive things I've heard about a Gorillaz album since, well, basically Plastic Beach, really. But I haven't listened to it yet. The Mountain, I believe it's called. Oh, lol, so it's out. I didn't... Guess who didn't turn off their chat window. Whoopsies. Whoops. So what was this one? Palm of Safety. Palm of Safety! There we go. I played the 5th. Are you harassing my FC? Madonna's had hard aesthetics, but even when she worked with Bjork, her music has always had a pop softness to it. What's a Madonna song that I would know? Off the top of my head. Because my brain is racking itself, and the only thing I can think of is how people say that Born This Way by Lady Gaga is a Madonna song. That's the only thing I can think of. Jesus Christ, this place is getting every second more and more and more. Like a Virgin! There it is. Yes, I have heard the Weed Out parody, so... We never decide where to go. So I saw the giant gorilla and I had to fight him. God damn it! Fucking traps! One of those things where just when it comes to deep dungeon content, I don't engage with it on the level that it's meant to be. I just constantly run into traps, not using POM. Like, we're only using POMs when we're like maxed out on POM usage. Like, we have a POM event. We should probably use it, eh? Like, POM events have no reason to save unless you're already, like, got Yok. Not a fan of 80s stuff. 80s stuff always sounds way too sonically corny to me. Just in case it's back here. Even though I'm pretty sure it would mix it be much on the map. I got a potion, yay. I feel like I should try some deep dungeon solo stuff at some point. Just so it forces me to engage with deep dungeons as in terms of what deep dungeon design is meant to be. So I can learn how to play it better. Because I imagine that's a big part of getting through deep dungeons solo, is like knowing how to sneak around stuff when you need to, knowing like how, like which POMs to use, knowing like, oh, I should save this POM because this wall's gonna be particularly fucked. Almost looks like the entire building is covered in fuzzy mold. Light stuff creepy. POM strength. We got some strength there, and we want some strength. Take out so not stepping anywhere you don't need to. Yeah, that doesn't sound like me. I move a lot. I love moving. But I don't like some soup. Oh, I can go for some soup. What kind of soup? Soup is one of those things that I realized I've had nowhere near as many different types of soup as I should have. Because most soups that I've had have noodles. And usually the types of soups that have noodles in them are quite different to soups that you just drink as a, like that you just eat / drink as a soup. Like various vegetable. Mixed veggie, beans, and bread. I'm making. A lot of cauliflower. Does cauliflower... Okay, here's my thing with cauliflower. Does cauliflower have a flavor? Because I legitimately don't know if I've ever tasted the flavor of cauliflower. I was cooking at night unless my kitchen gives me heat stroke. It is pretty bad in Europe from what I've heard. Raw, it definitely does. Because every time I've had cauliflower, I'm just like, this is a food that is defined purely by that it has a texture. Cauliflower's like tofu, you gotta season it, and it takes the flavor of whatever you put into it. Okay. That would explain why I don't think, that would explain it. That would explain why, because pretty much every time I've had cauliflower, it's only been like, you know, white Australian steamed cauliflower, microwaved in a bag. Yo! This is why we do motives. Cauliflower's didn't you add to others make you think it's healthy? Because I've also had like fried cauliflower, and once again that's just like, this tastes like a fried food, but it has a texture now. Seeing cauliflower just feels like misery. Literally, it feels awful. It doesn't feel good to eat. Correct. Oh wait, Crafts, you're Italian. So I can ask this. What is minestrone? There's so many treasure chests here. Because I've seen, like, cans of minestrone for sale in store, like, you know, microwave cans of soup. And I gotta be honest, they all look different. They all look different. Vegetable and bean soup. Does it have pasta? Because I've seen ones that are I've seen things called minestrone where it's just vegetables and pasta. I've seen ones where it's just beans and pasta. And then I've seen ones where it's vegetables and beans. And I'm just like, I don't know what the difference is here. Mixed veggies and soup, but the veggies slightly undercooked is to be crunchy. That's probably something that doesn't come across at all when it comes to like a microwave though. I'm not a fan of minestrone, it's a texture nightmare. There's one treasure chest way down there, but I don't actually know what's in it. Noodles are common. No, so the ones that I see that say, oh, it's pumice steel. There we go. The ones that I see that are minestrone in a can, when it has pasta in it, it's shell pasta. You're just entranced by the stained glass. Stain's glass, more like Stain's Class, the hit album by Judas Priest, am I right? Yeah, pasta noodles interchangeable in my head. I mean, fair. Do you have a thing chasing you? No. Yeah, because I see it and it's just like, here's a microwave can of minestrone. And it's nothing but, like, beans and shell pasta. And I'm like, okay, why did I see another one that was vegetables and beans? But, I mean, you very input pasta. Oh my god! It's the mount that you were using. Solid pasta in itself is particularly flavorful. It's mainly for, like, absorbing flavor and texture. I mean, it has a flavor, but just not a strong one. Some frozen pizzas that use cauliflower cross, one brand off the top of my head is called cauliflower. I don't know, I don't know. This is a new one for me. Oh! Be careful of the outside, I think it's a kill wall. Forgiven emulation? Oh my god. Is this? Oh, they explode in that order. Okay. I was thinking they were gonna knock back in the order they went off. Forgiven Nintendo Crows. There it is. Where are you aiming? Oh! You can barely see there's the starburst, but oh dear god. What the? How? How do you? Yay! There we go. It died. Never mind. Boom. Progress to. We made it. We may have placed. Oh, you placed the brambles. Okay. I thought the brambles just went where they were, and I'm just like, do you have to run across the brambles to try and escape the AoEs? There's also another thing about doing deep dungeons on stream, is the amount of different things that I'm trying to pay attention to, that I just end up not paying much attention to the actual deep dungeon. Not that I'm like criticizing any of you for it. This is the easy levels. It's fine. It's just if we ever try to do really hard stuff in this for some reason, then I'll probably have to focus a bit more on this and not conversations about cauliflower. Now I can focus on cauliflower though. Cauliflower crust pizza is a pretty good option, a healthy option, like, or like grated cauliflower instead of rice for people who are low carb. Okay, grated cauliflower is also a new one to me. I'm low carb now, but sometimes you gotta just suck it up and tank the tummy ache. Alright, one last section. One last section, here we go. Okay. Is this upholstery mixed with civilizations? Ow. I think this is upholstery mix with civilizations. Oh, hey! Forgiven bribery. Lie in the club! Mauritine architecture. I was thinking this is underwater, so like, are we in the Tempest or is this fluff? Are we in Armora or are we in fluff area? Because that also looks like deep sea coral. So it looks like, yeah. I think we're in Armora. Oh. Looks like it's brighter water than Tempest. That is true. Didn't they did the same thing with Eureka Orthos, didn't they? Where they had pulse remixes of tracks in there. Okay, this is a Morgwa. These are like straight up enemies that are down in the Tempest, but they don't look as fucked up. Like this enemy exists down in the Tempest, this model, but down in the Tempest it's way spikier and more gruesome. But there are also birds here, which don't exist in the Tempest. Like, excuse me, weird ass music. Reminds me a lot of that one game about the infinite mansion in space. Is that Blueprints? Is that what Blueprints is? I don't know anything about Blueprints, but the names of the rooms sound like they would be in a mansion. Bomb of Steel. Yo, Cursed Old, let's go. Just... What 9-minute debuff did I just get? Oh, pox. Do we have a pox healing thing? Pox status, there we go. There we go. I remove my pox. I don't know how to feel about this. I don't know how to feel about this. Like, I feel like I'm bouncing in the club. Interrupt mimics. That's the thing. That's the thing. What is going on? Like, I guess it's accurate because it is literally what it is. My thing with Pulse Remix is that they don't sound like they come from 14. They sound like someone on YouTube did a silly edit. Which I guess is literally what it is, but like to some degree. It sounds like an epic EDM version on YouTube. But they are like literally sold as a separate soundtrack and then put into the game after the fact. So that isn't entirely wrong as to what they are. Palm of Fortune and Sight. Danceteria, this is not. That does sound awesome, whatever that is. Oh, you got them, yeah. So I imagine like if you're going through solo, you want to be using these things a hell of a lot more frequently than we are. Where we basically only use it when you're maxed out. Although I guess you also, maybe if you're doing it solo, these floors, like I could probably do this solo just fine, like. As a tank at the very least. I imagine these floors are not the hardest things to solo as a tank at the very least. So you're probably on these floors, you're probably more saving it for the later, like, saving it for the later floors. Because some of these palms feel like it would be this floor is now a free floor. I mean, there are ones that are literally floor wipes. Some of them are literally, this is a floor wipe. But then there are others where it's just like, this is nearly that. If I make a parcel, I'm just chucking it in the fridge tomorrow. One day I'll go back to making my own food. Kind of at a point right now in my life where I've kind of just accepted I'm not making my own meals. I just do not have the energy for it. Like, I'll make, like, a sandwich for lunch. More bark bomb. Oh, so much Aether Pool. I feel like we're getting Aether Pool faster than usual. I feel like Aether Pool's a bit more common in this than previous dungeons. But I also do this shit so infrequently that I don't know if that's true or not. Like, weapon and armor is, like, only a couple behind how many floors we have. Oh, no. So I gotta interrupt these things when they start putting a plague upon our houses. That is a fast interrupt. Have you done balances since every balance drops to +5? No. That is something that happens. All the Aether Pool drops are now +5 for Palace of the Dead. They want to make it so people can clear level 50 a lot easier so they can actually get access to all the other deep dungeons. Not much point putting in a deep dungeon if half of the people can't even access it because they haven't even, like, done the prerequisite dungeon. Got a conclusion that I'll do giant meals when I feel like cooking and shut them in the freezer in tiny portions. Oh, that's how I used to cook. I just don't have the energy for that anymore either. My energy is in very, very, very short supply these days. And I work 6 days a week and I try to be a streamer. Not succeeding at it lately. Mortification, let's go. But yeah, when I would cook like enough for a week. Safety! Let's go. I don't have to worry about traps. But yeah, I would cook enough to have dinner for a week. Like usually 6 to 8 meals. It's just, I don't have the energy to like stand there cooking for an hour anymore after like a day of doing everything else that I was normally doing a day. It's alright, it's alright. I visited a doctor about like my lack of energy. And if there's anything I could possibly do to try and fix that. Is that 2 strength ones? Is there 2 different strength ones there? But yeah, I visited a doctor about just like, doctor, I saw Pagliacci and he sucks shit. And also, like, I have, like, severely low energy. I have multiple times a day where I'm, like, struggling to stay awake. And even outside of that, I feel like I get exhausted very easily. And so, all I have to do now is follow the doctor's advice. The doctor said that the solution was simple. I just needed to lose weight because the only reason you could ever possibly be exhausted is because you're overweight. That's the only cause for being exhausted. So I just need to, doctor's words, pull myself up by my own bootstraps and lose weight. And if I do that, I'll stop having low energy. So, you know, we're solving the problem at least. Medically recommended solution. We're solving the problem of me not having much energy and, like, actively falling asleep multiple times, including, like, going to a concert and falling asleep, like, 3 times while, like, at home drinking beforehand, and then on the way there, and then, like, twice while at the concert at minimum. And now we have actual armor up music. The music doesn't know what the fuck it's doing here. We go from Trance Laheen remix to actual just Neath Dark Waters. Yeah, some free for clearing floors of the weapons are a lot easier to grind out. Nice. Chill music while we burn everything. Yo, what goes the door? I feel like we're clearing through these 30 floors rather well. It definitely seems like Eureka Orthos was scaled to an absurd extent. And now we have one that's just like, what if we were a little more chill about it? We definitely had a lot more issues trying to get through Eureka Orthos than this. Like, even just the 30 for Eureka Orthos compared to the 30 here. Eureka Orthos feels like, it's like, okay, it's our 3rd challenge, it's our 3rd deep dungeon. We've got to design it for the crazies now because, like, everyone normal's already gotten the other ones. We've got to design it for the crazies now. But they didn't realize that, oh, we've not actually done anything to incentivize people become crazy about deep dungeons, because we've made the content so weird and inaccessible. So this time around, that it's like, it's got a weekly challenge log. It allows, like, match parties up to a way higher level. It has way more checkpoints. It doesn't start off by kicking you in the balls on floor 1. It has a more interesting and unique aesthetic because it's not Alagon stuff again, and it's like cool stained glass weaponry to give more incentive to actually doing it. Imagine if you could queue for it anywhere instead of having to travel. That'll be the next step. That'll be the next step. So, you know, I was talking before about just like, what about an individual, does any individual expansion actually rank super high in terms of like best video game OSTs? Because 14 kind of cheats by having so many expansions to build upon. That's what makes it so good. But then I hear Neath Dark Waters and I'm just like, maybe Shadowbringers is the best OST of all time. But then I hear Closing the Distance and I'm like, no, it's definitely gonna. I feel like that's the thing when it comes to like 14's OST, if you count it per expansion, is that you'll have like 5 to 10 absolute fucking bangers per expansion. And then you'll have a lot of pretty good stuff. But I don't know of an expansion of like 10 9 out of 10s. And then a series of 7 out of 10s puts it like that high? Because there's a lot of really good soundtracks. Shadowbringers gets shown by the amount of Nier music in it. I wouldn't even count it because it's not new to the... I would only count the Nier music if it's a remix. Weird music that doesn't exist. Swift floor. I would only count the new music that's remixed, which to be fair is like the reasons. Because like, that would be one of my things where if I was to compare it, right? Where it's just like, okay, compare any individual expansions. Oh, fortune. If we use a fortune, will that apply? Oh, enemies in the current area will drop coffers. Oh. I feel like a smarter way of doing it would be to, like, if we have 3, use it on the next floor rather than use it once we get a thing. Because then ones like that appear. But also, it's the first 30 floors. It doesn't really matter. It's the first 30 floors. It doesn't really matter. But so if I was to compare any individual purification. Oh, barriers are getting easy. Or is that using random stuff at this point? Probably should, but fuck it. Fortune. There you go. Fuck it. But yeah, if I was to compare any individual expansion to something like, say, Nier Automata, I don't think any expansion, except for the possibility of Dawntrail, because, like, the Arcadion alone. Because the Arcadion alone. But, like, Nier Automata is a soundtrack made out of primarily 9 out of 10s and 10 out of 10s. Oh no! Our first death. Motives. Frailty. That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good. Oh wait, this is a dead end of it. This be dead end. Because one thing that like people praise 14 soundtrack for is scope. It's sheer variety. There's not many games that you play where I see a fortune one. There we go. Good thing I used it this one. There's not many games that you play where across the whole game you'll hear as many different kinds of music as you do in Final Fantasy 14. But that is something that mainly applies if you count like all expansions together until Dawntrail. Because of the Arcadion. It's like the Arcadion alone, I think is something that pushes it really high up there. Because presuming that the heavyweight tier is going to be another 4 unique tracks, which it would be really disappointing at this point in stage, but wasn't. The amount of different shit you get in just the Arcadion alone is like, what the fuck? Nero's knows because of how much space it takes up in the showering of Spotify players. It's like a good 20% of it. Yeah, it's because like they try to shove as much of it in there as possible. It's just like, here's this music, here's this music, here's this music. Just every single time you're around it, it's more of that. Especially with how many games in there just have the entire soundtrack be orchestral. Well, unfortunately, I'm a trans woman who has opinions about Final Fantasy VII, so people hate me for that. But this was kind of my point about FF7, the remake series that I was trying to make at one point. I think Final Fantasy VII Remake has a good soundtrack. I think too much of it is standard orchestral soundtrack for it to stand out as being the best soundtrack ever made for a video. There's some there's a number of songs in Remake and Rebirth that aren't orchestral that bring a lot of bang to the OST when they show up. But if an entire game sounds the same, like sounds very similar for a soundtrack, I do think that's a knock against it. Because even... Oh, Jesus. Oh, okay. We're now... Have we been slowly surfacing with this? Where the fuck are we now? We're now, like, at the water. At water level. Because, like, even something like Hi-Fi Rush, right? Hi-Fi Rush is, like, a super rock-focused game. But even amongst Hi-Fi Rush, there's, like, still a lot of music. Yeah, I want to climb this. Because I can see water splashing. Makes it look like we're, like, almost at water level. Like, even Hi-Fi Rush, with how much it focuses on rock music, it has a lot of moments where, like, the soundtrack will deviate into different genres and different ideas and sounds. Kingdom Hearts is a good variety while still having a recognizable style to it. I feel like Kingdom Hearts would be one of those ones where, like, it would be hard to, like, I'm not personally the biggest fan of Kingdom Hearts soundtracks, but I can also understand why they are as good as they are. Ow. Ow. Now enemies are starting to be bastards. Palm of Sight. Look how many palms we have. Lovely map. Also, hey, Bros of Dude have come back. Look at them. BRB, my internet's dying. No. So many people today with bad internet. No. Yeah, I still listen to 14 music and I'm just like, hell yeah. I still listen to this music and I'm like, fucking hell yeah. Is this 29 that we're at? We're almost done. Huh? Ball! Ball. Balls! Roll out! Oh my god. Oh. Oh. The power of balls! This counts as a debuff! Oh no, it's incense. My ballroom's like PT, the best deep dungeon. You know what? You know what? Hard to disagree. Hard to disagree. Start actually picking up treasures. Well, last floor before our boss, and it was just balls. Palm of Steel, I might as well pop that, as we will have a boss coming up. There we go. Yo, more Aether Pool! Balls energy. What does balls taste like? No! It lied to you. Because I've heard of balls energy. I've never had it though. Though I have had big cock energy. That one I've had. Big cock energy is just lemonade. Australian lemonade, I should say. So, Sprite without the lime. That's a lot of eggs. Guarana? Oh, Guarana's good. We tried that on the other thing. Yo! Fallen grace, forgiven treachery. This almost feels like Lightwood level of Sin Eater. Almost feels like a Lightwood level of Sin Eater, Jesus. Very, different arena layout. Definitely a very different arena layout. I was excited. One of the few scholars that I'm seeing who's ever actually, like, placed their AOS somewhere. Oh, this is definitely going to be a step on the squares and circles outside or stand in the ring to dodge attacks thing. Absolutely. Liturgy of Lights. I'm seeing rings go up. Ah, yeah, rings on different sides. Oh. How far is that gonna reach? Oh, it's a get behind. That is, okay, that's a run past. That's the... This is just you, wait, this is just you where you water. Oh, Jesus. Never mind, now it's a bit more than you where you water. Oh, this is gonna... Okay, yeah, it's like, yeah, right behind the fist is where you need to be. Oh. I didn't see you turn a little bit there. Whee! Fly up into the air. Oh, this sucks. Sorry, look out! Trying to get over so that mechanic sees you dodge. Okay, we're good. Never mind, we did it! Take me to church! Yay! Pilgrim's Progress 3! We did it! We beat the Pilgrim's Traverse! Da da da! Sad because that was probably the leader of the church. And we had to kill him. Forgiven treachery slain! We did it! Party celebration time! Yeah! I mean, cool, like, mid-boss for this. Like, super unique arena and everything. It's fun for that. I like that. Gigantic pipe organ. Again, I don't know where we are meant to be, given the water here. I don't know where we're meant to be. Weapon 40, armor 35. Getting stronger. Alright, score's a thing. Right, there's like scoring ladders for this. I don't know if anyone actually pays attention to those, but hey. I got some Aethable Glass, and I got some Silver Lights. And I've got the various other things as well. Feels like there's a lot of different currencies for this one. Because there's the sacks of the first light, there's the silvered lights. The oils. Feels like there's a lot of different things that turn in here. Fairy Tale! And we get some music. Oh, what angel makes me silence and sinners? Instrumental. There we go. Eyeing Thine is eyeing you critically. Have you news I should hear? Welcome, Wanderer. Oh, is that so? I see you donning robes of the clergy. That does sound promising. Tell me more, Thin Branch, that my mind's eye can peruse the fullest portraits. Either I mistake the shape you're making quite, or else you face an arbiter of light. It would be best to send for the king. Although considering your bond, your battle may already be old news. A moment of you, please. Oi, eyes wide! Put a girdle about round about it'll make it 40 wing beats. Source like maybe because it might be a sunken part of the first church of the Church of the First Light. Have you found that my burning juniper incense can summon the Fairy King to your side? Of course you haven't. You're only mortal. As innocent as a barn of 5 summers, on the eve of your baptism. Ban. One more sleep and you'd be welcomed into the laity of the First Light. But not all children were so lucky. Those who died before baptism could not receive Light's blessings. They could not be reborn. Instead, their souls were condemned to wander these lands as pixie kind. However, not all pixies are made this way. Take a mortal youth no older than 16. Led them into the kingdom of rainbows by intent or happenstance. Should they follow their breadcrumbs safely back, let none be the wiser. Should their heart cry out for home, the mortality embrace their mossy bones. But should they be that of rare disposition? One that longs for magic, spell, and fancies fae? Those are the pilgrims that wander evermore. To revels do they turn their minds, to dreams of wing and pixie kind. No food nor rest feign they to take, forever after, ne'er to wake. Exhausted and enthralled, the dreamer dies, and becomes their remains. Beside their remains blooms a solitary flower. The dewy petals hold the wayward youth who purge their mortal grossness and seize the likeness of their desire. One who spurns their fate. A mad bloom. Yes, our King Titania was once mortal like yourself. A mortal baptized in the Church of the First Light. Had their body lain in a chapel, juniper incense would have been burned in their honor. There's something so familiar, so comforting about juniper smoke. For a moment the soul remembers where it belongs, and the smoke in turn embraces it. So to your sense of the king may fly. Welcome in the church as one of its faithful deceased. I trust his father isn't cajoling you with mischief. Or just the plot reveal that Feo Ul was a person who died. Which, like, we knew, because Feo Ul's a fae. Firefox was killing himself and repeats on a website being amazing. You missed the story! You missed the balls. You missed the mirrorless balls. Remember that short story from the book about Feo Ul's birth? Vaguely. Vaguely. But perish the thought! I've been singing your majesty's praises as the most audacious pilgrim this land has ever known. Traversing walls and wards, life and death, even the boundary betwixt mortal and fae. No other makes such delightful mockery of barriers. Well, never had I been so needlessly flattered. 'Tis only natural to seek roses despite the briar. Those who would not dare a pricked finger seem far stranger to me. It's why she likes us so much, because we're so willing to throw ourselves into danger. Oh my god, pardon me. Now I need the energy drink. Oh, it's why it says you have something to report. I would hear it from your lips, my sapling. Tell me everything. I fought a member of the clergy. I turned into balls. These are the most important things to tell you. Then our discoveries have aligned. While you were visiting chapels, my cubes were shifting through books. Among them we found records of a great archbishop's passing, before the fall of Obert. His death dissolved the church's hierarchy, as no successor could be named. Slain by senators, officially. Yet in disgrace we know the need. To dig up lies, bury the deed. Likely the archbishop became a senator. That the few records of obfuscated would hardly be surprising, given the church's declining reputation at the time. I believe so. The vestments of the eater you encounter match those in the archbishop's portrait all too well. After turning, he must have been locked away where none could find him, fated to wander the ruins of his faith forevermore. I mean, this sounds like the King Titania that we fought. You may have been freed from the torments of light, but the Archbishop would have known no such relief. Perhaps what remained of him was calling out, begging to be put to rest, that he might know death as one of the faithful, in spite of the monster he had become. To send your majesty, on the churchway paths his sprite will glide no longer. History shall inter the first light beside him. His legacy is brief as lightning in the coiled night. Centuries will bury its stone and millennia will erase its name. Do you think so? You and your comrades once traveled to the stars and back. And as I tracked the pretty glimmer of your mortal lives, I could not help but wonder. Were there always Fae in Loveland? Church of the First Light wove us into their stories. Stories repeated for lifetimes on end. Their devotion may well have created us. Belief has been known to change the world, has it not? So even should the church be forgotten in name, its legacy will live on. It lives in every one of us. So basically, the reason that we have Fae is because the idea of again the Fae being born is that if they're not baptized or if they lose their way in their souls in death, they don't return to the life stream. They just wander until this happens to them. So what they seem to be suggesting is the belief of the first church in of itself is what made their souls do this. The belief of the first church of needing the baptism to return to be reborn, which is returning to life stream in that rebirth process. Their belief is basically Fae Dynamis and other YouTube titles. Because I believe they would turn into Fae, and so they did. Yeah, it's one of those things where the beliefs of the church imbued themselves so strongly into the souls that the souls invariably played that out. The belief in the souls was strong enough that the souls didn't naturally return to the live stream. Some of them naturally wandered until this ended up being what happened. Again, it's part of... I feel like that's kind of I wouldn't necessarily put it to Dynamis. Aether does put that anyway. Yeah. we meet a number of people across the game who have different ideas of like how life, death, rebirth, and everything work. And now that we explicitly know how it works, so take something like the Dothal from the Azim Steppe, right? How the Dothal believe in reincarnation, and they believe in reincarnation in a relatively rapid time frame. Like, they'll know someone who dies and believe that person is reborn in someone in their tribe within their lifetime. That could actually happen. Based on what we know about the world of this game, it is possible that that idea that, like, the people of the Dothal believe so strongly that they'll be reborn, not just as anyone, but specifically as someone in the Dothal village. It is possible that when it comes time for new life to be birthed into the Dothal village, that a soul from the Dothal village is naturally drawn to becoming that new soul that's there. Like memories of previous, like, especially because it takes a while for souls to be purged of memories within the live stream, and even then, it's never permanent. We know this from going down to the Aisha scope. People who have been dead for all of the expansions are still there. Like Ilberd, Livia, Rinnetin, Horshafan, Mombrita, Minfilia. Minfilia's more recent because that was Shadowbringers. But like, within our time frame of like the game, which is whatever the fuck you think it is, really, those souls in the live stream have not been like fully cleansed of their memories enough that they can still, like, when we're there to trigger it, that some of those feelings come back. So, on that short of a time frame for Dothali to be reborn into those, they would still have a lot of memories there still within that. So it's still, like, that would make it more possible. My assumption that life being born requires corporeal aether for the body and soul aether from the live stream. Souls can appear within a corporeal body that doesn't have a soul. But generally speaking, yeah. I would assume that birth is, as corporeal aether is birthed into the world, a soul from the live stream naturally gravitates towards it and then blesses it. Anima, baby. Well, also, like, the entire point of Elpis. Like, Anima is a brand new soul that we created. But also, the entire point of Elpis was the creatures of Elpis didn't have souls. They were testing them to see which ones were worth putting onto the star so they would naturally get souls. World building of 14 is so cool. World building of 14 is so cool. Again, it's one of the things that I think is so strong about the world building of 14 is that most of it serves some form of thematic purpose as well. A lot of world building in 14 doesn't seem to exist just for the sake of having a long wiki entry. A lot of it does feed into, and these are the themes of the ideas that this area or this story or the game overall is exploring and stuff like that. And that it, like, this is going into the, like, talking about the legacy of Vobert living, of, like, the Church of the First Light living on within the Fae is explicitly a Shadowbringers theme because, you know, the, like, every part of Shadowbringers is, say it with me, about those who walked before, leading those who walk after. Like, the expansion literally ends with Graha saying that line, right? Like, Graha literally says that as the final line of, that he has to the base expansion. So it's like, you know. For Shadowbringers explicitly, like, that, Shadowbringers has that theme in it more strongly than any other expansion. And that's what we're doing. And the world building here is, like, supplementing that theme. It's why the world building of 14 is so good. It's also, I think, like, when people, like, try to copy Souls-like, Dark Souls, I feel like that's where a lot of the lore world building in other Souls games falls apart because a lot of the world, like a lot of the lore and item descriptions, when you piece together the overall like history of the world of Dark Souls in those games, it is tying into the themes of what Dark Souls is about, especially the various entries, because the various entries do have different thematic ideas they're exploring. But I feel like a lot of people who try to recreate that idea of just like, here's a lot of item descriptions that give off a lot of world building. It's world building for the sake of having a long wiki entry. So it doesn't mean anything, because it's like, yeah, it's a lot there, but like... The Dark Souls about getting stabbed in the back by patches. That's the main thing. The lore's the second thing. I think if they magically construct the soulless lizard and then it fucks and it has baby lizards, those would get souls. Is it that the offspring would get souls? Or that they develop souls within them at some point? How Kingdom Hearts are we going with this? How Kingdom Hearts nobodies develop souls inherently are we going with this? I don't actually remember. Mitch McConnell is currently in the live stream about to be reincarnated as a Paisa. Mitch McConnell gonna turn into my weekly squonk target that I have to go fucking kill in the Sea of Clouds. Yeah, Alpha. Actually, yeah, Alpha. Yeah. Yeah, Alpha. Yeah, Alpha. Yeah, Alpha is a very explicit example of gaining a soul, like midway in its own life cycle. Yeah. You think he's a rank B? Maybe he's a daily. Fair. 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 Fair about Archbishop. May never remember you, nor the mortal I once was. But beyond the yew trees, I found something beautiful. Oh, Feo Ul's earring so bad. This really does just feel like obviously it ties into Dawntrail themes as well, because Dawntrail is also very heavily about those worlds before leave, those who walk after, and stuff like that. This really does feel like it's kind of been plucked out of Shadowbringers, though. This storyline does feel like it was plucked directly out of Shadowbringers. I forgot my curse on my whole desk as well. Oh no. Not exactly hard proof, but he did well enough. Of all the things likely to organize a funeral, the only Archbishop does fit the part. Now all is done and all is clear, with nothing left for us to fear. Except, perhaps, now here's the catch, upon the church remains the latch, the wards that keep us high and dry. Stay mum as to the reason why. What else inside drives us away? What deigns not suffer any fate? Alas, once more in chapel lies the truth behind this ill surprise. What about Judge Bishop simply forgot to turn the spell off? Happens to the best of us. What angel wakes me? Signs us in his instrumental orchestra on roll. Let's go. The final boss, Chapel Road. Distant Sanctums now accessible. Unit is 4 stone 31 beyond. It's all the requirements to do, and so speak with Vanthal. And we can consume eliminate Aetherpool gear to obtain Aetherpool grips. And they can exchange for weapons that look like that, and they're awesome and stuff. The Barry may still be active, but you banished the worst of our troubles. For your job half done, of half my services as a storyteller, may it be half as useful to you as you were to us. Smart ass. Smart ass. Oh, you go see all the grapple yard. Oh wow, we have like actual like lore. Here's the lore for like each boss that you fight. Well, who constitutes faith focus highly dependent upon time and place? Well, father mixes have always been quintessential examples. The Nemo and Old Blood Amara are more recent additions to the ranks. These days we are defined as what resembles a child of man, yet is too strange to be one. Speech is a good measure of that resemblance. A beast that barters may be fey, but one that only barks is but a beast. Indeed, the true difficulty lies in determining how strange is too strange for mankind. So, let me ask this, since I've run out of answers. What constitutes a person? And I can be sure you're one of them. Fair. Crosscode's the PS4 monthly game. Yo, I want to play that. I want to play Crosscode. Crosscode's an indie game that's inspired by MMOs. And so now me being, like, you know, elbow deep inside of an MMO, I really want to play it. It's also apparently just really, really good. It's also apparently just really fucking good. I own it physical. I own a physical copy of it because when I heard about it, I happened to look up, see if it was a physical copy for it, and I ended up buying one for, like, incredibly dirt cheap. Like, I got it for, like, 20, 30 bucks. Why are you fisting an MMO? Because I do that to everything I love. You have to throw your wine glass across the room when you ask, what is a man? A miserable pile of secrets. Me, I enjoy long walks on the shore and reading books in my spare time, though I tend to dampen the pages something dreadful. Judging by our first meeting, you're already familiar with Fwaff. Your mischief is as dark as the water we drag mortals into. Perhaps you also know that just as pixies are born from the souls of unbaptized children, Fwaff too have a unique origin. Namely the water which we ourselves drowned. We are the souls lost to the deep, unnoticed and unmourned. A lonely end, which is why we're all seeking company. By luring other unfortunates to the place of our demise and dramatically dispatching of them, we fed our instinctual desire to be noticed, to be loved. Not that even the foggiest where I croaked, it's been far too long. Even were I to recollect, there's bound to be naught left of the old mortal coil. Perhaps a small ship of bone, waiting to be swallowed by a fish. Even counts teenagers, but as your mortal mind fully grasps the horror of what it is to become one. Yeah, I saw that cutscene with Tesline. Your outside's wrought into a grotesque parody of beauty. Your inside's ravaged into structures that defy the Gyrogen's healing touch. To say nothing of your soul. In many ways, it would be a mercy the metamorphosis always showed the creature's essence. And yet, should you find any scenes that look significant, I might be able to share the tale of who they were before they indiscriminately slaughtering passers-by. Well, those are more enough to be immortalized upon the page, minds. As of the church itself, records of its era have outlived natural memory. And unnatural memory, for that matter. What about the ornamental leafman at Traverse Stone 10? A frondent lobe of rainbows. Why, that would be no sin eater, but a leaf man. Mutated from a greener state, perhaps, but all leaf men are fundamentally the product of pixie transmogrification. Enjoy your mortals' company, and give them leaves before they flee. Chatty, fidgety leaf men are not unheard of, but I think one might try to pressing you like a flower. An ambitious bush, indeed. Fine, I'm set to that fungus promotion mission, yeah! Curious as still is its ability to multiply at a moment's notice. As blossoms more show than substance. What a rich display of mortal vanity. You can say its words reflected only a heart of flora, its flesh and blood forgot. The hazards of chronic shrubbery, I'm afraid. What about the forgiven emulation at Traverse Stone 20? The blanched husk of an ambulatory tree that once thrived deep in our forests, similar to the werewood, which I'm sure you've seen. I know a plants where wild weeds grow, where songbirds and the seeking creatures go. Quite over-canopied with mushrooms and leaves, a roving woodland where to be at ease. Full often did I laze upon the back of that gentle giant. Once it turned, all it touched became corrupted by light. So remains the body of those who once sought sanctuary in its boughs. Cold wind blows through our roving woodlands now. Werewood, the wood is there. Forgiven treachery. Ah yes, the aforementioned Archbishop. I have since dribbled many a puddle in the Royal Library while reading upon his celebrity. The Nomai keepers were less than pleased, but when are they over? Before he became a sin eater, Slifer was but another strapling gudgeon from the kingdom of Obo. He was happily possessed of a healthy mind and a healthy body, both of which he honed by strict regimen. A quiet, disciplined sword, a paragon of authenticity. As a person and as a clergyman, he was loved and admired. Alas, in the city, he has robbed him of his soul. His very devotion betrayed him. Though the thousand prayers he had offered to the light remained steeped in his body like a second blood, their power now turned upon all he had once served. You did lay him to rest in the church of his faith, however, so perhaps his prayers were answered after all. Alright, Tiaman. For everything curious, anything more natural than usual, I'll tell you what it truly is. I don't like no discoveries. Let us hope for something spicy. Or praise a piece of the accursed or blessed hood. Have a look at my sack's silver light. It contains a portion of the accursed hood from Pilgrim's Traverse. Only a praiser who delights in discoveries can open this sack. A potion! A potion! Damning materia. Yo! I got a bomb! For those who love the threat of death or serious injury to follow in their every footstep. Yo, I got a bomb! I got a potion. I got a potion. Rays of Devotion music. Pilgrim potion, demi materia, and a potion. Oh, an expensive one? Hell yeah. And a sack of the first light, which this is what we got for the weekly reward. First light relic. Okay, so I exchanged this and now I have another thing to exchange for more things. And okay, those are just, okay. How many currencies are there here? I also see frogs. Like I said, I'm making a habit of making weapons. We have the wherewithal. I've got the goods! Alright. Exchange artifacts. Forgiven Mimicry Resonator. So this is a mount, and this is 99 of the first relics. Pilgrim's Protector Horn. That's another 99. 99 of each. There's 2 mounts for 99. There's a parasol for 30. These are the oils. These are the luminous oils that I got a couple of. Simple and Clean gives you Sora's haircut. Sin Beaver! A Sin Beaver! Oh my god. First lights Sax can drop them normally, or you just pity them with the relics. Okay. The way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let go. Sin Beaver. Pilgrim's Traverse Famous Kit. This requires the... This is normally pot shirts, but it's glass now. Save a tea. Drink green tea and save a tea emotes. Ah, the Forgiven Mimicry is that one. Forgiven Mimicry is the second boss. Okay. Pilgrim's Potion. Thwaff Plumed Hat. Oh my god, is this Ankhthon? Oh my god, it's Ankhthon. It's Ankhthon. It's Ankhthon's gear! Yo! 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 Ankhthon gear. Nice. Nice. Okay, that's pretty fucking good. That's pretty fucking good. And materia. Okay. Perfect, if we ever get a magician class. Magician class could happen with Evercolds. We do have a ranged DPS. We do have a ranged DPS coming. It could easily be a magician. Why it would be that and not a caster, I don't know, but you could work out something to make it not a caster. If it's a magician in terms of like illusionist, then it wouldn't actually be casting magic. There's another TT card here. Is it from the Sax again? Because there's a Eureka Orthos TT card in Sax. Which isn't like you can't. The Sax? Yeah. 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 So, something that I have learned about Deep Dungeons. We haven't finished the story for Pilgrim's Traverse. In fact, we never finished the story for Eureka Orthos either. So, as it was revealed to me when we were discussing this type of stuff and like what we're doing once we're caught up, it turns out that the actual story finishes for both Eureka Orthos and Pilgrim's Traverse when you get to floor 100. They both have an epilogue that you only get when you finish it. And it's not like, oh, you finish it and like you beat it, there you go. It's like when you beat it, new blue quests appear. It's not just like, oh, there's some new dialogue. It's straight up new quests appear for both specifically Eureka Orthos and Pilgrim's Traverse when you clear floor 100. You get a new blue quest. So at some point, the goal is, what I would like the goal to be is, at some point between catching up now, like once we're caught up and we've done all the stuff for all the patches of Dawntrail, some point between that and Evercold's release, I would like to see if we can do that. But that does also sound like a nightmare. But we will see if we can do that at some point. It's not going to be now. And hopefully it'll be before Evercold's release, but given that it requires a group of people, it depends on other people's schedules as well. And also, if we want to grind Aether Pool before it. Because I thought that was going to be part of the issue, is that we'd all have to grind Aether Pool, so we have the Aether Pool requirements for the higher levels. But if we don't need to do that, then we can just try. The issue is the party KO stuff. It doesn't seem to be as much of an issue for this. It seems to be like every 20 floors or so. As long as you make it those 20 floors, if you die, you can restart from there. Eureka Orthos, we don't have that luxury. I don't know if there's a single start point past floor 31 for Eureka Orthos. So if we get to like 492 and have a party wipe, we would need to restart from floor 30. Which sucks massive dicks. And will be a massive waste of time. So maybe we'd want to grind Aether Pool so we're less likely to die as well. I don't know. It's not something we have to worry about for a while, so we're not planning it just yet. We don't have to, like, this doesn't happen for a while, so we don't need to make a plan for it now. It's going to be a lot simpler for Pilgrim's Traverse, because we can just do 20 floors, and then we know that we've got a checkpoint. So at least there's that. Orthos is going to be a nightmare. Orthos is going to be a nightmare. Orthos is the one that I'm scared of. No, not that one. No. Request this one. There we go. Sword of the First Light. That's a nice looking sword. Again, I'm a big fan of like a sword that's like a one-sided sword and has something cool like on the back side of that. And that's like having all the stained glass is nice. I wish it was more stained glass, but that's just me. God damn! Now that's a fucking shield. Now that's a fucking shield. Let's go. That's awesome. I love that. I quite like this. I quite like this. I kind of wish the metal was more silvery rather than like the really dark raw iron look that it has right now, but oh, that's gorgeous. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Again, Gunbreaker is just really lackluster. It's the tiniest little bit, and again, this leather stuff here makes it look like it's just still in its holster. You were so ready for battle, you just tore off the gunblade off your back, holster included, to get ready to fight. Not jumping now at me, the spear. Scythe. One of those, it looks nice, but it's just, I don't know how this would, like, how do you aesthetically make a Reaper set that works with this? That still looks like Reaper. Oh, they're like nice little crescent moons on there. They're cute. Oh, it's the entire, it's just the scabbard. See, the shape of this sword feels pretty unique. Well, I quite like the look of this sword. for a samurai sword. Doesn't look like other samurai swords. Very nice, very sharp, like Buster sword curve at the end. I like the sword for what it is, but for being part of this set, the fact that none of the glass is on there except for that, the little hidden Mickey symbol there, is really lackluster. Normally blades for samurai, yeah. Yeah, for a samurai weapon, I really like this. For a Pilgrim's Traverse weapon, I think the fact that the only stained glass is on the actual sheath itself is a little bit lame. Daggers, they work, they're good. Blades. Again, it's not enough of the stained glass to look for it. And they and these, unlike the samurai one, kind of look like what most already look like for Viper swords. Yeah, it's immediately an awesome one. Oh, it is 2 wings! It's even better. It is actually 2 wings at the top. That's really good. Dagger's pretty much tiny version of Darkblade. That's probably why I was liking it so much. That would be it. Yeah, no, this is really good. This is really good. This is also something that just really aesthetically suits, like, a Bard user. You could put this into so many Bard claims and it would fuck so hard. I kind of wish there was more color down the bottom, but I kind of like the asymmetry look as well of, like, aggressive color, aggressive metal look to it. This is, again, one of those... I wish I had the shape of this gun on something that wasn't Pilgrim's Traverse. I wish I could get this gun shape on something that wasn't Pilgrim's Traverse, because this is just like a nice flintlock rifle look that looks cool. The stained glass kind of takes away from how clean of a gun-ass gun this looks. Like, I'd want it to look a little more silly. To be already over-the-top machinist combined with, like, stained glass look, rather than this looks like Musketeer, because it's just a nice gun. Need more regular rifles, yeah. Again, I wish I had this shape, just not Pilgrim's Traverse. Kind of in the same spot as, like, Samurai for that, where it's just, like... I don't think this does Pilgrim's Traverse that well, and I kind of wish that it was, like... There's not a Traverse thing at all, so it would fit that there. I like the stained glass on the gun. It is cool that it's on the stock. But it's like, how fancy this stock is with all of that, combined with this, is a bit not as interesting. The pants in the tail chat, do you mean the Fwath pants? Yeah, of course they're good. Yeah, of course they're good. Dancer is one of the ones where I would expect it to be like, you can put stained glass. Not a fan of the yellow on them. Looks too much like how people type in Limsa. This is obviously a fucking go-to. The lantern style on top, obviously amazing. It's not much stained glass, but like it's used in a very smart way. Not ever enough in 2 piss. The lamppost is great. The book, I love the book. I love the book. The pages in there are really tiny. I don't know how you turn the pages in this quote-unquote book. But I do like it. The rapier, absolutely. Oh! Oh, it has an animation for it. Yeah, okay, the rapier absolutely fucks. Yeah, this is another one of the best ones. Another one of the best ones for this. Paintbrush, this should be gorgeous. Oh! I was not expecting a calligraphy brush. Ooh! Oh, a calligraphy pen is really nice. Like going all in on the fanciness of the picto weapon. Oh, that's really good. I first saw it from here and I'm just like, what's it? Why is it shaped like that? Look at it. Oh, it's calligraphy. Oh, that's really good. That's really nice. I can't see the palette from here enough. So does the palette imply that the stained glass is the palette you're drawing from? Tried running with a fountain pen once and it ruined my shirt. Is this implying that you draw the color from the stained glass itself? Bit interesting. Oh, it's like a little feather. Feather flower. It's a little flower bloom. The lamppost idea, I think, works better. Oh, it's a sconce. Sconce. Oh, there's the feather. There's the feather. Book, again, great. Don't know how the fuck you read that, but... Again, just like, how do you turn the page? I'm usually not a massive fan of astro weapons, but that does work pretty well for an astro weapon. Just looking like a giant circular window. That does work pretty well for astro. Can I zoom in? It's some form of gyroscope. I think it's going to be a gyroscope in the middle. I think it's just meant to be a gyroscope. Stained glass hole. And final one. Oh, they look so good. Oh, best one so far. Best one so far. Are these pens? Are these pens? They look like really big pens. They mainly look like big pens. I definitely think these are like the best deep dungeon weapons. I mean, earlier ones are literally just like glowing weapon shape and that's it. Or Eureka Orthos is just Alagon monstrosities. Can we see the top of it? Can we? It's a little button. I think it's a button. The headphones died. Like 3 hours in and they're already dead? Come on. Butthole. It's the pen's butt, you know, that butthole that every pen has. You know, the buttholes of pens? It's those. But yeah, definitely good deep dungeon weapons. I don't know if I would use any of them just because they're very much not manifest aesthetic. There's a number of them that I wish they were better, but the good ones are really fucking good. The good ones are really good. And again, the samurai and machinist ones are ones where it's just like, I wish I could have this shape in not a stained glass weapon. Sacramental battle axe. Oh! Do these all upgrade? Right. They do that, don't they? There's usually upgrade versions of Deep Dungeon weapons, isn't there? Because I feel like some of them unsheaths it as a glow. Didn't seem to. Some of them I think would look better. The one you can get after 100 with the silver and gold instead of black. I think some of them would work better with the black. But the axe was a specific one where I was just like, I wish it was more silver. And it does look better with the silver. Some of them I think look better with the raw iron look. Like I think the Astro one would look better with that because it makes it look more like a window. Like the black raw iron look is just like something that is common for like certain stained glass architecture. But this one I feel like the black kind of overtook like the cool colorness of it, where they complement each other a lot better, I think. Okay, so they do have upgrade versions. And after you get to floor 100. Oh, hey, everyone. What's up? I thought you said we were going monster hunting. We'll do that soon. We're going monster hunting soon. Just not yet. You look like you're dressed for Halloween. This looks like a pumpkin top, and this looks like orange and black midnight Halloween colors. Apparently we're just doing Halloween and everyone's just going in some flavor of goth. I know these pants. 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 Alagon. Casting pants. Of some kind. Hi, Alagon. Oh, scouting. Oh, the Prestige. These are, yeah, Prestige. I should have recognized it by the way it looked. Prestige. These are the ones you get from Crofy Tittles. There we go. My stream, I said trophy Tittles. I said Crofy Tittles. I said Crofy Tittles. I said Alagon something. I couldn't remember which Alagon ones it was. I knew it was Alagon something. Hi, Alagon. PvP, hi, Alagon. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what that does what it do. That does do be what it do be. Hi, Alagon. There's actually still a number of people who are popping up here to actually show up for this. Is this something that... No, I was about to say, is there anyone here for this? Yaktel, suffer with me. No, no one's putting anything in there right now. Are we not going to hunt for a monster boyfriend? Oh, this is a different type of dungeon. This is not a date everything dungeon. Yeah, you got a toucan. Everyone's probably hard queuing, yeah. Varsity flat cap. Oh, it comes with the glasses. It comes with the glasses. Yo, you got a rainbow leaf man. You got the gay leaves. You got gay leaves. Anyways, we will hunt a monster. We will hunt a monster. I'm gonna go to the bathroom first. I'm assuming Tulia lol. I'm gonna have a wild guess and say Tulia lol. Just because I've seen a blue quest there where the NPC is named Hunt something. So I'm going to assume Tulia lol. People would do PS to go 1 to 100 for the challenge log back in the day. Oh, so okay, it adds more. Okay. Clear area marks. Oh, marked by 50, you get some more there. Clear 70 and you get this. Clear 100 and you get that. Okay. What's the luminous oil? I didn't see anything to trade in the luminous oil for. Or is that something that doesn't unlock until you do 100 as well? Because luminous oil was like the first reward I got for like unlocking the damn thing at all. It's a trade currency. It was also for detangling and conditioning. 99 for hair, 25 for Sin Beaver. Oh, I was thinking they were the pink things that I got. No, the pink things were for the mountains. I'm an idiot. I did see it there. I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't mind me. Anyways, we are going to do this. I'm going to go to the bathroom first. I'm not like desperate, but like, say this takes an hour or two, I will need to in the middle of that at some point. So I should do that. 25 a week if you get a full 100 clear. That feels like a really long time though. That feels like so long to do as a like a full clear of a deep dungeon. Feels like a really like big time investment for a weekly task. That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. Anyways, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and we'll be back to Hunter Moonstar. Yeah. And we are back. Energy drinks in hands. Yay! This time it's sugar free. Muscles. Gimme that caffeine. Yay! Boom, on to there's one more very important thing you can get from PT. What can we get from PT? Do I have to travel back there? How much on the market board? How much on the market board? How much on the market board? Millions. Yeah. Yeah, that checks out. 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 How do you get that one? Is that a random drop from a sack? Is that a random sack drop? Because it wasn't in the shop. Wasn't in the shop for any of my many currencies that I have here. Random sacks for the higher tier ones? Fair. My best claims didn't materialize. I'm under time crunch, so I'm quite literally just threw some bullshit on. It's cheaper seems to be around 6.5 mil. I would consider that worth it. It's just I want a certain amount of money for Evercold's release. So I'm trying to save money. I want to make sure I have a lot of money when Evercold releases, for reasons. I'm in the wrong instance. No! I think I'm gonna go Viper for this. Out of all, like, I mean, I think last time I went Paladin because Sword and Shield, because I'm a Sword and Shield main in Monster Hunter. But Viper is literally the, like, Monster Hunter job. Because, like, you literally go fight Tyrell with this. Now really give me the Sacred Man. I saw this thing is sentient. The White Wanderer. The Dawn Hunt Tracker has need of an intrepid adventurer. Long sword with insect glaive. Yeah, I'm always Sword and Shield, but I don't want to play level 100 Paladin. Yo! Well, if it isn't Minor first, tell me, do you have a moment? Animal Carcass has been turning up one after the other over in Shalani. We had to figure out why. We're burning a lot of investigation, but then we received this. Hunt tracker to the unrelated to the rest of the hunt people. Oh my god. It's a white wraith. A distinctive style to be sure, but it's undoubtedly a mark build. No less peculiar than the client who delivered either. Too small for Het Sorrow and yet too furry to be a Lalafell. But I'm just letting they are from. I doubt I've ever heard of it. Feel like I've seen a bill like this before. So you've had a request like this previously? I'll be damned. There have been sightings of large beasts roaming the plains, which we believe is responsible for the rash of carcasses. From what I've heard, it bears striking resemblance to the creature depicted on this bill. What? I think we killed her in coils. To be frank, would almost easier if the one who helped fell Valiamanda would the one take this on. Would you lend us your strength? I was yearning for a good hunt. Oh, I'm feeling I'll be one to remember. Now, the client should have all the details you need to get started. No doubt they've been eagerly awaiting a skilled hunter to take on this task. They should be hanging about a tavern in Hasatawi. I expect you'll have no trouble finding them. Quest accepted! Once again, I feel like the Monster Hunter version is better, because, like, I mean, to be, it's hard to beat the Monster Hunter. Like, it's... I don't know if this, in any world, no matter how good it is, could beat what Monster Hunter got. If you are unaware, because you didn't see my or anyone else's video on it, you fight Omega in Monster Hunter, and it's fucking awesome as hell. And Alpha and Omega actually show up. Alpha and Omega show up, and you have to rescue Alpha and Omega from a spider the same way that you rescue Ro from a spider. But also, the spider is a clone spider that straight up shoots lasers. And also, when you get to the halfway point of fighting Omega, it starts charging Delta attack, and you have to DPS race to kill the spider to get a shield, and then after it fires its weapon, Escape starts playing. I don't know if this could beat that in any world. Monster Hunter got Alpha 14, didn't get a second Alpha, as such 14 lost. Choker Bow? An unfamiliar bird-like creature stands before you, vaguely reminiscent of a chocobo. Not unfamiliar. This isn't unfamiliar. This is what Syriac had. Syriac is unfortunately not here today, and Syriac would have had storylines to do with this. But unfortunately, Syriac is not here. I do love the Sacreds. I do love the Sacreds a lot. I don't love what the Sacreds did for the world design of Wilds. But as like an animal, as a monster creature that you have alongside you, I absolutely love the Sacreds. Oh, hey Rathalos, how you going? I don't love that all of the maps in Wilds are designed around auto-running Sacreds that go along pathways that only they can go along, so you don't learn any of the maps because they aren't designed to be learned, they're designed to be skipped. I don't love that aspect of it, but you know. Hello there! Did the happy hunting pose. He is apparently baby. Hello there. Yes, I'm the feeling to put out the bounty on the monster. Are you a hunter? Don't you mean Meowster? Don't you mean Meowster? Meowster? What in the... Oh, I see. You've met one of my kin before, haven't you? I didn't realize other felines had ventured into these parts. Unique dialogue because you did the other crossover. But putting that aside, I'm searching for a hunter to aid me in my quest. Can I count on your help? Wonderful. You don't seem to have a grand hub for hunters in this land, so I was beginning to see if I'd find anyone. I begin by telling you how I arrived here. It relates to how Mark understands. God, Wild's music is so good. Wild's music is really good. Wild's music just feels really alive. Like, there's just so much going on, and it's such distinctive instruments that they use for it. I mean, to be fair, it's Monster Hunter in general that has, like, music like this for its, like, town and things and stuff like that, but I really like the Wild's renditions. I'm gonna begin by telling you how I arrived here. It relates to how Mark you understand. The White Wraith. Mark in question, none other than Guardian Arc. How's it Guardian Arkveld? Wait, what? How is it Guardian Arkveld? How is it not just a normal Arkveld? How is it specifically Guardian Arkveld? What? Creature normally resides in the Forbidden Lands. My comrades and I are in the midst of investigating its territory when... A spider-like thing appeared as if out of nowhere. Before we can make heads or tails of what it was, a cocoon nearby burst open. Oh, okay, this is... Okay. I was about to say, how is it Guardian Arkveld? There's only one of those. Oh, Omega's presence caused a new one to be born. Oh, okay. I wonder if there's like people who did this, who like never did Omega saying this. But like, what the fuck is going on? I also love how these are straight up screenshots from Wilds. I like how they're using straight up Wild screenshots for this, and it's just like, why does Omega look? Why does it look like Omega has more detail here? The two then began to clash in a fierce battle for supremacy. As the battle came to a head, a mysterious invader created a ring glowing with light. Before we knew it, the Guardian had disappeared without a trace. And then, all before me turned white. When I came to, I found myself in this land of Taral. Also means that unlike the Stormblood one, these are straight up from another world. Well, Rathalos is like a dragon, right? Rathalos is a dragon. So I can understand just being like, yeah, something in the 14 world just exists like a Rathalos. Arkveld is a very specific creature. And also, because Omega also goes there at the same time, Omega's thing is traversing the rift. So fuck it, it traversed the rift and sent it back here at the same time. Now, you might be saying, Fire, weren't you literally complaining about Vana'diel not existing in the world of 14? And it making a much less interesting crossover? Because instead of saying it actually exists in the world of 14, it was just, oh, someone created it and now it's here. Yes. The difference is that this is a single trial that's an extra bonus addition for the expansion. This is just straight up a trial that we normally wouldn't have otherwise, because the standard 7 for Dawntrail do still exist. So this is straight up an extra bonus, like a seasonal event, except more expanded. Whereas Vana'diel is an alliance raid, which is the primary point of a patch for 3 out of the 5 patches. And also one of the storylines in a patch that gets to have multiple patches worth of story explanation for it. So it's a little different. I still just find the idea that there's a Rathalos and Phalanx somewhere on Ethereum very funny. It's the next Yokai Watch Island. It's next to the Yokai Watch Islands. Oh yeah, because Yokai Watch is also meant to just be, yeah, that also just exists here. When I came to, I found myself in this land of Taral. Oddly enough, the invader spoke this moment for the Flash. I think it said program loop upgrade. I have no idea what that means, but I'm guessing it had to do with why I'm here. I was searching for way home with my companion when I learned that a Guardian Arkveld was wreaking havoc nearby. Other best that I recruit a hunter to take it down before I could bring the ruin to the wilds. Now that you're up to speed, I say we get started. Now, unfortunately, when it came to Rathalos, I was quite familiar with how to fight a Rathalos. I was pretty good at fighting Rathalos. I understood its moveset. I was pretty good at it. Here's the issue. Arkveld is one of the monsters I'm worst at in Wilds. Every time I fight one, it goes poorly, and I get hit by a lot of attacks that I shouldn't. It's basically only Gormagala that I'm worse at than Arkveld. So that doesn't bode well for this. I just goes without saying, but when tracking prey, it's important to know what signs to look for. Every creature leaves its own unique trail. Guardian Arkveld's most distinct traits are its white coat and scales, as well as the chain-like tendrils on its forelimbs, which can extend and retract at will to bind its prey. Well, I guess Skunk Miles, yes, but I haven't gone back to actually try that yet. If it doesn't slice it to pieces first. Whatever ground the beast treads is certainly behind marks from dragging its tendrils. From what I heard, it'll site in an area here called Yotane. Let's see if we can find signs of its passage. I'm regretfully unfamiliar with the monsters in these parts, so hope you don't mind taking the lead in our search. Well, this is funny. They're making us be like, go follow tracks to find the monster. A mechanic that doesn't exist in Wilds. That mechanic doesn't exist in Wilds. But okay, sure. I saw quite a few people in the town carrying curious weapons. I took such for granted as the first person. They're the members of a group that catches folks up to no good. The Dustwatch, I think they're called. And also, finally, no strangers capturing their quarry either, you know. We use shock or pitfall traps to immobilize the beast, but only barrage and trank bombs to put them to sleep. I haven't been an expert at laying traps, so I should put my talents to use to shooting fugitives across our path. The fact that the left headphone is already dead in this pair of headphones. They are such garbage. Use a trap! Quick, straight freeline, use a trap! So in the second pair of headphones, the right side lasts for still not as long as the other pair. It hasn't even been like 10 minutes. It's the left one specifically. I can hear, but I can only hear in the right ear. But the left side is dead. The left side's already run out of battery. Again, the second pair of headphones is, at this point, borderline fucking useless. If I had two pairs that lasted as long as the other pair, like if I had two pairs that were like just under 3 hours each, that would be fine. Because then at least switching to the other one, I know I won't have to switch for a while. But when I switch to this one, I know I'm gonna have to switch back to the other one after not fucking long passes. Like, I'll switch back to the other pair before we do the trial so I can hear the trial music. Because I can only hear in one fucking ear right now. I'm so bad. Gotta buy the bullet and just fucking buy them. It's just, you know, I've had so much time off work lately that I don't have a heap of withered wheat. There's an unmistakable resemblance to the paint matter found on tumbleweed stands of the region. Yeah, these dry weeds will have behind by a monster that used them to camouflage itself. There's only been no connection to Arkveld. In the Midlands, there are creatures called Mimifighter that also mimic flowers aside from predators. And there's one time Sanders Sky themselves with the head wearing the spitting image of Mimifighter. They're referencing fucking gear now that you get from like from the festivals. I'm not being tell when I tell you it's impossible to distinguish them from the real thing. Okay, so I don't see any signs of Arkveld here. Let's keep looking. Who's over here? Popcorn. Kieran Salter. Shout out to having a thing called popcorn. Amazing. Don't activate the sunbeard. Yay, no sunbeard. As I understand it, the sandstorms sometimes slip across these plains. Is that right? The Forbidden Lands simply have a tumultuous climate, the environment shifting greatly with the change of seasons. In the fallow period, the land grains like barren, so monsters fight over what limited food they can. And come to intense weather of inclemency period, apex predators begin to emerge, making it a very precarious time. But up there comes the plenty, when flora and flora flourish in abundance. No matter the season, there's always something new to discover, bringing fresh excitement to this expedition. So you didn't mention that the seasons change within the course of less than a minute. Thank you, Wormways. Abundant sticky substance, here comes the yellow hair, judging by the local fauna. These likely remains of a sunbeard, gorged upon by the grassland's worm. I'm not sure what was up behind this, but I thought it was white fur, not yellow. Come to think of it, all guardians have a white coat. Even the guardian variant of Rathalos, Crimson King of the Skies, is clad in white. At least that's what I've heard. But it's neither here nor there. We should get back to our survey. It's just funny that it's funny that it's Guardian Arkveld specifically. Flying Pagoda. Like, they could have just gone for normal Arkveld, but they chose Guardian Arkveld specifically. Monster tracks. The markings on the ground suggest something massive was dragged across it, with armor-like scales strewn about the area. These scales, I'm certain they came from Guardian Arkveld. I think it came so close to a settlement. Thankfully it turned away, but there's something stopping it from coming back. We need to find its lair before anyone gets hurt. With everything we found, I believe we have what we need to locate our prey. If we're to give proper chase, we should call on my comrade resting back in town. Can I attribute to gather a few samples before we go? See, a piece of gear that should be available from this quest is Gemma's jacket. There's one thing I know that the 14 community would love to put their characters in. It's a jacket that looks like Gemma's. My favorite friend here has got a secret. Not only does it make for a reliable mount, but it can also carry all the essentials for a hunt thanks to its sturdy build. And that's not all. You can even memorize a monster's scent and track it down. Try letting it smell what you gathered. And then let it auto-run you to the destination so you don't learn the map of Shaloni. Look, let's pick up the scent. Now we can guide us to Arkveld. There's no time to waste. If you would mount the sacred and scout the location of our mark, I'll see the preparations for the hunt. Here, take this link pole contraption. Manage to barter after exchanging a few things with a traveling merchant. But they should be able to stay in contact even when we're apart. I do really like how Monster Hunter Final Fantasy XIV had a crossover and they traded mounts. You get a Chocobo in Monster Hunter and then you get a Sacred in this game. Because they're very similar in build, where they're like big ass bird dinosaurs on two legs that are like essentially pack horses. So I love that they just traded mounts. It's really cute and adorable. No, you only trust in the Sacred to guide you. I'm sure you'll find Arkveld in no time. Go, Sacred, go. Oh, Sacred! The Sacred goes cheerfully. Seems eager for you to climb on its back. Let's go! Sacred! Yeah! Hell yeah, Sacred. Hello, are you there? Oh good, I can hear you. This link pole's a true gem. Look at Sacred go. The Arkveld lay dormant within its cocoon for a long time. Guardians said to awaken when they sense a powerful presence nearby. Yeah, Omega would qualify as that. We have turned back to approach the settlement because something even stronger drew its attention. See, the thing that Guardian Arkveld specifically did. Saw me down in the distance, mostly dominated by fire, fierce lightning storms, right? Sure, I sure hope that's not where Arkveld was headed. Maybe I thought Ray Dow was over there. Guardian Arkveld specifically went around the story absorbing the elemental power of other defeated Apex monsters. Oh, hey! I believe literally the top of this rock is where I noticed, like when we were first going through Shaloni. I'm pretty sure it was the top of this very rock that I noticed that Syriac was here on the Sacred. Yeah, Zia. The beast's breath has lost. You see no bite marks on its body, suggesting the creature may not have been attacked as an act of predation. Ah, but see, Arkveld can wrap its chains around something and drain it. I suppose as much from a guardian. You see, unlike your average monster, they have no need to eat their prey. I think Arkveld may be fixated on the energies in this place, and felling any other monsters that get in its way. Sounds like a Taral Vishral. Yeah, Toei Puyo is the A rank. Ah, is that specifically what this one is? It killed an A rank. Nice. Interesting. Never know such creatures exist in this land. World truly is full of limitless wonders. Guardians are a little different, but a creature gaining immense strength from an extraordinarily long life puts into mind of tempered monsters. Very powerful creatures where I'm from. Not the Ronix, no! Oh my god, it's the Fate boss! It's the Fate boss, yo! What? That's like a turf war! Clearly Arkvald's been on the edge since it arrived here. I bet it's lashing out anything it deems a threat. Oh, that's right, it's gonna throw the whole ecosystem out of balance. We have to stop it, but how? Oh, I've got it. Try taking out a pot on, from the pouch on the sacred. You'll find you found the right one when it makes your nose wrinkle. It's taking on to Krone! It's got a dung pod, as you've undoubtedly noticed, possesses a frightfully fetid smell. Whether it's a single monster or even a horde, a well-positioned thrower would send even the most rapid beast packing. Yo, we brought over the best mechanic from Monster Hunter. The ability to throw shit at people. Has not effect on Guardians, but essentially be unbearable for what Arkveld's fighting. Throw it with everything you've got! Yo, we fly in on the sacred, let's go. Yo! Turn 4 cutscene, let's go! Go Arkveld! Holy shit! Holy shit! They put money into this cutscene! Oh, there it is! Oh, that smell? That's worse than the beast I was fighting. I gotta get out of here. What the fuck was that, bro? Is Arkveld gonna get to ride on the capybara? Bye, Arkveld. Arkveld fled as well. Perhaps it saves you too as the threat, and return to its den to recover its strength. I'm sure you'd love to give chase. I'd like to regroup first. Stay put for just a moment. I'll be there in 2 shakes of Rathalos' tail. Yo, we got a fucking Fate boss. We got a cutscene of it fighting a Fate boss. That's so cool. Show my second's gallant posturing. It's eager to resume the hunt. Had the turf war continued, may have reached nearby settlements. Thank goodness the dung pond worked as well as it did. Arkveld's lair appears to be further ahead. I thought it's recuperating from its battle and won't be emerging anytime soon. While you're searching for the Guardian, I took upon myself to put together a camping kit. Let's start off showing me Arkveld's lair and prepare for the grueling hunt before us. Yo, we got pop-up tents, let's go! Found a person who I think has seen the Alexandria attack on Feo Ul. Oh no. Yo! Oh, yo! Oh, hey! It's... We've discovered Colorado. We're further down the river, for Tender Valley. The big canyon that Tender Valley is like next to? I assume this is further down from that. Yo. Does look pretty. Look cool. I like it. We come back here and want to take pics. It's awesome. Oh, hey! It's not instanced. Yo, pop-up tent. Let's go. Yo, there's the bed that you can play with the palico on. Yo, the Downy Crate clock! It has the Downy Crate clock. Let's go! Yo! Cage for the, I think the scout flies in there. That's where you'd hoist up the weapon. There's the seat that Alma sits on. Yo. Second's on alert, ready to act at a moment's notice. Come make yourself at home. No need to worry about any pesky monsters. We've already checked the area and we're perfectly safe. First things first, we feast! One should never hunt on an empty stomach, as we hunters say. I managed to gather everything we need to have ourselves a barbecue, so let's get to grilling! Yo, we got a free meal as well. Oh, hell yeah! Hell yeah, here's an animation you can get from this. Do I have to press the button? You gotta press the, in actual wilds, when that cut happens, you gotta press the button in time to get the well done steaks. The dun 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 dun. You gotta press triangle to cut it there. Level 100 culinarian. Gotta go make my one daily coffee. At least you're back up to 1. Delicious. Now the appetite staying and spirit soaring. And we can take on even the mightiest of monsters. See, what about the actual best meal that you make in Monster Hunter, which is lettuce with honey and egg? Where's my lettuce with honey? With the appetite staying and spirit soaring, I bet you can take on even the mightiest of monsters. You can take these mega potions as well. They come in handy during the hunt. There are special blend of the potions distributed by the Hunters Guild, mixed with fresh honey harvested by yours truly. Thankfully, we're in a period of plenty just before I was transported here. With that, I think you're all set. Allow me to formulate my requests. Please hunt Guardian Arkveld and protect the life on these plains. The guild requests it. The Windwood Wilds. During the battle with Windwood Wilds, you gain access to the duty action. Mega Potion. Yo. Arkveld's a formidable monster. As long as you keep hard, I know you'll prevail. Yo. Portable barbecue grill. Grill more meat. Healing is allowed this time. Ah. Yeah! Yum 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 yum. Very in-character Minifest cutscene. Very in-character Minifest cutscene of just getting a big ass hunk of fucking meat and eating that. Hell yeah. So who is here who wants to Hunter Münster? Does an Avarill want to Hunter Münster? Very hard a character Avarill cutscene. Horatio, do you want to Hunter Münster? No, not Sim. Oh, Averill's away from keyboard. Billion people just appear online. Bye, God, Joe, I want to get back to my desk. You've got 300 seconds. You got 300 seconds. So okay, so we'll go the 5, Averill will be 6. I was about to say, will it pop if we don't put it on the party finder, but that's the hard version. The hard version would probably want to put it on party finder. The hard version's probably more of a party finder thing. I mean, like, it's a trial. I would normally say, oh, trial, let's min-eye level it. But there's a harder version of this, so Do people here want to do the hard version today? That's the other question. I mean, if it's anything like the Rathalos EX, it's not the most impossible thing in the world. Because, like, Rathalos EX is very much not on the level of other extremes. Oh, the EX. The EX is only 4 people. Because it's got to be a proper Monster Hunter party. So you only get the 4. Stretch! Ow, 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 ow. Oh. One Arkbird make the Buxy Milk consistently. Sorry about what you're about to see. Don't worry, again. I'm good at Rathalos because I've fought so many Rathalos, so when it came to fighting Rathalos in this, I was fine. I'm fucking terrible at fighting... Arkbird. I level 740, same as Necron EX. We'll see. They changed that for reasons. Oh, is the extreme still 8 people? So the extreme still 8 people? You don't have to worry. Okay. Okay. Shit, that means we will have to actually wait for people in party finding to join. Shit. Shit, that means we will have to actually wait for people to join. That might be an issue. I mean, if everyone's here willing to join in, we wait for 2. But also at this late, it's gonna be like, it's not a farm party, it's a first clear party. Oh no, please don't tell me the other headphones weren't fucking charging. Pair stacks, maybe some other 8 people bullshit. The other headphones didn't charge. Yeah, Wrath EX is a 4-party extreme. A 4-person extreme. The other headphones didn't charge. At all. So, I fucking hate wireless headphones so much. I hate how they are universally just useless garbage. No, they've got nothing. I just want a way to confirm whether it's charging or not. So I don't have to just, like, guess and just hope for the best that it is actually charging. I don't know why that is such an impossible ask. Well, I guess I'll listen to it with the one headphone. I guess I'd listen to it with the one headphone and just turn it up as much as I possibly can. That's annoying. That's annoying. I hate headphones. I hate headphones. How much of Wrath EX can you skip on syncing? We're still in Dawntrail, so I imagine not much. The Windward Wilds. Hey, that's what the world's like out there. Animal carcasses have been turning up left and right in Shalani, with a mysterious Mark Bill suggesting that a new monster prowls the plains. Tails with hunting the beast you set off to meet your kind, a stray feline, and together with the Star Wars sacred companion, scour the wilds and identify your mark. Guardian, Arkveld. Now invigorated by a repast of grilled meats and equipped with potent mega potions, the time has come to end the Guardian's rampage and return peace to the wilds. You can solo Shadowbringers Section with any DPS by now. Yeah, but we're still in Dawntrail. Oh, you mean Wrath EX? Sorry, I thought you meant this EX. I thought you meant this EX. Wrath EX. Oh, you can probably solo Wrath EX. I remember I did a bunch of unsyncing as a 4-person party for Rathalos EX, and it was dying incredibly fucking quickly. It's one of those things where it has a phase transition though, so you kind of have to do the phase transition. You kind of have to hit the tail, like dismount it from the air before you can actually do real damage to it in the second phase. So you still very much have to do those things. This is too tight on you. Funnily enough, FFXIV dies so fast. You have to slow down if you want to cut off the tail and get the plus scale. Oh, so okay, so yeah. Because I mean, I did that during Endwalker. I'm pretty sure, so it was still in like level 90 gear. Yeah, that was in Endwalker with level 90 gear. So I guess yeah, with Dawntrail gear, it's way faster. Please stay in my ear in a comfortable way, or just don't be an asshole. GCD actions build the down bar. Yeah, specifically only GCDs. Like however many GCDs you do is what builds the down bar. Why isn't there metallic brown? There should be metallic brown though. We're looking for one tank. Wait time 8 minutes. God cross DC party finder. Oh, GD finder. Can't happen soon enough. You can go tank instead. I want to try and see how quick that pops it. Why trials for this trial are weirdly specifically long? Probably because there's a bunch of people who don't bother doing it. There we go. There we go. There we are. Yo, we ride the Sacred over the cave. Shaktaral, the Windward Wilds. Okay, because the first area is Windward Plains in Wilds. We actually get a unique arena for this one. It's not just somewhere in Bardom's Metal. Optional level 100, people getting their rewards and fucking off, yeah. Here we go! Guardian Arkveld! Hell yeah! So badass! So badass! I love it! Guardian Arkveld! Ah, battle pose. Yeah! The unique arena helps a lot. Having a unique arena helps a lot rather than just being like, oh, it's somewhere in Bottom's Metal, I guess. I mean, I'm not a tank, so if that's tank's the full. I can't even tell what that is. It did big roar! No positional content. Okay. It's Monster Hunter. We're not gonna have many AoE markers. We have to get used to this. Also, how much will it focus on actual tank focusing? Jesus. Also, depending on the colors, depending depending on the colors, depending on whether it explodes that or not. Okay, I getcha. I getcha. Oh, Jesus. This definitely already, at this stage at least, this feels more like they turned Arkveld into a 14 fight. Rather than it's Rathalos in 14, if that makes any sense. Oh, oh, Jesus, okay. Oh, they go from both sides. I got 4 Volns, I'm not taking the stack. I'm not taking the stack. I got 4 Volns, that shit will kill me. Oh god. Yeah, like they've turned Arkveld's moveset into more typical 14 mechanics. Oh wow, okay. Well, we got a bone from that. Oh, it spread look around. And when it hits the Wilk, it's gonna explode way bigger. Nice! You gotta know, that's straight up just like Monster Hunter knowledge actually to find, like, helps you resolve that mechanic. Why am I still insisting on turn off? It literally doesn't exist. Ava brings its might to bear. I don't know if that was dodgeable or not. Or if that was just a big damage attack. What's the... We have a Guardian up with me. Oh, max HP is increased. Oh god, get behind it. Overpowering, causing damage in time. Damage over time and increased damage taken. Oh! Straight up, you take more damage in this fight than what you're meant to. But also, you have more health. I guess the idea is that potions, like, you can use normal healing, but potions are scaled how much extra health and damage it'll take compared to normal healing. So does it still damage the middle, like, as it comes out? Yeah, there's still a damaging AoE in the middle. It throws me off mentally every time I can't hear it. Very much loves these cascading explosion effects, which, to be fair, is like, that is Arkveld. Arkveld has a number of things where it'll do an attack and then explosions will follow through the chains. Oh god, they're going in now. Oh, are they just going in and out, in and out, in and out constantly now? Oh, Jesus. That's quite the brutal mechanic for a fight like this. That's freaking, like, lion duel heart of nature shit. Oh, you actually have a back attack. We hadn't seen one yet. I wasn't sure if you were gonna have one. Double awaken. Possibly drop a debuff. Let's go. Jesus. I love the Wilk effects of just the knowledge that's like you gotta be careful of Wilk because Wilk explodes. I dived into a Wilk explosion. I didn't get him. Yeah, very much. This feels way more like a 14 fight than the Rathalos one did. Like, it feels like from the Rathalos when they realized they can't make it feel super Monster Hunter without it feeling gimmicky at the same time. So for this one, they just like, fuck it, lean into making it feel like a 14 fight and just like making the 14 fight inspired by what Arkveld does. It's way more what it feels like. Which again, I ain't against the concept, because this feels like this feels like just a cool fucking 14 fight. And like, it was cool that the Rathalos fight felt like, you know, normal Rathalos, but it felt gimp, but it did feel a bit like, you know, upon repeat, it's like, it's a bit of a gimp. It's one of those things where it's just like, you know, 14's like combat the way that it is. It's very, you know, trying to put other things into that is a lot more difficult than, you know, putting other mechanics into Monster Hunter combat, because Monster Hunter combat, you know, free-fall movement, dodges, blocks, and all things like that. Whereas 14 is, you know, MMO tab targeting. It's a bit different in terms of like how easy it is to adjust things from one to the other. Okay, so wake here. I know in theory how to dodge that, but it's gonna. But down it goes eventually. There we go. Fun trial, fun trial. Again, feels way more like a 14 fight than anything else, but fun trial. The heavy focus of cascading AoEs really does help it feel like an Arkveld fight. And it does some cascading AoEs in ways that are fucking harder than other content that we get in the game. That's like on normal level. The ring shit kind of fucks me up. Yeah, yeah. Again, there's a duel in Bosnia against Lion. There's an attack called Heart of Nature, where that's the gimmick. It's like multiple cascading AoEs and where they overlap and trying to work out how to get that shit done. No, Guardian Scales. Oh, hey! Yo! They added this in Wilds, where you can actually climb on top of monsters instead of just climbing through their body. And yeah, everyone's standing on top of the bodies, the thing that people always do. That ring shit took me ages to nail down. Yeah, yeah, it is cross-complete music. And seeing the light shining in from the valley. It's nice. Yo, we got Guardian Scales. Now from Guardian Arkveld's Eye. This scale possesses a variety of unique properties and has manifold uses. Who forgot how the ring stuff works? Oh, we just get a weapon coffer. Oh, we just get... I really figured the weapon would be the extreme. Really pretty environment for this. Yeah, it being in its own unique environment that suits Arkveld's, instead of just being in randomly in Bottom's metal, definitely helps it feel more, like, special. Free a level 745 weapon per run. I was really expecting the weapon to be an extreme only thing. Holy shit. Wow. We just get the weapons. Yeah, they are Archveld weapons. They are Archveld weapons. That's one thing I know about the weapons for this, is that they took because Archveld weapons in Wilds are fucking gorgeous. So they took all of the weapons that are from there, put them into this. I think which jobs get certain weapons is a bit weird. But then they had to make a bunch of new ones. There's a bunch of, like, unique Archveld weapons that only exist in 14 because there is no weapon that exists like that in Wilds. So they had to, like, I do wonder, was it like, did they make up stuff for weapons that just, like, felt like Archveld, or did they get the Capcom team to give them ideas of, we need to make these jobs have weapons that are Archveld weapons that you don't have in your game? How do we design that? And then, like, I'm curious how that discussion specifically went. Those weapons can't be turned into GP for some reason, so I have like 8 of these, just stacked them in my inventory. Yeah, this is one where I'm really upset that this isn't on Warrior, because I love the Archveld hammer so much. The Archveld hammer is so fucking gorgeous, and I love it. Part of me wishes it was normal Archveld. Part of me wishes it was normal Archveld, so it didn't have, like, the blue tint. Because the blue tint on there is unique to the Guardian Archveld variant, so I kind of wish it was normal Archveld, so it didn't have that. But this hammer is gorgeous. This is Black Mage. Red Mage getting a lance I can understand, because at least it's 2 parts. So, like, the little shields can be there. Yeah, all Archveld weapons do this as well. They have, like, an unsheath, like, where they break out moment. Yo. A successful hunt! Well done, my friend. Sacred. Are we running this couple times? Just the ones I'm missing a couple items still? Well, I was thinking about the extremes, but I'm not certain. Chains. The fact that it explodes into the chains is funny. It's just bonk. It just explodes into the chains. Bam. They physics. They physics. Watering the sacred. Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting how they did that approach for this fight. The other Fate boss came and went while we're in there. Oh my fucking god. We're never gonna see it. We're never gonna fucking see it. Yeah, the fact that they didn't try to be like, let's make it do normal Archveld attacks. The fact that they specifically turned it into way more 14-star mechanics is definitely interesting. I think it works better. Again, trying to just turn what Archveld does in combat into an AoE pattern in this game would be definitely... Again, you see it with Raffles, where it ends up feeling a little gimmicky. So Crows and Ninja Dancers only get the same weapon. Dance weapons was like major ass. You did it! You defeated Archveld! These planes will know peace once more. Now we need to find a way to get you home. Ah, I nearly forgot! I'm not entirely sure how to get back to Vinland Element, and yet I feel awfully anxious about it. It's not every day that you get spirited away to a vast continent like this, you know? I see the sights and speak with the people. I'll find a way back in the course of that. I'm sure of it. Because I'll run into Alpha and Omega while I'm doing it. I wouldn't mind learning more about the myriad monsters resources here either. I'll see where the winds take me and fill out my field guide as I go along. Who knows? By the time I make it home... Pardon me. I may have filled the whole thing. I'm gonna be a worthy adventurer by then. Once again, the Monster Hunter version gets a much better crossover. Like here, it's just another feline is the character. The character's just another feline that happens to be here. Whereas in Monster Hunter, you get the actual Alpha and Omega. And the actual Alpha and Omega, their storyline is like continuing from where their storyline left in here, and even makes jokes and references to that. Like when you go to, like in the Omega quest in Endwalker, you go to the Loperites, and they start talking about how Alpha is way fluffier than Loperites, and Loperites feel like bad about that. And then you meet Argos, and Omega's like, oh, Argos is way more... Argos is way fluffier, like it must win on the fluffiness hierarchy. Omega makes a reference to that fluffiness in the Wilds crossover because Wilds is a way higher fidelity game, and so Omega makes a notice of Alpha's fluffiness is massively increased thanks to the magic of this world. We've been out fluffed, pack up the moon. So like when you get stuff like that, like again, like in the original crossover, the Monster Hunter crossover is way like what Monster Hunter gets for Final Fantasy is way cooler than what Final Fantasy gets for Monster Hunter. And the same thing again has happened here. But this time around, it's a case of just no matter how good this could have been, I don't think you can beat getting more Alpha and Omega content and then getting to fight Omega in like a real-time action game. I don't think you can beat that. Hey, this is Sword and Shield. This is the Sword and Shield for Arkveld. There it is. That is straight up Arkveld Sword and Shield. But yeah, we get weapons around this time around in 14. Last time we got Rathalos armor, well this time we're getting Arkveld weapons. Which, to be fair, getting Arkveld armor also would have been really nice, because Arkveld armor is just, like, badass over-the-top Viking shit. Some of that may help going into Evercold. If it's going to be cold, dressing like a Viking would be appropriate. And Vildian wings. I don't know, I've seen these ones. Oh, okay! Is that the greatsword? No, it's not quite a greatsword, no. Actual wings. Kind of reminded me of the greatsword for a second, but no, the greatsword's something different. That is cute. That is cute. We could have had full size for Harlan Wilds instead. Is it work with the Fallen Angel type glam? Oh, like you have a Sin Eater-esque glam? Absolutely. We would have informed the Dawn Hunt folk in Tulia that was succeeding in our hunt. Oh, so you can also get them from the merchant? It's not just the coffee, you can also go to the merchant and see them all? Ah. This does look very pretty. This does look awesome. BDSM agent, but that works too. You're kind of Arkveldy. I mean, you're Skylar, but like, you know, kind of Arkveldy. I'm honestly surprised there aren't more people rocking the Skylar vest considering what it does for the boobs. I know it's because everything else is there, but like, I'm honestly surprised I don't see more people rocking this because of the boobs. I'm honestly surprised I don't see more people rocking the Skylar vest because of that. I'm shocked. It's also undieable and low poly. The merchant has the augmented ones, but they're the same visually. Well, I'm going to tell you a lot. I can just teleport back. I can just teleport back. I mean, there's also the fact that in the Monster Hunter crossover for this, you also get access to Pictomancy. You straight up have Pictomancy that you use during the fight. You advance between Palm, Wing, and Mog of the Ages magic. And you cast that during the fight. And then once you beat the fight, you also get access to Shadowbringer's Dark Knight. And then you get a sword that straight up gives you Edge of Darkness when you attack with it. And if you get the full armor set, you can do Blackest Night. And when Blackest Night breaks, you go straight into the fucking like PvP limit break. So the Monster Hunter fight does get a lot. You straight up get the Shadowbringer sword. So like it's not even Dawntrail at that point. It's straight up the Shadowbringer sword with the Bale armor set. And whenever you do a true charge, whenever you get off a full level charge attack and you swipe down, you straight up get the Edge of Darkness animation coming out and doing extra damage. And then if you wear the full armor set, or at least I think 4 out of 5 pieces, you get access to Blackest Night, which gives you a shield. And if the shield breaks, you can go into, I believe it's the PvP limit break. It's Eventide. It's ridiculous. It's fucking like, it's like, again, like, the nature of how Monster Hunter plays, it means that you can put a lot more stuff into it. It makes more sense rather than old school MMO tab targeting. But like, they go over the fucking top of that shit. I've been trying to figure out a glam to use this brush, and I can't ages, and I can't muster up anything. Skyrim. I've seen a lot of Skyrim stuff, and Skyrim stuff does look good. But it's like such a distinct aesthetic that trying to match something with it, I've not even tried. This does look very pretty. We killed the Arkveld. Ah, so the hunt was a success. Well done indeed. Perhaps now life can return to normal for the fauna of Shalani. By the way, we got some scales from Arkveld's hide. Could you ever craft anything with them? Be an awful waste to leave them only as a souvenir. Well, no, this is a rare find. If you spent Smithy here, I'm sure you could fashion armor with it, or at the very least exchange it for other wares. Hell yeah. Be sure to drop by again should you find any other noteworthy materials. Sacred! What brings you, my friend? Already finished feeding. My, would you look at that? Seems they've grown fond of you. If you're not opposed, why not take them along with you on your adventures? What are you gonna do then? Feline, what are you gonna do? Yippee! Couldn't ask for a better companion. Yay, Sacred! Well, that settled, I believe it's time. I was getting on with my own adventure. Thanks for everything, Manifest. Yeah. Maybe we meet again someday. Right. I think one thing that is also a difference in terms of the Monster Hunter crossover and this crossover. So as I mentioned, for 14, this is an extra piece of content. This is straight up 7.3 has 2 trials, which normally you wouldn't get. And also, we're doing this in 7.35, and as you saw at the beginning of today, we still had a deep dungeon. So it's not like this crossover was the main focus of 7.35 either. It was an extra on top of the normal deep dungeon that we got. So this is purely an extra piece of content for the game that like it normally wouldn't have gotten. In Monster Hunter Wilds, everything Omega is a full entire title update. Title updates are basically the equivalent of patches, of like a major patch for 14. So like for Wilds, for example, The first title update was Mizutsune. It was high rank of the final boss of the game. It was the addition of the Grand Hub, like the big multiplayer access thing. The second title update was Soregios. It was what's his name? Legiacrus. You know, it was two big ass monsters. Title update 3 was Omega Planetes, because it's technically a different name, because it's technically not the normal Omega. That was the entire title update. So there is also a difference in terms of that. I guess that's also probably a big part of what explains why the Wilds crossover can go so big. And it's the same back in Stormblood. The Rathalos update, like, addition to 14 was an extra piece on top of a normal update. Whereas Behemoth was also an entire title update in that game. There was also the Street Fighter Akuma stuff. Well, that's the thing, is like, the Street Fighter Akuma stuff is the equivalent to this in 14. Something like this, like, Akuma is a small in-between major title updates addition to the game. So it's a much smaller detail, it's not as big of a over-the-top thing. Whereas, like, for an entire update, the only monster they added to Wilds was Omega. And technically cloned Nacilla, which is normal Nacilla, but it shoots fucking laser beams because it's a clone made by Omega. So there is also that. Why does the Monster Hunter version go so over the top with so much unique shit and so much, like, additional stuff and big spectacles, whereas here, it feels like a slightly higher budgeted this game has crossovers of, like, 15 and 16 and 11 and some of, like, Dragon Quest stuff. Why does this feel like a slightly bigger budget version of that? It's probably because that's what it is. Whereas in Wilds, it's the big focal center point of content that the game gets for a couple months. So there is also that. And it's probably also a big part of the reason why the Monster Hunter versions get to be so much grander in terms of what you get. Like, I still appreciate what we get here. I still very much appreciate what we get here. But, like, fighting Omega and Wilds is one of my favorite things I've done in a game in the last couple of years. So, where this was a fun, like, a nice, cool little thing to do. Sacred Horn! The Horn of Bone produces a dauntless sound that calls your dependable sacred to your side. Outdoor Hunter's Grill! And Hunter Camper Chair. There we go. Quest complete! Yay! Hunt has only just begun! Further rewards by facing Guardian Arkfeld in the Windwood Wilds Extreme, which remember by speaking with the Wandering Minstrel until the lull. Guardian Hunter! There we go. Do we get a title for that? Monster's also been the only non-alliance crossover that is permanent. That is true. That is true. The White Wraith! Oh, we got a title for this one as well. Devoted Pilgrim. Oh, also, I got this achievement, like, the other day. I did 110 unique alchemist recipes. I have an alchemist ring to get. Oh, but there's actually a big achievement I got the other day that I forgot, that I completely didn't realize I was going to get on stream, that I probably should have waited for stream to get, and I completely missed it. I got 423 unique triple triad cards. This also happened, which gives me access to the Sphinx card. So yeah, there's only one more unique card achievement currently in the game, and that's the one that would have been added during the patches. But there we go, I got the Sphinx card. There we go. My collecting of triple triad cards is going well. Same weapon actually see the blade in the sheath. Oh, that sounds badass. Oh, whoa, holy shit, that is so cool. That's fucking sick as hell. Go and kidnap. Might be another achievement in the next patch. I think traditionally for like total cards, they've been adding like one in the base expansion, one in 0.3. I think so far that's usually how they've done it. It's base expansion and 0.3, because like the end of that expansion, quote unquote. I think historically that's how they do the total number of cards. But I haven't double, triple check. I thought it was that way because it was like 2 cards or like characters for that expansion. Or even later, like Beastmaster has cards. To be fair, yeah, Dawntrail has a lot of stuff in it. So they might actually have an extra one. They might have an extra one because Dawntrail has so much stuff in it too. Dawntrail! Bring them to the smithy in exchange. Guardian Arcbird item exchange. Felines, this is the good one. Arcbird certificate and it's 99. This is the totem. This is the totem. I like how it's the certificate. I like how it's the certificate is the totem. Feline support team cart horn. This is so fucking funny. When you when you KO, knockout, die in Monster Hunter, in the Monster Hunter community, we call it carting. You get dragged back to camp on a cart by a bunch of felines. That's why KOing in Monster Hunter is called carting, because they literally drag your ass back on a cart. So the idea that it mounts in this is just the cart is so fucking funny. And also, the most important minion in the game. The most important minion in the game, Sacred Fledgling. Dreams of the day attains rugged good looks and colorful feathers. Vigor Wasp! Rest assured I won't dump its second nectar on you. That's a healing bug that if you cut it open and steal its vigor, then you get a heal in the middle of that. Heard the mound drop on first run, didn't get it, haven't seen it drop again. Damn. Mizitsune Parasol. Parasol looks like Mizitsune, who is a nice bubble fox. Hunter's Monstrous Framers Kit, Hunter's Wild Framers Kit, Radiant Cry of Life, White Wraith, Base Camp Day, Kunafa Windsong, and Moment of Peace. And then also the Hope Gear. So it's interesting that this is what they've decided for the gear in this. The gear that they give you in this. Well, most of it was the ass bug. Because, again, in the previous crossover, you got Rathalos gear, but you also didn't get Rathalos gear. You got a different version of Rathalos gear. The Rathalos gear you get in this game is not what Rathalos armor looks like in Monster Hunter, which is a bit odd. But in this, you get the Hope gear, which is straight up the starting gear of Monster Hunter Wilds. You straight up get the actual starter armor. Which, don't get me wrong, is neat and everything, but I'm just surprised that this is what they chose and not, like, Arcbird armor. Rathalos? Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised that they chose this and not, like, Arcbird armor. Like, it's cool. It's cool. The Hope set's definitely, like, among the better for, like, starting years. But it's just not what I was expecting. It's just not what I was expecting, like, the bit that you get to be. Oh, we have Phasmoscapes! Guardian, Arcbird, Windward Plains Phasmoscape, Ray Dow's Windward Plains Phasmoscape, Uthruna Scarlet Forest. New Udra! We get a new Udra one! Oh, and Jinderhard. And you get the Omega one. What's Phasmoscape? It's a big ass piece of furniture that has a semi 3D effect. You'll see people put it into like a wall for a window to make it look like the thing extends out into housing LCD screen, basically. Not surprising was thinking of them having trouble putting a Rathalos gear over with how the slots are between the two games. Yeah, because there's still 5 slots of armor, but they're shared differently. Because feet and legs are like part of the same thing in Monster Hunter, and waist is a separate piece. Hunter's Lodge Chair. Wild's Greatswords. Okay, straight up the jawbone greatsword. Straight up the jawbone greatsword. The sword that is on the cover of the original Monster Hunter game. The grill, the wild spanner with the logo, outdoor grill. Oh, it's outdoor and indoor grill. Makeshift camp, pop-up camp. Oh my god, there's so many things here. Oh, the pendants. Oh. Oh. You can get felines as your housing retainers. Yo, that's so cool. FF did have waist gear at the time, but not in the same way. True, because I had belts, yeah. A pendant lamp inspired by tales of hunters from another world. A striking number designed to resemble a stalwart feline friend. Cannot be used in island sanctuaries. A foldable seat employed by many hunters in the fields, and only in the fields. Portable facility used by hunters on the go to quickly change equipment. A hastily assembled camp for the hunter who cares little and less for comfort. Portable grill used by hunters to cook raw meats and other ingredients. Banner said to be adorned by hunters of the other world. A simple grill used by particularly ravenous hunters who crave barbecue meat more than they fear suffocation by meat smoked in ill-ventilated lodges. A simple weapon stand bearing a crude but surprisingly powerful blade. Amount of tricky iron sanctuary furniture items is frankly baffling. A foldable seat employed by many hunters at home, whereas camp-specific cousin simply will not do. The ultimate weapon Omega atop the ice of cliffs. There's a lot of things to get here. There's a lot of scales to get here. As you slowly work towards getting 99 for the support card. Jesus. Augmented stuff. There's the sword. And the shield. I really like dying a smoke inhalation. Augmented Veldian Axe. Again, I don't know why they didn't just go with the hammer for this. I don't know why they didn't just give hammer to warrior for this. Because there's already a couple of hammers for warrior. I don't see why they didn't just give Yakult like the hammer here. 7 runs per outfit. I could be misremembering though. Well, it's also like all of the retainers if you want those. There's some music. I love they add the physics of the weapons. Oh yeah, you can see like the chains and stuff, and it, like even like moving side to side, you can see them dangle. Let's say they can't do whips. Oh, you get 4 from the extreme. Ah, that's more incentive to do the extreme. This is the great sword. This is the great sword. Because the great sword has these dangly bits. This is the one. The great sword has these bits that dangle on it when it's on your back, but when you pull it out, they lock together. This is great sword, which obviously makes sense to give it to, you know, the job that uses the great sword. Gunbreaker. So this one should be unique. This one should be a unique one. I don't think they turned any of the light or heavy bow guns into this. Once again, gunblades are so specific in their design that sometimes the designs are a bit underwhelming when you have to do something else with them. Because it feels like it has to look like a gunblade so much that you can't do much else with it. Some weapons are very off-putting to me. That's what arc mode weapons do. The gun's one of the coolest. I hope it's one of the light guns. I like the bow guns. Is this the Insect's Glaive? Is this the Insect's Glaive? Because I'm not sure, but it looks sure is a spear. The scythe. This should also be a brand new one. I like this one a lot better than the gunblade one, definitely. Now, this one I've already known about. This one's unique to 14 because there is no punching job in Monster Hunter yet. Everyone keeps asking for one. I still stand by. You can just straight up take Dante's Balrog moveset from DMC5 and put that into Monster Hunter, and it would fuck super hard. Jesus fucking Christ. Look at those goddamn fists. Look at those goddamn fists. Holy shit. God damn. Does Akuma not count? Sadly not, because you can't get Akuma arc mode weapons. So it doesn't beat the brick fists. The ones where it's like you're just holding like 2 like little lunch boxes, looks like, and when you pull it out, it just transforms into entire blocks over your hands. The Veldian Blade, this is the one that you were showing off. The snapping effect is gorgeous. Oh no, this one doesn't snapping. But it does show in the sheath, which is fucking awesome as shit. The fact that you can see it in the sheath is really cool. These ones have, well, these have the snap out effect. These have the snap out effect. I believe these are based on the Jewel Blades. I believe these are based on Arcveld Jewel Blades. And so unless these ones are based on the Jewel Blades. These ones might be based on Jewel Blades, actually, because they have 2 different shapes. Jewel Blades frequently have that. I can't remember. These almost look like Byakuya weapons. The giant fist, absolutely. Why is one shorter? That happens a lot with Jewel Blades in Monster Hunter. There's a lot of Dual Blades in Monster Hunter where one is smaller than the other. Sheathed. Kind of line up. Oh, combine. Oh, like when one sticks onto the back of the other. Oh. Oh. Could this be Insect's Glaive then? If these combine, could this be Insect's Glaive? I don't know. Bow! Which should just be bow. Does it mean they're bigger when they unsheath? Very, very possible. Bow! This better just be the normal bow for Arcveld, considering bow is also just a thing in that. Here it is. It's the light bow gun! It's the light bow gun! And now we have a machinist weapon that actually just looks like an auto crossbow. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And look! They start out as like little fangs on the side and then they go bam and snap together. Again, I can't remember if this is based on a 14, on an actual Monster Hunter weapon or not. But yeah, it's the same shape as the ninja ones, interestingly enough. Look at the gun sheath. Viper weapon is Insect's Glaive, I think. That would make sense. And also makes sense why the 2 different sides are different sizes. Because one side's more so is the more of the cutting side, the other side's the pole vaulting side. The throwing weapons would not plop on the ground and not work. Oh, all of the parts like come down and hang down like chains. They'll hang down like chains on the back. Oh, I cannot get this headphone comfortable in my ear. Again, it's going too tight in my ear. It's too tight in my ear. Ugh. Like when you put in a headphone in your ear and it gets so tight that it like vacuum seals. That's what it's doing. For some reason, Black Mage got the hammer. I really wish this was on Warrior. You'll have to check the combined one. Some out of this menu, absolutely. Books, because there are no books in Monster Hunter. Well, unless they turn one of Alma's books into this. This is straight up the lance. This is straight up lance with lance shield. The shield is the catalyst. Which is pretty manifest. Why is your book snapping? Trying to get your attention. The Picto weapon, because there are no paintbrushes in Monster Hunter, so again has to be kind of a unique design. The Veldian cane. See, this one's just a unique cane. Cane? I feel like part of it might be inspired by like Switch Axe or something. You know, lose a finger to that book. Here's another book. See, this one snaps out. That one snaps out. It's a little different. The Star Globe. So that's just Arcveld's horns. That's just pardon me. That's just Arcveld's horns. And you just shove those on there. And the wings, as we saw earlier. They are wings. I don't remember this from Monster Hunter. I don't remember this from Monster Hunter. But that being said, the fact that you're wearing something that looks like it's what's Sigourney Weaver uses at the end of Aliens, and you actually made one of these yokai weapons actually fit that, is a testament. That's hard to believe. See, that looks badass as hell. That looks fucking sick as hell. When the Viper ones combine, that's real sexy. That's real good. I really like that one. Does this claim anything? I just threw it together. The coloring is incredibly nice. And the shaping is really nice. I love how the arms go into the top. I love how the color goes into it. Are there boots that are slightly more ornate? The metal here is like really, really fancy. A lot of different sections, a lot of different things on it. The boots look a bit steel. The coloring of it is perfect. It's just like the boots look less complicated than that. But everything else, like I think this looks really good. Considering you just threw this together, this looks really, really good. Poke Shadowbringers, this game's allergic to pointy boots. Fair, yeah. Yeah, these arms are very hard to use. I know. These are the arms I have my dancer. They're very hard to get working on anything. So you should be, I believe, Hailstorm healing arms. That's Pantheon. That's not there. Torrent! I think Torrent and Hailstorm look similar. Yeah. Torrent and Hailstorm look similar. By the glamour toggle. I will never remember it exists. This helmet gets Izza, Makode, and Vera. Oh yeah, you got little cat ears. You got little cat ears. Big pointy spear. Do we want to try the extreme? Is anyone here trying it now? No, people are just going into the Voidcast Dyers. Well, and doing other things, but I'm not allowed to see them. No, never mind, it is not on the front page. Sorry. Damn it, it's going to be good. Need to unlock it. That is true. Does everyone have it unlocked? I don't. It's the Behemoth Spear? Ah. Whee. I remember my keyboard was going to the PC or PS5. Wandering Minstrel. Oh, I'm not unlocked a few. Let me worry about unlocking the others later. White Mage got gun lance. Is that what that was? Oh. And now the headphones are completely dead. Hopefully the other ones were actually charging. So what have you brought for me today? See, even the good side of that pair of headphones. One side dies in like 10 minutes. The other side still dies in under 2 hours. So fucking terrible. So atrociously bad. Arkveld, the White Wanderer from a faraway world. I dare say that the word hunt suffices not to capture your struggle with the creature. The Adventurer players so nothing but something you have to grind. Aww. Intrigued though I am by the device described in the Feline tale, what strikes me most of all is the nature of this guardian. That is, its predilection for energy. the animal kingdom, a predator devours other beasts for its survival. Yet Archiveld appeared not to be driven by this fundamental need. Is it a harbor extreme obsession for Aether? An obsession which... No! An obsession which slaughtered the beast of Shaloni to assert dominance over its newfound realm. The reason it searches for this is because it's trying to forcefully evolve itself. In response, the Serpent Lord rose up to face his interloper, as if the land itself wished to repel a common threat. Without such resistance and your timely intervention, there's no telling how grave a threat Archiveld might have become. Finding itself in unfamiliar lands, the Guardian merely did what its instincts bade it to do. Were I to render such savage life in verse, it might go thus. However, animations do the pop animation your portrait if you're using a weapon drawn stance. That's funny. In silvery coat its body cloaked, from distant world it came. On reddened earth a guardian roamed, the lives of foes to claim. In hunger deep was locked this beast, in silvery chains entwined, to conquer all its savage fate, new paradise to find. The 1 week Archiveld not on Tails, no. The Windward Wild Extreme is now accessible. So what are we thinking? Mount will drop first try, let's go. Mount will drop first try, let's go. Let's fucking go. Let us be fucking going. PF, I'm thinking we're probably gonna have to PF this. Because we don't have enough people here in general. Let me switch over so I'm actually using him. Where is... Speaker, there we go. I'm almost out of pots. Do you use pots? I'm never bothered. I'm never bothered. Alright, Windward Wilds Extreme. Objective. Beginners first timers welcome. But EX on content. Of course I use pods. Going for first clear. Ah. Keyboard. I'd love to. I'd love to specify blind prog. Unfortunately, my keyboard isn't typing. Oh my god, this keyboard. Going for first clear. Blind prog. Because that's fun and awesome. There we go. Straightforward. Yeah, no, I'm not even eating. I'm not even gonna eat food. I'm not even gonna eat food. There we go. Why are trials not showing on the first page? Why are trials not showing on the first page? First clear blind road because that's fun and awesome. There we go. What's on content food? I have it, don't I? Right, caramel popcorn. From business accountants. Let me set this to hotbar. There we go. I have it on my hotbar now. I will eat on content food. You're not getting me medicated. I still use nachos because I'm broke. To be fair, I'm pretty sure it was Deck who was Scribbles who gave me this caramel popcorn. I have a couple different foods here and I can't remember who gave me which ones. I bought the stuffed peppers, I remember I bought those. But from the Ali Pebre and the caramel popcorn, I can't remember who gave me what. So what can we work on? What can we work on while we're waiting for this to fill? Assuming it ever does, which it won't. The same level nachos that just have crit as their main stat. Oh yeah, determination. Yeah, determination, vitality, crit. Yeah, there we go. Crit is generally considered the best stat, right? Unless you're specifically trying to do something with like skill or spell speed. Right. I believe it usually works out that crit's pretty much just always the best one. Followed by direct hit. Nachos. Skill speed, there's that, yeah. But dances specifically, crit should be your highest priority. Oh, I know what I can do. I know what I can do. I can try crying again. Also helps me and my partner has juiced up crits. How about we try crying again? How about we try crying again? Would objective practice or duty completion be more appropriate? Is duty completion for people who have already completed it, or I don't know. I don't know like what people actually use them on. Like use PF for those specific things. I don't want to make Gem Forge Gem Drops with dexterity. In general, crit is best, but for a lot of jobs, Caramel is good because they don't want the skill speed. Yeah, some don't want skill speed. Oh, someone joined. Heyo. Someone joined. I didn't hear because I don't have headphones. Chat, let's try crying again. We're making more of this. This is the stuff we need to make for relics. I learned something the other day. I didn't eat food. What I learned is that I didn't eat food. Duty complete is not an objective, it's a restriction. Yeah, okay. That's the other, yeah. You really don't want skill speed at all because you'd clip, yeah. Let me mag. I learned something the other day. And by the other day, I mean like a couple weeks ago, but I haven't streamed 14 for a bit. I realized something that I think is going to help when it comes to crafting stuff. When it comes to these things. So, first, yes, I should probably be focusing on muscle memory first, because it's way harder to get this stuff up compared to anything else. Trial synthesis, I have so many of them that I'm not gonna, that I'll do the first one without it. So we're gonna pop all of these, we're gonna pop all of our big shit. We're gonna pop that. Ugh! Okay, get the calculations because we want to be very careful here. We need like 1,500. Would that put us over? No. But it's very close. So we have that at least. We have that going for us. Now we want to pop our thing here. Here's the thing that I realized. Here's the thing that I realized that I didn't realize was a thing. So this button, so we do this button over here, we go to the 18, right? I, for the longest time, didn't realize what this 24 button was. See how it combos into two different things? One of them is the 2-star combo that goes into 3-star, and the other one's just whatever, and it's cost 24. I, for the longest time, didn't realize what that button was. That's like precise touch or something. I thought it was just like, oh, it's a way to end the combo if you like aren't gonna be able to do the full combo. I didn't realize what this feature was because I can't read properly. That gives you 2 stacks of inner quiet on doing it on a combo. So you build up inner quiet, you build up inner quiet stacks faster with it. I did not realize this. I did not realize that's what its purpose was. I did not realize that's what it was. And oh, things make a lot more sense now. Oh. You can utilize precise touch to get stacks of inner quiet way faster. Oh. Why'd that break? Okay. Okay. That broke. I'm not sure why. Trial synthesis. No! Because I don't... If I'm going to... If it's this difficult for me to get it done once, I don't want to have to worry about trying to get it done multiple times. Do you see Aaronville down by the hump? What he says somewhere? I'm milliseconds away from screaming. What if I just have Waste Not and Manip at the same time? Five after the action, that's why it broke. That's why it broke. Thing is, I've done a trial synthesis of this, and I got it to work, and I don't remember how I did it, is the issue. I've done this, and I've gotten it to work, and I don't remember how I did it. I don't remember how I did it, is the issue. Because once you get up the full stacks, you can utilize this. I don't remember how I did this. I've done this before. Like, I went into trial synthesis and I tested this and I got it to work. And I don't remember what I did. I'm going to fucking scream. I can't remember what I'm doing here. I can't remember what I'm doing here. You expect me... I'm doing like 30 fucking steps in a row. Do you expect me to remember what they are? Are you delusional? Are you completely insane? Hey, Heritage found every heart mark straight up spawns dead in the middle of the mob cell. Look just like it. Okay, so we can get to there. No! Fuck this craft! Fuck this craft! Fuck crafting, I hate it. It makes me want to kill myself. Did they still not fucking charge? Are you fucking kidding me? Chat, I'm gonna neck myself live on fucking stream, I swear to God. Oh, they still didn't fucking charge. Just charge! You're in the fucking case! Why won't you charge? You're in the case! Charge, you dumb cunt! For fuck's sakes. Oh, I hate everything. Chat, I wanna fucking die. There's no point in living. I wanna off myself so fucking badly. I swear to fucking God. I'm so over everything. Oh my God. Crafting, not crafts. Why must I go fuck myself? Because it's fun? Because it's enjoyable? So people were saying hello here because I was in the menu. And there's literally once. First time here, you all good. ready check. Again, I did like I did this like a week and a half ago, so I don't remember. But I did a trial synthesis for those crafting things, and I got it to work, and I don't remember what it was that I did. Do we have people ready? Don't join parties in PF if you're not gonna fucking be there. Don't join parties in PF if you're not gonna be there. Basic fucking etiquette. She gets 10 seconds before I kick her. Griefing fucking shitheads. Display basic fucking etiquette, or you get told to fuck off. Oh, now we're gonna wait again. I've wasted my fucking food. Alright, let's go back into this. Again, I did this in, I don't remember what I did. I don't remember what I did differently. Like, everything I'm doing right now is just what I did then. Like, the thing was just like, focus on this first. Like, get this shit done first. To do this. Did you trial it normal only? Yeah! I did normal only trial. Like, I did this before. I did this before, so I don't know what's different now. I don't remember what I did differently. Because the main thing that was just like, I realized that the precise like thing here does this. So that was like what I was focusing on. Because I got this to 10. And then I was just able to finish it with this. What's 24 plus 18 plus 32? What's that number? 18 plus 32 is 50, right? So I need 74. I need to stop before 74. Would 32 take me below 74? Oh, I have this. There we go. I think that was the main thing I fucked up last time. You got to get the full combo. You got to do great strides and innovation on the thing. That's what it was. But yeah, so yeah, the big things that I learned was going muscle memory to max out the progress first is better, just because it's so hard to increase progress. Like most tools, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of your tools here. 10 of your tools here of quality, and you have like 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 5 tools for progress. Like, it's way hard to get progress. So get the progress with your big boost at the start of your train perfection and stuff like this. And also, you can build up in a quiet stacks way faster with this. And I got fireflies around your waist. Is that a thing from the game? Sure is. They track monsters. For you. Yeah, when you don't, when you don't need 100% quality, it's better to have the synth guaranteed and luck for the high percentage. Doesn't work for collectibles. Doesn't work for something like this where you need it to be a high amount, a certain amount. Anyways, but you know, same. So let's try another. While we're waiting. Change over the bar, there we go. Oh. Like, what am I looking at? I'm pretty sure all 3 of these crafts have the exact same stats. What exactly am I crafting? These are materials needed for the next step of the relic. For the next stage of the relic, you need to craft a whole bunch of shit to be able to hand in the relic at all. So I'm doing that. It doesn't load slightly, but it's fine. The idea is you do this. The craft relic. No, this is combat relic. This is combat relic stuff. Is it worth doing an innovation now? If I could do math quickly. Combat. Yeah, the next stage of the combat relic requires some it requires 5 materials. 3 of them are crafting related. One of them is a raw gil, like 300,000 gil, and then the other one is from bicolor gemstones. Oh, 121. No, I can do it. That's fine. You know, I don't need to go this big with it. There we go. There we go. If I had the meter up, I could do just like see the condition, just be like, how much does my combo do? When do I need to? Like, if I do this, it could tell me. How much did my Biogod's Blessing do? 6,200. People who can't craft a fleece yet again. These are not expensive on the market board. I checked on the market board. These are selling for like 40k each. They're not selling for much at all. I imagine on content that was a bit of a different story. I imagine on day of release it was slightly different. Oh, what I can do? Let me put it in the journal there. Keeping the old ways alive. There we go. You underestimate how broke I am. So there we go. Obtain it as synthetic dark matter stuff is appearing there. There we go. Sand. is the sand thing that I need for this? Beta. No, I already have one of those. Gamma. There we go. Oh, we use the sand for all of them, I guess. Oh, I don't have any coffee. Shit. Oh, coffee was used for multiple of these. Shit. When do we get coffee? At 4 and 16. Do we not need any of those? Okay. I'm gonna buy some coffee. Coffee! When do we get another person to help us? 99 coffees. There we go. There we go. This is Relic. I want to do it on my own. Some players have been disappointed they didn't have coffee. This is a one-time step for getting a Relic. I want to do it on my own. The Relic won't feel like I've, you know, actually worked towards the Relic if I don't actually do it myself. I'm not gonna see if clouds. I hate that. I hate that. I don't know if we're gonna get a 7th person who will actually be here. This might be a bit of a sticky situation here. Does it matter which one? Not really. There we go. I'm glad I don't have to final appraisal that, and it just works. I mean, we don't have to do the extreme today. I mean, it would be nice. I prefer to. But we don't have to. It's not like part of like story completion of like, oh, if we don't do this, we haven't like properly completed it or anything like that. Good condition. I'll grab the points. Do I need to do that? What points are the precise? Other precise. Really more worth it at this point. Ooh, that's annoying. No, this can still work. This can still work. We're running on the edge of the world here, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. So if we get to like, yeah, at this point the combo could finish it. At this point the combo could finish it. Oh, 6,200. Yeah. So at this point the combo finishes that. Bam. No, it. Huh? Oh, buy got broke it. I probably shouldn't use it. I can't go down to 5. And the other person is left. I don't think we're gonna get this done. Yeah, Biogot uses things, so yeah, that would break it. Even if it did max out the quality, it would have. Yeah. Dumb. I need slightly more than 5 durability for that anything like that. Did I get trained perfection? I used that at the start. Wouldn't it be? Wouldn't it? Because my brain. Hey, there we go. We had someone join. Hello. Because train perfection, I'm using groundwork at the beginning, so wouldn't that be better? Or could I possibly regain, like, even if I use 2 groundworks at the beginning, I could possibly regain the durability from those because of manipulations? A blind prog group for content that isn't brand new? No way. I am slow at going through the game. The tank says it's paladin only. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna try to do this. But now the pressure's on to do it fast. Shit. I say it for the end and waste not to do cheap groundwork. So I've ended up in the same situation here. Let's go for the fucking manipulate. I know it's not ideal. I know it's not ideal. So when you don't think ahead, this is the issues that you run into. Oh, and a good? Oh. 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 Oh, I miscounted entirely. It only did the good. The buyer got only did 6,000 because it was a good quality one. Oh, that makes more sense. Oh, that's why the last one only did like 10, like only went up to 10,000. The good quality is what pushed it. Oh. 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 My bad. Alright, edit. There we go. So we just need a tank, right? Yeah. Apply changes. There we go. There we go. There we are. That's what the last one... Again, it would have failed because I did buy it, got it 5 durability, and so would have used that anyways. Would have broken it anyways. But, that's the mistake that I made. But hey, I did the crafting. Again, not super efficient, but I worked out how to get it done at least. The dream to imply wrong, so most people just say Hector strat, Hector strat. I've seen the word Hector so many fucking times in chat, I swear to God. The amount of times that I go into PF and I see the word Hector. I can understand for like farm parties, having like a unified strat for farm parties, I get. For first time clearing, but extremes, you can blind prog that. You can blind prog extremes. Savages, I get why people don't blind prog those as much. But for extremes, just blind prog it for your first run. I understand a unified strong, like when you need, you know, to get 99 fucking totems for your wings. I understand having a unified strat that works really well for that makes more sense. But get your first clear for a blind prog, like come on. Go watch YouTube instead of playing the game. I don't even like Hector's voice. Mute it and turn captions on because video guides always go 100 miles a minute and never retain any info. I don't read it myself. I learn best by doing, so I love blind progs. Never ready for new shit on day one. I'm still not even caught up. We've been waiting for a while, but yeah, don't tell them that we've been waiting like an hour. Just saying, it's like, this is probably the most on-content extreme I've ever done. They tried to blind proc Heidelin EX, but they weren't very good. Heidelin EX doesn't seem hard, I'll be honest. I mean, obviously, you know, there's a difference between on-farm syncing, but like, on-farm syncing Zeromus, yeah, I can understand why people would struggle with Zeromus EX. Heidelin one seemed fine. Turn in relic step. We do have one more thing to do, yes. We need to go to Mamuk. We do need to go to Mamuk. Yeah, we've got to buy the bicolor thing. Again, I understand people wanting the help of just like, you know, giving me the thing for the bicolor gems. I think Deku tried to do that last time. And stuff like this. For a relic, I'm more so of the mind of, if it's going to be a one-time step for a relic, I want to do the effort myself. Where's the gemstone window here? Oh, they're in Ikbrush, aren't they? They're in Ikbrush. Yaktel. So having dailies here, my brain is just like, oh yeah, I'm going to Yaktel, aka Mamuk, because it's the only thing there, right? I keep forgetting Ikbrush is in the same zone. I had Sprouts go through Blindside that's gone through every raid in EX, but we disintegrated mid-Eden. I miss that static. They were a godsend. See, that's what I would love for stream. What I would love for stream is just a group who was willing to blind prog from like the beginning of extremes and savages if we think we're good enough. I would love to have a group who wants to do all of that. But I know out of the people here, some days, like, I don't have enough people here today to get a normal running. There we go. Otomo Sakurai. There we are. Bam. And that is all of the items that we need for the next step of the relic. I guess we can just go hand that in. Cider, right? I can actually watch Cider Spider's content now. I heard about his relic hunting series like well into like while I was like in the year that I couldn't stream. So I was like, you know, end of Shadowbringer. So I'm just like, well, if he's gonna be farming achievements at the end of Endwalker, I probably can't watch it, can I? But like, I don't want to, like, watch too much, because obviously, like, you know, he'll still be current, so I can't watch up to now, but, like, you know. Well, I don't know if this Congo, why do I keep reading that word in PF? Hector Congo DTF cheese strats. Geralt, I have things for you. Isolation 1 Condor itself out of thin air. Bring the ingredients we need. One of each will be plenty. Ronic glue. Derived from Ronicide. Sick glue is prepared using time-honored Hetsara techniques. 300,000 gil. Otomo Sakurai. Doesn't sell for gil, but sells for 600 of the things. Fragment of rare meteor fan. Luscious Yaktel. Pure, this artificial psychosensitive compound is both highly pure and highly unstable, rendering it useless for all but a handful of applications. And that'll apply to all of these. Again, you can buy those on the market board now for like 40k each, from what I've seen. I imagine on content they were a little more pricey, but hey. So I feel like, again, I criticized the last step because I kind of wish that the Atma was for all of the relics, not just Atma for a one-time step and then it turns into like just tomes again. But like, as someone who has been going to as someone who's been doing some older relic stuff for just like certain glams, I really do like. I'm glad that modern relics are not like ARR or Heavenswood relics, but there are certain elements from those relics that I do think could be incorporated into newer relics more. And a step like this is a great example of that. a step like the idea of a relic being like heavy focus on on like a unique form of battle content with like a couple of pieces around it that get you to explore pieces of content that you may not have done so otherwise. I like the dedicated effort required. That's not just a currency grind. That's very much my thought process. This stuff makes you focus on very specific things. And so it feels like I'm doing very specific work towards the relic, rather than just, oh, after enough time, I can do the relic, I guess. And I quite like that feeling. I like the feeling that I'm working towards specifically a relic. I'm doing something that I would normally not do, or something that's very specific for that. Like, I know everyone hates the book steps of the ARR relics, and that's because there's way too many of them. But I'll be honest, as someone who's gone through and done some more books recently, outside of the dungeon part, because they just, like, some of the books have the same dungeons in them, and running dungeons is not unique, especially if you're doing that in ARR, when also you have, like, a roulette that's also only those dungeons. And also later steps of the ARR relic also ask you to do the same dungeons again, to the point where the optimal way to grind it is to have two different relics going at the same time that are on different steps that ask you to do the exact same dungeons. That sucks, because it's not anything, like, you've done those dungeons, and likely a lot of times because of roulettes. Asking you to do them again is nothing new. But, like, you know, oh, here's, like, do these specific leave quests, do these specific fates, go find these specific enemies on the map. Or even, like, the later steps where it's like, go and find out how to get this item, and it requires, like, guild seals. Go find out how to get this item, and it's like, oh, do, like, a unique daily map that gives you, like, specific, like, the Alexandrite step. Or you can, like, you can either poetics it, or it's a daily thing like that. You know, stuff like that. It gives you a little bit of a focus on a specific thing. Community can come together and just be like, hey, we want to focus on this thing and make it a little bit easier for us to do. Pop, like, a thing in PF of just being like, hey, I'm working on this fate for this. Like, if you could have all of the books active at once, and it was just one giant checklist, it would obviously work better. Or at least not there be 9 different fucking books. Maybe, like, 3, like, instead of 9 books that have 3 fates each, maybe 3 books with 9 fates each, so you have way more ability to get different ones at the same time. I don't know, it's something going back to the older relics that I have kind of missed, of relics asking you to do specific stuff that would make you explore areas of expansion that you may not have done so otherwise. And I feel like this specific step is a really good example of that. And also, like a good relic step, it has multiple ways of solving it. Do you not want to do multiple fates to get enough for this? Buy it on the fucking market board. Do you not want to get up your crafters? Buy it on the market board. Contact someone in your FC to see if they have the access to it. Also when there wasn't flying, yeah. But also something like this. This type of step works well here, because this is a one-time step. You can see because it's an exclamation mark quest. Something like this, we don't have to repeat this process of doing, like, super hard crafts and focusing on, like, a specific shared fate zone for every single relic. This type of, like, explorer unique type of content for the expansion, that's what I would like to see. Have, like, one-time steps that are something like this, focus on a specific type of thing that you normally otherwise wouldn't, to get you doing a bit of different stuff, learning a bit more about the expansion, having a couple of different things to do. And then have the repeatable step that you need to, like, do per relic be, like, the more battle-focused content that isn't just homes. Nicely done! Allow me a moment to prepare the ingredients. Oh, so I just want relics that are possible in, like, 4 years. I mean, that's the issue with Eureka. Bosnia at least has some way, like, alternative to most of the steps, but Eureka's fucked. Eureka's just dead. I mean, to be fair, Eureka's not dead, but it's, like, pretty bad. Eureka's pretty bad, but... And also, Bosnia is way more soloable outside of, like, the main raids than Eureka ever is. Synthesis complete. Now to glaze the Aether Wells. We now have balls. With this coating applied, the vessels will absorb Aether generated in battle at an increased rate. Right, that's the easy part out of the way. Took me several weeks. Now to get the bleeding things filled. There we go. Da, da, da. Aether everywhere. The SCL has been pouring over the archive stone tablet. I'm pretty sure you're gathering the ingredients. With that out of the way, ready to start building those Aether Wells. I've been expecting this tablet the archive handed over. And it says, highly pure Aether gets concentrated during battle. I don't mind if this will be able to get the Aether Wells filled while she's out roaming the Isle. The guy tells me local ambient Aether is too unstable. We'll have to try our luck elsewhere. No! Don't play the specific content designed for the relic. What are you talking about? Why would you want to play the content that was built around the relic system? No! This step will explicitly not work for that. We just had a step that was explicitly not to do with the island. It was the 5 items you asked me to gather. Why is the next step also nothing to do with the actual content of the island? What? In fact, you better go off casting it far and wide. Don't confine yourself to scrapping in any one location. Business as usual. Exactly. Just keep doing whatever it is you adventurers do and you'll have... Remember what I was just fucking talking about? Okay. So this is the best and the worst of relics, literally one right after the fucking other. Man, I like when relics ask you to do specific bespoke content. Even if it's not anything related specifically to, like, the main core of it, just go out and doing something you may not have done otherwise. Because it makes it feel like you've earned the relic because you're doing all of these weird, specific, esoteric tasks. And the next step is literally just, don't do anything different to what you would normally do. Just play the game normally and eventually you'll have the step finished. Are you fucking kidding me? Right, you best take the Aether Wells, so that will be a slot them into your makeshift contraption for your convenience. An Aether Well array, if you will. Once you get stuck in, say gander each of the vessels, see how much Aether is stored. Maybe visit a dungeon, fight a huge monster or two, perhaps go out with a huge group and wreck ship, perhaps on a daily basis. Aether Wells acquired. Oh, it's literally a duty rule. What the fuck? What the fuck are we doing here? Completing duties via the duty rule will garner a different aspect of Aether depending on category chosen. Use Aether Will array to gauge how much Aether you've accumulated. Once per day, your endeavors will generate addition, and you get a daily bonus like you would. So literally no different. You can do the roulettes multiple times a day, but the bonus is only once per day. Oh, so like how roulettes function? Why is it so low? Move up. High level dungeons, alliance rates, fuck me. They never pop it when I can play. Normal raids and trials. Okay, well at least high level dungeons, normal raids and trials, at least they pop. At least they pop frequently. Rip materia. Why is this a step? I was just talking with the previous step about why I liked it, because it was specific, unique things that felt like they were working towards the relic. And then the next step is literally just, don't worry, working on this relic will not interfere with your daily activities in any capacity. It's literally just the normal thing you would do any day when you log into the game. What the fuck are we doing here? Like, even the quest, even Geralt's dialogue said, just play the game like normal. I don't understand. I don't understand. Each duty has its own amount of points, but the daily bonus is static. Okay. So, like, they have scaled it so certain duties will give more. I assume near raids mean. That primarily means near raids. Is this why people are extra salty now on Crystal Tower props? Yeah, because it probably gives a lot less than, like, a near raid or something. They wanted the relic to be something that is, like, hard to hardcore grind, but still be something you can casually work on if you take your time. This sucks. This sucks, though. Generally longer and harder to do is give more details, give like 999 points. Again, what's the point of a relic step if the relic step is quite literally do the most standard daily task on a daily basis? That is not like... The only thing more basic than that is tombstones. People already complains that Endwalker relics were nothing but tombstones. An entire step being exclusively daily roulettes is like half a step removed. Yo! Heyo! So I went to the bathroom and it worked. Got onto the bathroom and it worked. It worked. So it's time for Reaper. And then need to change the claim. Oh, you're actually hanging out together. Oh yeah, Kaminari is actually in Diabolos. I haven't done this on a while, but I'm sure we got it. We'll be fine. We'll be awesome. Yeah. No. Scribbles! At least you said BRB. If you say BRB, it's fine. If you say BRB and then you're not there, that's totally fine. People can be patient and wait. That's totally fine. If you don't say BRB and you're just not fucking there, then it's like, what are we doing? If this like Stormblood on my browser brute force it, we'll just heal all that. Rule 1, don't die. Very good advice. Hit him until he dies. I've played a lot of bots, but I suck at fighting Arkveld, so... Actually spell Arkveld right? Arkveld, so... Oh, is this party member? No, that's Rune Solari, who's part of the Quer, which is hell yeah. So do we have everyone? Scribbles said BRB, but Scribbles is jumping around me now. I haven't braved any 18 monsters yet. Horatio! Pie! Pie! Pie, please! Pie! We're just gonna have to fight him in the cliffs. Zava, the guy who make it through the ravine. That's Jinderhard. That's Jinderhard. Ice monster. Bye. Bye. Please. And this is why I will never do high-end content in this game. Because there is something that is significantly harder than any piece of content in this game. It's called Instance Prog, and it's trying to get a group of 8 people who all say they want to do the duty together, and then getting them to actually do the duty together. Bye. 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 If you're gonna live, so be your bee. Though to be fair, you may have. I wasn't looking at chat for most of that. I was looking at chat for most of that because I was crafting, so maybe Pi did say BRB. Did Pi say BRB at any point? Not that I saw. Not friends if they don't invite you up and join. Bye. I'm never doing this ever again on stream. I'm never doing high-end content on stream ever again if this is gonna be how it goes. Bye! I swear to God, I'll kick you from the fucking party. I swear to fucking God. It's just... It shouldn't take an hour to get a group of people to do a fight. No one plays this fucking game. There are so many goddamn people online, and you only need 8 of them to be like, I want to play the video game, and that is nearly impossible to do consistently in this game. What do we do? What do we do? Because someone has fucked us over again. Someone has decided to fuck us over again. So what do we do? Do we kick Pi from the party? Do we kick Pi from the party? Sing it, I'm a sacred. Sacred! Bomb minion. Don't pop the songs because I want to put them on the 14 collect. Sacred! There we go. A beast of burden known for its strength and swiftness. Additionally possessed of a superior sense of smell, they are able to track prey over great distances, making them indispensable hunting companions once they are. So what's the adventure? Monster hunting? Okay. They get bad they can reach on PF, yeah. I'm gonna blow my dick clean off with a shotgun. Like, there's someone else here with the party. Like, there's someone else here who's doing the exact same thing that we're doing. I'm never doing this again. I'm never fucking doing this again. Do you have any idea how infuriating this is? Like, I know it's infuriating on your end because you want to play the game. But like, as the streamer, as the person who is being here, just being like, I'm trying to do something for an audience. To just have people be like, I'll do it. And then they're just not there. Again, this is like, legitimately 100% seriously, the main thing that pushes me away from Savage content is not the difficulty. The main reason I don't want to bother with Savage content ever is not because of the difficulty. It is because I know if I try to organize a static of people to say, at this time, these set times that we've all already agreed on, we do the thing that we agreed to do, I know that people won't do it. I fucking hate playing this game. I fucking hate playing this game. Try it another time? Fuck no! Fuck no! No way in hell! I'm never doing this fucking shit again. This is so fucking infuriating. It is so infuriating to have a group of 8 people who are all explicitly there saying, yes, I want to do the thing. And then when it's like, okay, we have a group of people, do you now want to do the thing? And to have people just turn around and not even be fucking there. It is so fucking infuriating. Are we getting cross data center PF? Because we have cross-server PF. Are we getting cross-data center PF as well? Is cross-data center PF coming with cross-data center... It's DF and PF? Okay. Chat, the willingness to stay alive is basically not fucking non-existent right now, I swear to fucking God. so fucking pissed off. I'm so fucking annoyed. I'm so fucking pissed off. I don't want to fucking... Chat, do I end the stream? I want to end the stream. I don't want to fucking stream. Next week can just be fucking picking up from this. I don't want to fucking do anymore today. This has pissed me off and I don't want to do anymore. We still have other shit to do for 7.35, but I don't want to fucking do it right now. Actually, it's small enough we could do it as a midweek stream, but I don't want to fucking do it now. I don't want to fucking do it now. I'm too pissed off. I'm too fucking irritated. I'm too fucking irritated by people saying, I will do thing with you, and then they just go completely fucking radio silent. It's so infuriating. We will come back in the middle of the week, or some days from now, or fucking whatever. We still have Hildebrand to do, we have a society to unlock. It won't matter that we unlock the society in the middle of the week, because it'll only be like 2 or 3 days to do it anyway, so if we do it early enough, it'll be that. And then the other stuff. I'm not fucking doing any more today. Too pissed off. We'll come back in a future day. And welcome back. It totally hasn't been 4 days since the last part of this. Totally hasn't been 4 days of me filling up the balls of doing this. Not at all. Anyways, we're here. When we last left off, we were, when we last left off, we were like, finish the Monster Hunter stuff. And then we're gonna do all the other stuff that we're gonna do. We were, I guess, because we were in like wait times, we were going through the catch up of the combat relic, which was just this. Presenting you from good pulls for 3 hours. So we have that. I also wanted to mention, I got more gifts and goodies from Occult Crescent. I got a twirl emote. What's up? I also got some slim frame glasses. So I got those. So like I can twirl now. I got a twirl. Yeah. I can twirl now. I can do that. Actually, there is one thing we can go do on Occult Crescent. While we're on the topic of Occult Crescent, there is actually one thing we can do there that has happened. Also, I think I mentioned this last time, I've got my Arcanauts gear. I've got that fully. I've now upgraded one of the pieces for it. I've actually got like +1 on at least one of the pieces. So that's nice. I have enough Aetherspun Silver for 3 more pieces to like upgrade. It's just only gold pieces. You buy the Aetherspun Silver with silver, and then you need to buy something with the gold pieces, and that's stuff that you get from farming mobs. And I keep going to when I tried to farm mobs, I'm either just too distracted of just being like, oh, but CEs, and I just keep doing them, or other people have beaten me to the farming spot, and then they won't let me join their party, and then I'm just like, okay, I guess never mind. But let's while we're on the relic thing, while we're on the relic thing, let me go to Occult Crescent to do one quick thing. Oh, also I have Arcanites. I have Arcanites. Let me get a because I'm also gonna want a gunblade, like maxed up, you know, just for max, like once the relic's at its final stage. Once the relic's at its final stage, that's when we'll have, you know, it'll be best in slot. So, you know, by the time I get to that, Because it's also, you know, Gunbreak is also the job that I've got all of, like, the Bygone Brass stuff on there. I might as well get one, I might as well get this. Yeah, we do get a cutscene per weapon. Nice. Time to take me Demi-Out imbued tools and drug the Ul Zaith into something chill majestic. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. And Gunblade! It's one of those, it's, I'll be honest for this step. Style I've never seen before, eh? That's kind of my issue. This Gunblade looks like other Gunblades that we've had. Shimmer and shine of multi-layered mesh of Aether made malleable channel with expert precision. Pinnacle of weapon fabrication, the Phantom Bayonet Penombre. It's very much, get out there and wield the damn thing. There we go, the Might Fantastic, Bayonet Penombre, there we go. So do I Aetherwell this as well? Here? Oh, he just let me abandon if I just talk to you. Okay. Don't accidentally do that. No. Sorry, no, the Aetherwell is a one step because it has the exclamation mark. It doesn't have a rotating symbol, it's an exclamation mark. It's another one step. Never mind. Never mind. I gotta remember to look at the logos. The logos tell me the information that I want to know. I keep forgetting to look at them. The Aetherwell is also one step. We've been bitching about how fucking terrible the Aetherwell step is on Discord. We've been bitching about how it is one of the worst relic steps that exists. It's pretty fucking bad. Alright, we got... Oh man, that just went down. Okay, so... Here's something special, right? So if I go to my field ops, let's have a look at something. Let's have a look at the fact that across my entire journey in Occult Crescent so far, I've opened up exactly 100 treasure coffers. Oh, across all the different types of coffers and everything, I've gotten 100. I've gotten 100. Just like how Deku has had a 100 stream streak of my content. I don't think Deku's been here for 100 in a row, because I've done some that are, like, definitely when Deku's sleeping the last 100. I don't even know if I've done 100 streams this year. But nice. But I have 100 coffers here, right? And guess what I got out of those 100 coffers? I finally got my first fortune carrot. Remember how you need 2,000 carrots for an achievement? Yeah. Where did I have one of these? I could yell in the shout chat, but that's boring. Where's my Occult Crescent guide? There we go. I have a guide of where all of the coffers are for the pots because I'm lazy. So let me also grab this for the bunnies. This will show all of the, it's a map. It's on console wiki, as you would expect, where it just shows literally every possible spawn location for the carrots. Because I believe what we do for these coffers is just go to one of the spots, find a carrot, use our carrot, which is a bit weird. You find where a carrot already is, and then you put another carrot there. People are dead. Where are they dead? Oh, they're dead really far away from me. They're dead. They're like super far away dead. Okay, because there's apparently one there. No, sorry, not there. It's inside. I don't know how many carrots spawn at one time is the issue. I have no idea if it's like, oh, one carrot spawns out of all of the possible carrot spawns. I have no idea how it works. I got no idea. There's apparently 2 possible spawns inside of this room here, though. Why 2 in the same room? I don't know. I don't know. But I don't see any carrots here. So it's basically like, it works similar to the pot coffers. It's just no time limit, but no guide of directing where to use it. So we'll just run around to all of the spots and hope we find it somewhere. There's apparently one possibly outside here. Sorry, if we hang around here long enough, maybe someone in Shout Chat will find one. Usually, if someone comes across one, they'll usually put it in Shout Chat, just because there are people looking for it. There's apparently one out here somewhere. Because I've definitely seen them just running around on my own as well, but... Yo, someone got the fucking necklace? Holy shit. There's a full set of right-hand side accessories that are possible to get. And each one you get increases your special... I'll buy for 3 kill. Each one increases your special attribute by 1, I believe. Although there is a ring that if you have a full set, you get like an extra bonus. Nice, happy for you. Sad face. People are just... Okay. To all, someone's offering 20. Someone's offering 20. Oh, we're getting some big spenders here. 30, 40. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. These things go for several mil on the market board, in case you're wondering. I don't see one here, but also it could be in that little corridor that's over there. So I actually don't know. 100 and a gentle caress on the cheek. Oh, I'd be hard to pass down. I'd be hard to pass down. Oh, I was about to say, is that a carrot? No, it's a coffer. Oh, I love my magic prisms. I'm glad I'm going past these level 20 enemies for this. Well, I'm fucked. Well, I'm screwed. You gonna leave me alone? How far away I have to get before you leave me alone? If I can get off this roof, I'm fine. It's just... I'm technically in... There we go. There's spots to jump off the roof here, and you can go down, and then there's much simpler enemies, but... There we go. There we go. Oh, there's apparently a possible carrot up the very top there. I don't think I saw one, so I think we're okay. Not to interrupt, but a pot Southport. 3 minutes for Southports? Oh, but I could join Southports. I could join Southports, though. So again, the way that the map is, I don't know if it's meant to be here or like on the other side at the end of that corridor that they're pointing to. This silver coffer, people check this all the time. There we go! I got that petal lotus whistle. Fucking, these pots are so fucked. These pots are so fucked. That petal lotus whistle, this is once again to make a point. Got jump server notification. What's up? I got another petal lotus whistle. Carrot! Let's go! For context, the petal lotus whistle is the shark. And this is the thing that you need 99 of the currency from Fork Tower to buy. I think this is the 4th time I have found one in a silver coffer. And at the same time, I got these 2 glam items as well as this. The coffers totally aren't broken. They're working as intended. Don't worry about it. Anyway, here's a carrot. So we can finally do this. Yo! Happy bunny! I got a gold coffer! Let's see what great rewards await inside. Note that the coffer that I just opened that was a random silver that I happened to stumble upon gave me the Fort's Tower mount that costs 99, and I believe you get 10 per run. Oh my god! I got another carrot though. I did get another carrot. Okay. That's actually a pretty good reward. I only got materia and some fucking thing, but I actually got another fucking carrot. That's actually pretty good. And it's probably one of the better things you can find. It's just another fucking carrot. That is okay. Okay, well, let's find another one. Somewhere in this little courtyard. Yo, there we go. And there's another carrot right here. And there's another carrot right here. All right, what do we get from this? This is actually quite helpful because getting this amount of gold definitely makes doing the gold farm a lot easier. There we go. And another 4 materia. And another 1,000 silver pieces. And another 1,600 gold pieces. Remember how I got the mound that required 10 runs of Forked Tower to get from a random silver? But no, the drops from coffers in South Horn are definitely working as intended. They're definitely working as intended. There's definitely nothing wrong with the system. What are you talking about? Shut up. It's totally fine. What are you talking about? Anyway, these are the ethereal fixatives that we need. Wiki says you have a 1 in 5 to 10 to the power 64 chance of getting a bunny blessed from 1 carrot if you just keep getting carrots from chest. Well, I got a chain of 2. Ethereal fixatives is the thing I need, right? Right. Yes, ethereal fixatives. So this costs 1,600 for one of these ethereal fixatives. So each of those bunny coffers got me. I can't even buy 3 of them. Never mind. Oh, because it's 4,000. Yeah, I need 4,000 here. One day someone told Yoshi P materia is not a good reward. Can it happen soon? Because I'm sick of seeing menus like this as well. And I'm sick of getting materia from fucking as our rewards. Like, even if you sell material on the market board, like, at best, like, the crate ones might sell for 1,000 near a patch. But yeah, so we need 3 ethereal fixatives per piece of upgrade gear. So yes, 1 bunny coffer does get you 1/3 of the way to upgrading 1 piece of gear. So, you know, that's okay. That's alright. You know, that's definitely an amount. And yeah, this one's silver is significantly cheaper. So you also need 3 of these. So you need 3,600 of this, and then you need 4,800 of the other. This is the silvers that you get from the constant seas and skirmishes that appear, and you get the gold. I think gold is one of those things where it's like, if you're solo or if you're with a group, your rate of getting silver is going to be the same no matter what, because it's just skirmishes and CEs. And yeah, so you're just going to be running those like over and over. I think gold is one of those, if you got a proper group to gold farm, you could probably gold farm really fucking fast. But I've tried being in Shout Chat. Oh, Shark Pizza. I've tried going into Shout Chat to get gold farms going. No one responds or cares. No one wants to do gold farming because it's just mob killing. So instead, I just go over here and kill the stuff up here and kill the stuff in the cave. And that's not like the slowest thing in the world. Like, killing the group up here gets you about 100, and killing the group down here gets you about another 100. And once you've got, like, Phantom... Once you've got Phantom kind of near maxed out, and you've got Phantom, Geomancer maxed out, you know, they take about a minute each. But, you know, that's still 48 minutes to get enough for 1 gear upgrade. Anyway, that's our weekly stop into Occult Crescent. It's still something that I enjoy when I'm just going back to back to doing fates every now and then as a break from my norm. But it's still really bad in a lot of ways. There's still a lot of issues when it comes to everything about Occult Crescent, and I have this weird feeling that the Northhorn can't fix it. But you know, It is what it is. It is what it is. What it is lackluster. Anyway, let's go to solution 9. Let's check in with Hildebrands. Let's check in with Hildebrands, where they did one of the smartest things they could have done with the Dawntrail Hildebrands and made the straight man another Hildebrands. Absolutely genius concept. Anyways, I have a Red Bull. I'm gonna pop. I've been very tired the past few days. That's why it's taken so many days to do this. Oh, also I got my hair done. One of those days, so I couldn't do it then. But I've been extremely tired the past few days. So I haven't done this most of those days. And I'm still extremely tired today, so, you know. We've also got a chain going over these. I slowly polished one over the course of my work shifts. And now I have another one going. Dear God. You're looking very fancy there, my guy. Anyway, where is Nashu? It's out over here. Right? I think that's where she is. Is that? Oh yeah, level 1. Right, because all of the other stuff like has to sync. Level sync, yeah. Hardy Boils, there he is. Hardy Boils. Turn the volume a little bit on my ends because there is usually wacky music and sound effects in Hildebrands. I don't have headphones on today, and I'm not going to. So, a vandal of the wild. Hardy Boils' stoic silhouette is a fixture amidst the bright lights and bustle of Shrewview. Even the quest description are gonna lean into the noir. If it isn't manifest, but keeping yourself sharp, I trust. Reasonably. Reasonably sharp. Good to hear. Now, line of work, you gotta stay in peak condition and be ready for anything. In any case, it's a good moment to come by. I'll measure a couple more data and learn about another experimental subject. Oh, I dare say that it's cue for us to lend our investigative skills once more. Hello. Oh, bam, 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 bam. Yeah. I like how it goes to their silly music and then just back to machinations. It seems this criminal had his soul put into the body of a cloaca. That's a two-legged wolf, in case you weren't familiar. Prior to that, man was a notorious vandal who went around causing wanton destruction, targeting everything from shops to government facilities. Didn't have a grand motive, was all for the thrill of it. A real piece of work. Well, a sticky-fingered Cyclops, so it's our result of his old antics in his new body, and as a pawn of the mysterious researcher. Such a fiend wreaking havoc in a densely populated area would swiftly attract attention. If our wolfman were to make mischief, I expect it would be somewhere outside this city. Not half bad reason for a soft-boiled dope. As you say, the fiend's likely to try places outside of Solution 9. Wherever it leads beyond that, though, so I have a mind to pay one of my trusted sources a visit. Maimon's his name. Instead of Wymond. just flip the W. And his business is knowing every bugger else's. Come on, he ought to be at his usual spot nearby. Maimond. Does that not remind you of our friend Wymond? We have to remind people because this was back in a Rome Reborn. It does. Do you suppose we'll get a Yomons too? What about a Halmond? I was gonna say, how many people are going to get the Wymond bit is a reference to Wymond, and then the game, and then, oh hey, sup? Louis Bond. Hello. I have a surprise. Wait, is Ryan, are you here? I have a surprise. No, actually, I don't have. Never mind. I don't have the surprise. So I haven't done the grinding yet for the surprise. Never mind. Never mind. We're also in the city where we can't get on mounts. Hey, little buddy. There we go. There we go. Oh, your feet. Searching all over Tyrol for a bird. Like this guy, only a little larger. Oh, only larger. Not a little larger. Big larger. Heard the other me was caring for both of them. Last anyone seen was shortly before the recent attacks. There's been a lot of attacks. I'm trying to remember which ones it is. There's been so many of them. Thinking of the shape of this one. Shape and the color's a bit different, but I think I've seen a bird with a with a beak very similar to this one. Yeah, if this one's only a youngin', still got its fuzzy baby down coat and everything, could evolve into much bigger feathers as it gets older. The beak very similar. I think I've seen. I think I have. I can't get it out right now because we're in a city. Sadly, I can't show you. I don't like coming into the cities. Big, bright, flashy lights. None of my birds like coming in here. Bit too much for them. We can head outside then. I will be outside soon. We are looking for a vendor. We're just gonna stop in, check on some sources. We're looking for someone. Oh hey, it's that guy over there. Mr. Fancy Gold Man, White and Gold Man. Cat chasing after me. Okay, doing ads. Energy drink ads. Leaning against a pole, of course. Corey, give me a clone of Wymont. Never seen anything like it. Except for the time Mr. Boopy made all those clones of the Inspector. Good heavens, he even looks like Wymont. But there's Wymont. Let's see if it knows anything about a fiend with an appetite for destruction. Again, the one time where they have the reflections look similar is when it's specifically a joke. I often see you a company detective. What can I do for you today? We're looking for a cloaca, I think it was. A thrill-seeking vandal in the body of a fiend. Sounds like a recipe for trouble, alright. Now, can't say I've heard any talk of vandalism, neither in or around Everkeep. Sugar Riot But there's not no court side of a solitary, Kafialoa? Near the barrier recently. Went to Vanguard and didn't come back out, so you're shooting with the Shaloni. What struck him most, though, was the queer way it moved. Seemed more man than beast, he said. Guffaloas are fiercely territorial creatures that live in packs. This lone wolf's our vandal. I'd wager my gun on it. We need to head to the Shaloni right away. Thanks for the lead, Wymont. is truly uncanny indeed. This resembles you better, my friend. His name is Wymond, and his information is stock and trade as well. Eh? Well, we have similar faces and names, so we're in the same business besides. Bugging me with a lightning rod. You know, you look rather like the detective yourself. Only you're either younger or have better skincare regimen. Your brothers or something. Ridiculous! Detective Hardyboard that I am not the least bit alike. Damn right! Don't compare me to this preening ninny. Alright, I don't mean to ruffle any feathers. I love how normally, like, Hildebrand gets along really well with the straight man. The straight man of the story is usually finding Hildebrand kind of insufferable and difficult to put up with, but Hildebrand's just, like, super fun with him. But in this case, Hildebrand and the straight man being just another Hildebrand, and they're fierce rivals who can't stand each other. But you, lass, something about you reminds me of the detective's assistant. Don't speak back, it does. There was a Nashi. We should get going. Let's gather them from a vanguard before heading in the Shaloni. No, there's a tragic, like, Nashi backstory here as well. Oh no. 60 mount tokens. I've not even been able to get. I was about to say I've not been able to get halfway to that. No, I'm on like 30 something. We got a ways back, me and Hardyboard and his assistant. The reason I fell into this trade, you might say. Alright, to East Yasselani. That'll work. That'll work. Itchies. I have many face itches. Because I gotta just sit down and just do the fucking grind for mount tokens, you know? I just gotta get into it and just be like, fuck it, 3 hours straight of just doing mount tokens while, like, you know, chilling or doing whatever. There's just been so many other things to do in the game. Again, post Dawntrail has definitely felt like the most I've had to really put in a lot to keep up with the. Oh my god, he's lit. To keep up with, like, the content. Like, do not be surprised if we don't get Beastmaster, like, on week of release, because I'm still behind trying to catch up on other stuff. We chance to see a cow or a halo on route here. They have a rather endearing appearance, I must say. Cow halo? Okay, so I think me calling it a Koika was actually closer than. Oh, Wolfine is so adorable with their spiky leg armor and giant sword. You think like being scratched behind the ears. This will be my first time beyond the barrier. One of them quiet bar, there's some watered down drinks. Oh, there is a mezcal bar. There is a mezcal bar. Have we made like a short path through Vanguard? Ugh. I mean, I know they're working on getting the train to run through here eventually. Inspector, yo, glowy tingly. Must be lightning around to hit you with. The artifacts can linger a while, I'm afraid. Doing some time notes while watching streams as well as unlocking top level FC subs. Have a lot of crafts to do to make them. There's one person in our FC who hasn't come into our new FC because we don't have a house yet, and she's our resident sub builder. So she's joined another FC of someone she knows to continue working on the subs there, and then once we finally get a house, she'll come over and bring the subs with her. No need for concern! Far from causing discomfort, the lightning appears to have improved my circulation. I feel halo that I have in recent memory. You really are an oddball. Do you know how much lightning I got shot with? Ah! Me when I see a cockroach. I must say, Detective, I expect your heart and self to suffer from fear of insects. And such adorable ones, too. They're not as any insects. They're oglops, bringers of death and disease. Get your hold of something now. An egg will set you straight. You fool. You never bring any. Not a single dime at all. Dear, never have I seen such a severe case of egg withdrawal. Even after that guy ate an inventory of roughly a couple 100,000 of them, I didn't see it. Think I boil this to the good detective slacking. I'm a level 100 culinarian. Absolutely. Egg. Stop having sexual fantasies about nausea, manifest. My God. I gotta say, Manifest does pull off the full-on noir look very well. 12 hard-boiled is 12 minutes. I remember the to be continued bit from last time. Is hard-boiled's 12 minutes, right? Hard-boiled is 12 minutes, I believe. $20. Rock solid boiled. This reminds me, the muffin shop near my work have a new breakfast muffin, where inside of the muffin, it has a bunch of little bacon bits, and the center of the muffin is an entire soft-boiled egg. Like, cause they've got a picture of it up where it's like, you know, it's cut in half and they show the two halves. And in the dead center of the muffin is an entire soft-boiled egg. And then you can see bacon bits, like, throughout the rest of it. And I'm just like, I mean, I don't like egg. So, I don't know. But that's definitely an interesting take on a breakfast muffin. And when I say muffin, I mean like a sweet bakery muffin, you know, the classic, you know, you got the cup shape that it's there, the blowing out of the top in flavors like chocolates and your raspberries, and they have a like a butterscotch cream one that's fucking delicious as hell. But yeah, they do a lot of savory muffins, or they do duffins sometimes, which is a muffin made out of donut instead of muffin. This is another trick, is it? Bah, I'll chance it. Did we do the ice bath? Isn't that what you're meant to do for a hard-boiled egg? Look at them play with the new face models. The texture of the yolk, firm and assured. Not untested, but not broken down by the weight of the world. The essence of a survivor. You're all one who knows the score, Manifest. Glad to have you at my back. See, I didn't remember 12 from the last to be continued bit. I remembered 12 from real life people talking about hard-boiled eggs. Yeah, isn't that how you do hard-boiled eggs? You steam it in the, like, you cook it in the pot and then you dump it into the ice bath, and it's that rapid change of temperature that gives it that distinct hard-boiled shape where it is like perfect white on the outside, perfect yolk in the middle, and it like doesn't mix together but like stays as a cohesive thing. Isn't that rapid change of temperature like the thing that makes a hard-boiled egg work? Or am I thinking of a different type of boiling of an egg? There's like a billion different ways to prepare egg, and there's about a billion different ways to prepare egg, and I get that, and I don't know the difference between them. That's just boiling. So what's the ice bath thing then? Where you take it from the hot water, yolks are already in a ball shape. So what's the egg cooking type thing then? Oh, it just stops it from cooking further. Oh, okay. So it keeps it like at the exact time, and then you take it out, and then it's hard boiled, instead of just it continues cooking from the inside. Okay. Looks like you boiled it just right. Well done. Yay. Again, as someone who doesn't like egg. Me not liking egg, it's not like how I don't like coffee or how I don't like fish. I cannot fucking stand coffee. Fish makes me actively sick. Egg isn't that for me. Egg is just, I'm not a fan. I don't viscerally hate it. It's just, I'm not a fan of it. And again, there's sometimes you can have egg where I do like it. A little bit of scrambled egg in like a Caesar, a chicken Caesar salad, a little bit of scrambled egg inside of like a fried rice. I'm okay with that. But it's basically, if anything is predominantly egg, I'm not a fan of it. So I'm not a fan of just like eating eggs on a plate that are like poached. I'm not a fan of like hard-boiled or soft-boiled eggs. Deviled eggs, I just don't like the smell of. Deviled eggs smell horrible. I hate it. So there is that. I don't like omelets. And again, none of that stuff is I viscerally hate it. I just put it in my mouth and I'm just like, nah, not for me. At any rate, I feel like myself again. Appreciate it, Manifest. I think one way that I've not tried egg, and again, because there's some ways that I do like egg, but most I don't. If there's a new method of egg that I've like not tried before, I will try it just in case. Growing up around my mum though, especially, my mum fucking loves eggs. Like she would be eggs is a every day or two, kind of person. Like it's breakfast each morning is like there's a 50-50 shot of it will have eggs in some capacity, but you know how like the Japanese egg cakes, which I think is also made out of just egg, but like where they cook the egg where it caramelizes and it goes into like the fluffy cake shape. I've never tried that. Maybe I'd like it. I don't know. But like a fluffy egg cake, I've not tried. I've tried quail eggs. I also didn't like those. The century eggs, I've not tried that. I would like to try omurice just because, again, one way that I do like egg is scrambled egg in rice. And it's not a case of I don't taste the egg in the rice, so therefore I'm okay with it. I can taste the scrambled egg inside of the rice, and I think the scrambled egg complements the flavor of the rice very well. So I'd be quite happy to try an omurice to see if it is also a very similar thing there of the egg flavor complementing the rice as well. I'd very much would like to try an omurice. Tea eggs, again, nah. I've tried tea eggs, but no. I also feel like my perception of omurice is like warped because I've seen so many videos of that one particular omurice place in Japan. The guy where the chef does the entire is very over the top, and he has the hair that sticks out, and his omurice is where it's like, you know, half cooked. It's like a half cooked omelet. So he does the thing where it cuts it open and it like opens up and pours over it. And instead of it being like ketchup or tomato sauce or anything like that, he's got like the, I think it's like an ox stew, and it's like the glaze from like the ox stew that's poured on there as well. I've seen so many videos of that. I'm just like, I want to try that specifically as well. But I know a lot of omurice is ketchup instead. Which, I mean, I love ketchup, so there's also that. I'd love to try that as well. At any rate, I feel like myself again. Appreciate it, Manifest. I never confidence you could aid the good detective. My dear assistants, come, let us continue. Skellybug chasing us. Oh, Shalani! With the guitar music of someone making love to guitar. Let's go. Wherever I go, I always make sure I bring food with me. After all, one can't miss on an empty stomach. Yeah, I try to make sure I bring with me roughly 11 things of caramel popcorn, 47 olive braise, and 30 stuffed peppers just in case, and also nearly 1,000 bottles of wine just in case I need to eat. This gives reminiscence of Thanalan, is it not? I'm put in mind of my youth, when I trained by running through the wilds whilst carrying Chocobo upon my shoulders. Jesus. So this is the outside world. It's gonna take some getting used to being under a sky without limits. This sky, I don't like it. Right, we should begin by looking to the locals. A town I see over there. Show on the shoulders like his dad did in the book. Oh yeah, yeah, good. Yeah, when he met Julian, yeah. Shows the noisy springs, eh? Good place as any. Come on, let's go. Everyone's showing up on all their different types of bikes. What's up? So yeah, I think the bird that I've seen might be a grown-up one of the one that you've got there. Why don't I add it to my favorites? It is one of my favorites. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? There it is. There it is. There it is. Bird. A bit bigger, slightly different in color, with a little arm tucked in, the tail, the beak. So that's what an adult looks like. The train going past, sorry, distracting me. Yeah, when I met your other self, he was riding one of these. Made him look like a real cowboy. But instead of riding on a chocobo, riding on a, well, an even fiercer, more chocobo, I'd say. I'll find it soon. Have been stories of a number of sightings around here. Oh, the little baby likes to be quiet. I'm not your mama or papa. I'm sorry. Let's find your mama or papa somewhere else around here. Or are you just hiding under me because you're in the shade there? Also don't want to go with his parents much longer. Should be around here somewhere. Heard over far west there was a valley. Big monster was in there, but it's gone now. This one that I have, scattered out, is really good at scouting by its nose. Scout out the monster in a. Oh, sorry, out east. I think east. Yes, off to the east, I believe. East? Yeah, I think east. Something like there then, yeah. Follow there, yeah. Follow on the ravine east from where the bridge comes in. They got a really good sense of smell, so they'll probably always be looking for something. East, west, I don't remember where the mission is. Oh, I want to say it's over here because that's like where the river comes in, but I could totally remember. You're forgetting. Choo-choo! Choo-choo! If you've not seen the Monster Hunter episode where we fight Omega, so something that happens in that episode is that you do get a chocobo in that game as well, but like 14 has multiple different mounts, so you just get on the Sacred as a different mount, right? In Monster Hunter Wilds, you only have the one mount, and it is the Sacred. So the way that they put the chocobo mount in Monster Hunter Wilds is they turn the Sacred into a chocobo. Now here's the thing about Sacreds. They can actually run on all fours. They do very frequently in the game when you're sprinting. They sprint by going down on all fours. Like these at the front are not just wings. As you can see, they are very large paws. They will run on all fours. So when you put the chocobo skin over the Sacred, it also does that. So when you start sprinting with the chocobo in Monster Hunter Wilds, it runs on all fours. And seeing a chocobo run on 4 legs is so fucking weird. I believe the term that Crafts used very frequently was skinwalker. I'm feeling hunger pangs. Or I can get a buy date somewhere. I see they drew for ceruleum here, just like in Thanalan. Similarity is more than soil deep. An old-fashioned place, this. But it's got a ruggedness that speaks to me. Man, you get used to it. Well, let's split up and ask around. See if there's been any acts of vandalism in these parts. You learn something, you come and tell me. Hey, Apricot. Yate! Elenishpia came by a while ago to give me a toy. A little ball of a thing with a face on it. He said it was a model of the actual machine Kiwi used to operate. Seems his friends all in the dome just went ahead and made dozens of them, and he all but begged me to take one off his hands. I think I'll show you she was as much loved over there as she was here. Aww. Aww. Aaronville came and gave her one. Oh my god. Oh my god. Give me your day. Vandalism? Don't get me started. Some miscreant busted up some of our drilling equipment. Poured my blood, sweat, and tears into keeping everything running, so I haven't seen red. This room's our livelihood, so the perpetrator can't possibly be a local. It's an outsider, mark my words. How? I still don't know. Boogie. I still don't know how we haven't had, like, anything come up in the game yet. That's just like, hey, constantly mining and burning ceruleum is bad. Considering, like, the very, very obvious, like, comparison to fossil fuels in our worlds that, like, ceruleum has had since A Realm Reborn, and this expansion has furthered. The fact that, like, nothing bad comes from burning ceruleum is so bizarre. It's just like, yeah, burning ceruleum, it's like, what if burning fossil fuels in our world had no negative repercussions other than sometimes, like, certain monsters that are, like, made out of stuff similar to ceruleum are drawn to it and might blow up a bit. Like, it's so weird that there's just been, like, no negatives to ceruleum here, other than, like, the people fighting over it. It's magic fossil fuels completely different. Oh yes, I heard that bomb was destroyed the other day. Smashed to pieces by all accounts. Why would anyone do such a senseless thing? It's just very surprising that, like, again, nothing. So one thing I've seen people say is, why does Dawntrail have, like, nothing Blue Mage come up? You're literally in the place where Blue Mage comes from, and nothing Blue Mage happens. What the fuck is up with that? That I can understand as they're waiting to add Dawntrail to Blue Mage content. Once you get to the job quests that are, like, 90 to 100 for Blue Mage, then it will come to Toral, and then you'll get a store, and then you'll have like a resurgence of those ideas, and hopefully fix it a bit. So I'm assuming that's when they're saving that for. But like, the fact that they just like double down on burning Cerulean was like totally fine. There's no issues with it. It's like, okay. Like even if it doesn't cause like magic climate change, surely just like extracting that much out of the ground and burning it would have to throw the ethereal balance of like the land itself out of whack, right? Surely. Yeah, they didn't do 80 to 81 to 90 this expect. From what I heard, they ran out of like time. They were just like, we're trying to do so many other things, especially Beastmaster, that we've just had to delay the next Blue Mage update to Evercold because we just straight up don't have time for this expansion. The completely harmless technology that Solversos Galvus invented. Has anything been destroyed in these parts recently? We've been trying to see an endearing wolf-like fiend that walks on its hind legs. No, not quite like that one. Where's Nashu? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, Sacred. Sacreds can't actually fly. They glide. But yeah. Is Nashu around? Normally in moments like this, everyone's around, like, doing their own thing. Investigating their own stuff. I can't see Nashu anywhere, though. Don't see a Nashu. I don't see a Nashu. Never mind. Don't know what, it's an officer. As a matter of fact, it's been a bit of vandalism, talking to barns and equipment. Corbett strikes no one's around and leaves no trace, so we don't have much of a lead. Bad as we are, we'll post a generous bounty. Information's welcome too, of course, so if you see any speech activity, be sure to let us know. Learn anything? It can't be bad if we use it for all our airships. Hey, managed to learn anything? Put too much of a bit of a twang on that one. We're much the same. Vandal's been busy. By the way, have you seen Nashu? There it is. I'm not sure where she's gone. Serious? Ah! Sorry, the Spider-Man. You're serious, okay? I cannot know where your sister is. Better split up and find her. Okay, so me not being able to run into her is a plot point. There we go. We've discovered it. Oh, there she is. Cocky ruffian, but you're not even a Hell's God. We know it's you, doesn't admit it already. I like the manifest. I could use a little help. I say, Nashu, have you been making new friends? No, do ya? And all the cash has been stolen too, no doubt. Oh, whatever do you mean? Don't play the fool. Was already polishing them bombs. Okay, she does. That's right. She's been one blowing things up. We're taking her in and collecting the bounty. For the umpteenth time, they're not bombs, they're medicine. Yeah, verily. Though they may look, and indeed explode like bombs, they are, in fact, potent restoratives. My assistant is not the vandal you seek. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. Exploding medicine? Ah! Well, let's all take a deep breath now. We need the nitroglycerin for Hildebrand's heart condition. No need to get so hot and bothered. We can talk this through. Resolve things peacefully. I know who you are, but we're done talking here. She's the vandal and that's that. Stand aside if you know what's good for you. If you're not willing to be civil, then we'll have to settle this the old-fashioned way. Detective, wait! I'm emphatically opposed to violence. Boss insists we resolve this in a gentlemanly manner. One of ourselves, it needs to be explicitly resuscitated. These kids wouldn't know a gentleman if he shot him in the rear. Don't waste your breath. You asked for it, old man! You want a duel? I'll give you a duel. Just remember that you had other options. Now we're gonna need witnesses. Let's take it elsewhere. Hildebrand, it's fine. The bullets here don't hurt, remember? Well, they hurt, they didn't kill. Don't worry, little head. It ain't to the death. Tease, no, I'm the detective. Hardy Will shows an approach. Seems wants to fight him. No, seriously, like, duels here don't kill people, it's fine. It's like actually just a test of skill. It's like, it's paintball. It's actually fine. They've realized that maybe killing each other over petty arguments wasn't smart, so they decided, what if we do the cool thing, but we don't literally kill each other? And everyone decided that that was a really smart idea. Sudden middle of the day flashback. Puts on a brave face, but he's nervous. Watch the eyes. He'll rush to finish it. So Red Smudge. Had yourself some poached eggs smothered in tomato sauce, did you? Soft choice for a soft bastard. Not the least bit phased. Hard recognizes hard. And I can tell your woman has been to hell and back. Even I could learn a thing or two from you. Game recognizes game. Catch up, basic. Hardyboard judging all of us for wanting Omeros. Whoa, whoa, you kidding me? All the sauce over urine you're having to snooze? You got marks of doll face. Just like her. Sweet dreams. Yeah. Still charged with lightning. That's impressive in its own way. But never mind that off for now. You got a job to do. An old-fashioned firearm most carried in these parts. Watch the barrel, dodge the bullet. The camera work that they got going here. Fucking like noir detective investigating the crime scene shit. Luscious locks for a rough neck. Don't know fancy hair treatment you use, sweet prince, but a bar of soap is all I need. On the hair? I've seen enough. This one's in the bag. Yo! Yo! Didn't even try to be fast about it, just actually just dodged the bullets. Hell yeah. Oh, also I tased him. Now he's fucking dead. Piss on the old laws. Long as you win, don't matter how. Insect! The classic Matrix dodge, let's go! Who the hell are you? What's going on here? Come back up! So that's the way of it. But only the rounds to know the law forbids dueling in town. As such, you'll be treated as an illegal gunfight. The guilt falls on the side that drew first. You'll like to come with me. Now, it seems it all began when they saw the lady with what looked like bombs, and assumed she was the vandal. While you don't strike me as a miscreant, I'd like to examine the objects of good measure. Obviously, it's medicine. I must say, it does look like a bomb. An understandable and unfortunate misunderstanding. Despite its worrisome appearance, I assure you, good sir, this is bespoke medicine that rejuvenates me when I'm feeling poorly. Not the lightning. Boom! That's a bomb where I was born yesterday. Ah, I feel like a new man. Just if I walk upon a cloud. Enough of that hogwash. Well, as long as it doesn't prove she's a vandal, we're gonna keep her in the jailhouse till we know more. I'm your served in the jailhouse. Well, that they are. We don't want our prisoners to starve to death. See ya! I will come for you, Nashu! I will find the true criminal and clear your good name! This I swear! Oh no! The evil one. No thoughts, empty head. The way of the Nashu. Nashu heard free food in prison and thought that was actually a good idea. You right there, honey boiled? Why'd it have to be our gloves? So how many... I'm losing track of how many movie characters Hardy Boiled is. Because the fear of this, I mean, especially the way he's talking about it here, this is an Indiana Jones bit. Especially, like, saying explicitly the line, why'd it have to be our globs? This is an Indiana Jones bit. He's doing fucking Matrix dodges. Full-on noir detective. He's just American movie man. Which, again, it makes sense that, like, Hardy Boiled has a lot of American movie references. Because, you know, he's basically American Hildebrand. because we're in Taral. Oh shit, my battery's running low. On the trail of destruction. When it concerns his existence well-being, not even Inspector Hildebrand can maintain his customary aplomb. Cannot bear to imagine sweet innocent Dasher behind bars. Must apprehend the true criminal and secure her release post-haste. Sweet and innocent ain't words I use to describe a barn-toting dame. But setting that aside, we know who we're after. We just need to track him down. Yeah, more requests for a sports anime in disguise. So now we have American movies. A number of residents report having sighted an unusual wolf-like fiend. Apparently, it has appeared near the settlement called Lure Them in Your Trousers. Jesus Christ, Elder friend. That's Lieutenant Yawasa. Need to clear the wax out of your ears. Lieutenant Yawasa. Yeah, that's what I meant. Lieutenant Yawasa. Come on, let's see what we can find out there. What did I say? It's not Wowzer, it's Wasa. I want a Ronic mount so bad. There's part of me that's just like, my 16 mil could possibly afford enough mount tokens on the market board to be able to afford the Ronic mount, but I also really want to keep this money because I will definitely want the money for the release of Evercold. For what my plans are at the release of Evercold, I will need money. I shouldn't lose money. I should hopefully stay roughly stable with what my plans are, but I'll need the cash up front. You're surprised that I've already changed into fresh attire? I put you as there to spare set on hand. Insofar as it is possible, one must ever maintain a gentlemanly and dignified appearance. Right, let's question locals about Wolfman's silence. Should be straightforward enough, so we'll stay together this time. Just say the word and we'll get started. Ready? Then lead the way. I started doing like southern US accents, and then my noir accents start leaning into that as well, because I'm really bad at voice acting, despite the fact that I insist on trying to do it a lot. Word ovens, eh? Unheard of a solution 9. They're like cooking with electric appliances. That said, the smoke gives eggs a nice flavor. I'll have to look into it when I get the chance. Smoke tastes so fucking good in food. Mother used to roast whole mitrotragus on a giant oven. She was partial to the billies for the flavor, but I found them a little tough. There's no bearing on my own toughness, mind you. One of those things where people will talk about, like, you know, cooking with different types of wood, because different wood has different smells of smoke, which imparts different flavors into what you're cooking. And then you try stuff cooked with different wood, like, in a comparison environment, and then realize, fuck, they're right, that actually does exist. Like, big ass, they're nowhere near as much of a thing here in Australia, just because we don't have the type of trees that they do in America that are like really good for wood fire cooking. But like, you get the big ass smokers in America, and like, oh, what type of wood are you using for your smoker is like a big thing. And as it turns out, it is actually a difference. You know, it's not going to make it taste like two completely different things, but it is definitely noticeable when you try back to back the same thing cooked with like very different woods that, yeah, this is a different flavor. It's the same with aging alcohol. Aging alcohol in different barrels made out of different wood. It does taste different. It absolutely does impart different flavors. Again, it's not like the entire flavor profile is going to change. But when it's something that you've had a lot of, like, for example, me and alcohol, when you've had enough alcohols and you have them in a compare environment, you can be like, oh yeah, no, this is definitely, like, you can tell the difference in terms of like what barrels it was aged in. It's one of those things where, like, for the longest time, like, you know, growing up, I hear about like the alcohol like process, and it's like, oh, these alcohols are aged in like mahogany barrels, and these ones are aged in like oak barrels and stuff like that, or oh, this is aged in a barrel that was used previously to age brandy. And it's just like, how much of a difference can it actually make? And then getting older and trying stuff that is actually like that, and it's just like, again, it's not like a completely different fucking thing, but it is definitely noticeable. It's like, oh shit. Yeah, because it's one of those things that sounds a bit foofy. It sounds a bit just like, okay, yeah, you're just like, you know, you're kind of making some shit up here to try and make it sound more fancy than it actually is. Because you get that all of the time, actually, with food. But then that's one of those ones where it's just like, yeah, no, there is a difference. There is a difference. Fuck, that one is actually real. Like, one thing that, from my experience, keep in mind, I don't like wine very much, so there is that. But the idea of, like, wine pairings, which, like, there is something to be said about certain alcohols going better with certain foods. But that's more so in a broad sense. But when you get to stuff like really expensive wine pairings, it's like, oh, this specific wine goes with this specific dish, this specific wine goes with this specific dish, and I'm like, I don't know if that much. I don't know if you can get that strict with it. Like, something like, you know, fried chicken and beer, that is a combo. Like, fried chicken and beer are something that do work well together, because, like, one basically, like, none of the palates of one ruin the palate of the other, and having one kind of refreshes your palate, so going back to the other hits with full force again. So there is that. But I'm not gonna be like, oh, well, if you're going to this fried chicken shop, you want specifically like a certain type of lager. But if you're going to this fried chicken shop, oh, you've got to have this ale. Like, I'm not gonna go that, like, not like that, you know. Tangential, but something that I learned recently is that prickly pear cactus, kind you see here in Chile, were a horribly invasive species in Australia 100 years ago. Oh, well, there you go. Well, there you go. We have a lot of outback in Australia. There's a fuck ton of it. So I could definitely see there being like quite a lot of Australia where cactus would grow very well. I had no idea like that it was actually like, an invasive species there. Australia is one of those places where, because it's so isolated, like, it very much has its own wildlife and its own ecosystem. So it's very easy to have invasive species in Australia. Just because, you know, you have an island that has, like, ecologically developed its own stuff for thousands and thousands and thousands, if not, like, millions of years. That certain invasive species can come over and just, there's nothing, like, there's no natural species here that can counteract it. There's certain birds, minor birds I think they are, I can't remember the exact name of it. There's a certain bird, of a minor bird, where it's like, there are no other birds that would, like, naturally hunt it and eat it, and it has, like, no natural predators here because it's an invasive, because it was just introduced here. But it, like, lays waste to a lot of, like, local stuff here. Cane toads were, I don't know if I think cane toads were an invasive species, as in, like, they came from overseas. I think cane toads were similar. Cane toads in Australia were, like, so bad to the point where it was just, like, people, like, there would be, like, government-sponsored ads of just, like, hey, if you see a cane toad, fucking kill it, please. We need to fucking get rid of them. We need to get rid of cane toads. If you see one, just fucking murk the thing. And so that was a problem for quite a while. Again, you've like some stuff just won't survive here because what is natural here would tear it to shreds. But because it is such an isolated environment from the world, there's just a lot of types of things around the world that there is just nothing here that would naturally counter it. Perfect environment for it. People just tried busting it up and can just break into pieces and grow into more plants. They brought in a South American moth to predate and control it. There we go. There we go. Try to remember how we handled cane toads here. How did we handle cane toads in Australia? How were cane toads controlled in Australia? Did we do anything? Cane toads. Yes, this, like, looking up cane toads in Australia, this line here is, like, literally exactly what I was saying. Australia's relative isolation prior to European colonization and Industrial Revolution, both of which dramatically increased traffic and import of novel species, allowed development of a complex, interdependent system of ecology, but one which provided no natural predators for many of the species subsequently introduced. Literally the thing I was just saying about why Australia has such an issue with invasive species. And, yeah, cane toads were very, 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 very bad. Very bad here. Method to control spread of cane toads in Australia. Oh, most attempts have been unsuccessful. Oh. Oh. Oh, how did we handle it? How are we managing it? Oh, we still haven't. Oh. Oh, the answer is we still haven't. Cane toads are still a problem here. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought we had dealt with it. Like, I know they're still around, but in terms of, like, overtaking shit, I thought we had dealt with it. No, it's still an issue, actually. No, it's still very much a problem. Yeah, and here's the thing about how sports equipment is frequently used to play sports with cane toads. There it is, Townsville. Townsville was the one with the Toad Day Out, where people go around and to learn how to catch cane toads. It's way worse than Queensland up north for cane toads, and Townsville's up there. Beer. The Simpsons did, yeah. Even the Simpsons fucking did that, right? Yeah. Even the Simpsons showed like cane toads taking over Australia. Yeah. Apparently, it's still a problem. But yeah. Given Australia is, you know, one giant fuck-off island, but a giant fuck-off island that is really, really far away from every other island on the planet, invasive species are a definite problem here. I saw it, alright. A wolf like Fiend I'd never seen before. Made off with a sack of vegetables it just harvested. It would seem a fugitive was famished. Being a wolf, however, would it not hunt for its own food? Whatever it is now, it used to be a man. Wouldn't be odd if it still ate like one. If it isn't keen on hunting, I'd likely keep close to settlements for its meals. Well, that makes sense where we already were. Anyway, cane toads. Enough about cane toads. We're looking for a wolfman. We're looking for a wolfman. The motive of these dwellings is simply elegant. I suppose Father would appreciate the artistry. He isn't here, is he? You can see the resemblance in the homes here and those in the outskirts. It was a real surprise when our worlds merged 30 years ago. Oh, this was the greenhorn then, and she was still... Never mind. What I saw wasn't a wolf fiend, but an adorable little critter. He kept squealing at me as if trying to say something. Oh, I dare say there's a promising new lead. Yeah, I have it! This creature is the minion of the Vandalous Wolfman! You and your soft-boiled guesses. I know about strange squealing critters on True View, but I doubt it has anything to do with our case. Hello there, concerned lass. What you concerned about? Oh, you're not part of the quest. No, where is the quest person then? Where's that concern? Where? There's a hardy woman. There we go. I found her. Never mind, she was over here. Just bring the Hildebrands along on other side quests. Get them to offer their input into anything I'm doing. The wolf-like fiend. I've seen it around south of here. Must avoid the area because it's Lunya Gafia territory. But I go there to gather cactus. Past few times I did, I saw the creature heading towards the gorge. Even Lunya Gafia has given it a wide berth, so it must be dangerous indeed. Booted might have a hold up in that gorge. Come on, let's go take a look. I do like that through the storyline, we're still cleaning up Zoralja has several messes in this case, being feral soul-related shenanigans. He has fucked up... Yeah, he's very much like a villain where it's like, you know, his impact is still, like, felt for so long after he's gone. But, like, 5.1 was about that, of just, like, you know... how much fucked up shit Zoralja started doing absolutely immediately in Solution 9 and everything like that with stuff like Yua Yawada. Is that a linear Calpia? The Carfaloa doesn't seem to be right here right now, but it's definitely where it lays its head. I can feel it. We'll split up and search for clues. If you turn up anything, you'll come and tell me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dinosaurs. Actual fucking dinosaurs. Do you really want to do this? Actually, this might be a problem because I'm still in like shit gear. I think I'm still in not actual Dawntrail gear when it comes to this glam. Yeah, I'm still in level 80 gear. My accessories are better, but I'm still in level 80 gear, so I do have to actually, like, you know, not be dumb. Didn't even get free jump gear. No. 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 Not yet. Had a thirst, did we? See, like, some of my glams, because because I have so many of them, I can't just put free, like, my job gear onto all of these. I only have one fashion glam for fucking Red Mage. I should just make this that. Ooh, liquor bottle. I don't even know her bottle. Oh no. Oh no. Hildebrand, run! Oh my, what a winsome critter you are! Run! 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 Alright, Hildebrand's dead. Hildebrand's fucking dead. Liquor bottle, as long as Vincent drank the last drop. Perhaps it was purloined by the fugitive. The Doral betrayal! Don't find me, please. I don't get it. It's a beaver. It's a beaver. Are you unfamiliar with the horrors that are beavers? Are you unfamiliar with the horrors that are beavers in the world of Final Fantasy XIV? No. Go and do a particular side quest over in Ilmeg. I can't remember what the first quest is, but there's a certain quest chain over in Ilmeg you can do. That is the start of learning what beavers are, and beavers have been referenced every now and then. Now I'm scared you should be. Here, let me give you an example of this. Oh yeah, the Aether Current ones. Starts that. Let me grab the book. Because it's just over here. This should be in E3. If you would like to get your textbooks and open up to page that discusses various types of creatures, I'm gonna go to the index. There we go, curious creatures, like 250s. Okay. That's weaponry. Cool weaponry. Because they've got there's an entry on beavers in EE3. The giant beaver. Here is the giant beaver's entry in EE3. You might notice the various bloodstain. The single massive gigantic fucking bloodstain for the beaver entry. Let's give it a read of what we can. A mysterious being that appeared at Faisal Laran. Whatever may be the truth of its identity, some mysterious reason the world are better left unsolved. Also the faint of heart might say. Others, however, would risk life and limb and more in pursuit of beaver-related revelations. And one such intrepid naturalist has lived to tell a terrifying tale in his memoirs, and you can't read anything past that because it is covered in blood. So, yeah. It's worth noting that the beaver is in the same category as the Lucavi from fucking Hildiness, where it's under the transfigured category. Like, Mateus, Hoshmal, Belias, Famfrit, all of the fucking Hildiness Lucavi fall under the same category of, like, living creature as giant beaver. That's your beaver lore. So that's the beaver lore. What the fuck did I miss? Again, I would recommend going and doing the first piece of beaver lore in the game, which is a side quest chain in Leader Laran. I don't know the exact quest, but if it's part of an Aether quest, it's near Leader Laran. Like the first settlement in Ilmeg, near the Pixies. It'd be somewhere near there, and possibly goes down to the water. Like, near the water that's, like, behind, like, where the sheep shed is, where Andon is. There's, like, a little tower. I think it's a windmill or something like that. Somewhere around there is, like, where the quest takes place, so there's that. That's where you learn about beavers. The sack is laden with vegetables, like those which fugitives took from Luo 10 and Uwasa. And a piece of paper. Crude words have been scrawled on the piece of paper. An uncle of loiters nearby is regarding you, the paper in you. Hello. Bye, Oglops. You unlock a special vendor for Titania EX. Oh, yeah. Well, you get a vendor in general. Completing that set of quests gives you a vendor in general, I believe. And then Titania EX has a special, like, turn-in for that same vendor as well, I believe. I'll be in more clues in the vicinity. How do you bold to want to take stock of your discoveries? Oh, back to Shalini Day thing. Again, the discussion that we had technically earlier this episode, but it was on the stream several days ago. Of just, is there any individual expansion of 14 that would have, just with songs introduced in that expansion, like, best game OSTs? Because you can't say 14 as a whole because it's cheating, because it's 10 years in one game. So, like, that's just sheer cheating. But, yeah. Yeah, Dawntrail on its own is probably high up there. I don't know if Dawntrail on its own is, like, top 10 game soundtracks, but, like, it's high up there. It's high up there. That's the thing when it comes to game soundtracks. People like praising a lot of game soundtracks, and there's a lot of good ones out there. But that's the issue. If there is something that is the most consistently good across video games in general, it's the music. Like, you know, not every game has fucking amazing storytelling in games. Not every game has, like, you know, incredible mechanics. Not every game has fantastic spectacle. Not every game has beautiful art style and stuff like that. Most games have their strengths in a couple of those pockets, some games will go for a jack of all trades and be pretty alright at a lot of those things. But like a lot of games, and I mean a lot of games, have really, really, really fucking good music. Because like if I had to go for like what's a list of the best looking games, not in terms of like graphic fidelity, but just in terms of like well realized art style, you know, I could narrow that down probably a lot easier. If I had to go for games with favorite stories, I could narrow that down a lot easier. If I just had to go for games based on like how good their soundtrack is, I'd be here for fucking weeks straight trying to work out any possible ordering, and there's no way I'd get to the end of it satisfied because I'd be constantly agonizing. Oh, but this, because music is just consistently the most consistently awesome thing in games in general. Found this empty liquor bottle. What about you? I was commonly seen through Shaloni for my liquor bottle, and some veggies, and also paper. Says itchy tasty on it. Good work, Manifest. The bottles and the produce must have been taken from Lieutenant Yuasa. As for the piece of paper. He's sounding more sudden the longer we're here. These are diary entries, alright. I'll read them out. Another good day's destruction. I have reduced the bond of rubble in moments, well before anyone was the wiser. My newfound strength is truly astounding. The researcher's contacted me. He wants me to put on a bigger show and provide battle cerulean for the job. This is going to be my tour de force. So it's as we suspected. Like the thief and nightclubs, the vandalizers and coffee lowers working for the researcher. But I must say, for him to leave incriminating evidence out in the open where enterprising agents of inquiry can easily find is rather careless, is it not? When he was apprehended as a man, he left a diary of his misdeeds lying around. Served as incontrovertible proof of his guilt. To do it again, knowing full well how it led to his downfall. Perhaps he has some sort of clever design. Or perhaps... he's just an idiot. Why is he leaving these clues that are so easy for us to find him? He's a fuckwit. Oh, you're fair. At any rate, if our fugitive rebels rule Mrs. Proposal, then we must exercise the utmost caution. A tiny spark could cause an explosion to off even Nashu's delights. So I ask that you refrain from using your gun. A gun's more versatile than you think. It's capable of converting to light and absorbs other kinds of energy. That's what Electrop does. With a flick of a switch, it can shoot fire and water rounds as well. So push comes to shove, I'll give the wonton wolfman a hosing down. Well, now those are wondrous gadgets indeed. Yet be that as it may, I remain firmly opposed to violence in all forms and elemental aspects. Solving cases is in a matter of befitting a gentleman, such as the Queen of Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire. Point me at things, I'll fuck them up with my rapier. Soft to the core. If you don't harden up, you make the same mistake I did. The noir detective has a tragic backstory. Oh my god. I can't believe he also fucked the German whore. And then while I'm trying to uncover the government getting in a conspiracy to burn down a bunch of houses, he gets killed? Damn. Oh man. And right after he discovered the mayor's son was a serial killer. Oh, poor Hardy Boiled. As a rule, I don't talk about my past. If there was a time to break that rule, now would be it. I used to have an assistant too. She looked like your own Nasha. Real sweetheart. But she's gone now. Killed by the crime king because of me. Because I was too soft. Crime king's descended from a line of mages. Carnelian's his real name. He can wield powerful magic and whispered word in a flick of a wrist. Doesn't have to rely on fancy gadgets like ordinary folk. We had him at our mercy, me and my assistant. But he started spinning a sob story. And like a half-boiled milksop, I lowered my gun. That was all the opening Carnelian needed. He cast a spell before I could blink, and I would have died where I stood. My assistant hadn't left in the way. She wasn't wearing a regulator because she was following my lead. I killed her as much as he did. That such a thing should have happened. I was able to catch Carnelian soon after that. But now the bastards are large again. In a fiend's body. When you deal with villains, you can't afford to be soft. One day you or someone dear to you will pay for it. Now then, we'll confirm the Vandals here. What is it the researcher wants to achieve with this destruction spree? Well, first things first, we need to learn the Dust Watch. They'll want to be ready when the Vandal strikes next. You know where to find them. Hasatawe, eh? Right then, let's head over there. And Hildebrandt is stunned. To think that the detective had suffered such a terrible tragedy. I struggled to find the words. Just be your usual gentlemanly self. You're right, my friend. As ever, I shall endeavor to be true to myself. It's like possibly the first time that we've had like a more serious moment for Hildebrand's character. I mean, there's other moments where I guess there's other moments where serious stuff happens, you know. Gigi being a big one. Gigi's definitely one where, like, you know, Hildebrand having to accept, like, Gigi's sacrifice and stuff like that. Yay! Lock him up! Shove him in prison forever! Get rid of him forever! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Oh, hey, Nashu. Hang on. Oh, she's got food! Oh, you get tacos in prison here? What the hell? You get tacos in prison here? You must try these tacos. Absolutely worth incarceration. Why'd she get a taco? I want a taco. I mean, I literally had a burrito for lunch, but don't worry about it. I now want a taco. I had a chorizo burrito. It was quite nice. My local burrito place, and by that I mean one of the multiple extremely fucking white chain restaurants in Australia for Mexican food. They finally they added fries to their menu finally. Like, I even got a fucking email that has like a video of the CEO of the company, Mad Max. And he's just like, I resisted fries forever at our restaurant because I didn't want to just be another place that had boring chips on the menu. Just because, like, Australians fucking love their chips. But just having chips on the menu felt boring, you know? It just made it feel like it was like every other place. And so it was just like, but then we decided, okay, fine, we'll cave in. We'll add chips to the menu, but we want them to be interesting. So they have Baja fries. And so they're fries coated in lime and chili. And I gotta say, they're really fucking good. So now I can go to my local burrito place and get my burritos that I love so much. And I can get chips with them. And they're lime and chili seasoned. And they're really, really good. It may have been on the news. I saw it on the news here at the very least. Guzman and Gomez was a burrito place, like an Australian Mexican place that tried to open up in America. and all of it closed down because, you know, in America you can get good Mexican food. So all of the Guzman and Gomez shut down in America. But Guzman and Gomez here is like the top 10 most popular like chain fast food places here. I'm not a massive fan of their stuff, but the one that I like here is Mad Mex. And I'm definitely not saying that Mad Mex is like authentic Mexican. It's noticeably, very obviously, no, it's not. But the reason I love Mad Mex so much is like it's the only like chain Mexican place that you can find here. And even outside of chain Mexican places, there's not many Mexican restaurants here. But it's the only chain Mexican place here that gives rice and black beans on their burritos. And for me, that just makes a burrito significantly better. I love rice is just like, how do you not have rice on it? And black beans, I fucking love black beans. So I go to them for my Mexican food, and they have chorizo. So you can just get, as you're filling, you can get chorizo. They've got a vegan like mince, but they've also got just like straight up sauteed veggies as well. So if you want vegan options, they're also really good for that. They've got chipotle sour cream as like a sauce to get on there as well, which is also really good. Trying to see if I did the first part of the beaver quest and... Huh? Beavers. Beavers. Stay strong, Nashu! Soon you'll be free! Big fat tacos, big fat tacos, big fat tacos, so big. So, legitimate question. I'm not even joking here. Do we think the devs have tacos so frequently in Dawntrail because the devs aren't aware of many other Mesoamerican foods outside of tacos? Or do we think the devs have tacos in Dawntrail so much to lean into the community meme of big fat tacos? Or are we going for the real answer, which is option C, which is it's both? Because as we know, the 14 dev team love leaning into community memes. The Gobu wall has been referenced, is now canonized. The minor spelling mistake Louis Suave moment was referenced in the last Hildebrand thing that we saw. The fucking twinning dungeon music got like a meme video of like a white guy dancing to it that they reenacted at a fan fest. Soken's whole Lahi bit. They lean into community memes heavily. So I wouldn't be surprised if part of the focus of tacos in Dawntrail is because of big fat tacos. But also, I think it's probably because they're just like, Mesoamerican food is tacos, right? And like, that's the only Mexican food that exists, tacos. Mad Mex doesn't look too bad. I think I really like Mad Mex. I think Mad Mex food is very delicious. It's just like, I have no like presumptions or pretending that it's like, it would taste anything like what you would get anywhere in Mexico. That's more so my thing. Mad Mex tastes great. I love their food. I'm just like, I bet this tastes quite different to what you'd get anywhere in Mexico. That's more so my thing. Ah, it's Yula. What is it? You can tell that Mad Mex is aggressively white though, because it's a Mexican place where just they'll shove in random Spanish words in the middle of a sentence. And you can tell how white it is just because of how awkwardly placed the Spanish words are in the middle of a sentence. Like, our burritos are muy bueno. And it's just like, okay, so this is a white person writing this. I'll be damned. Just a moment ago, received a message from someone claiming to be the Vandal. They've declared that the train's the next target. No, not the train. We can't have it explode a second time. It would be ridiculous to hear Smile again. I was about to dismiss it as a prank, but having heard your report, I'm inclined to believe the threat is real. We need to get Shalona station right away. Indeed, I'll gather my men and hurry there. As for Nashu, would best if she remained here for now, I think. Detective, keenly though I feel for your loss, I must reiterate my staunch opposition to violence. Whatever may await us, I believe that we must strive for a gentlemanly solution. Primarily because my edifice is undergeared. If we had to do a trial once we get there, it would be awkward. Man of use of Nancy's targets. This reeks like a rotten egg. Oh no, the guy got the fuck... No, the Vandal has the thing from the roll quest to look like other people. Shit! Oh no! Thank goodness you're here. Please, you can't let that fiend destroy the train. Yar! I'm gonna blow up these barrels. Yar! I thought they were a warg. We're on it. Get somewhere safe. We have it at last! From gentleman to gentleman, we found you! Tisk tisk, detective! Over there! A dame in distress! Of all the times to be out of charge! You give a man a fright, will you? Alright there. Try anything funny and I'll torch those barrels. It fails with the rim of ceruleum, I'll have to blow us all sky high. There's nothing you can do, so just relax and enjoy the... Huh? Ouch! Wait! We must extinguish the fire! The hell do you think you're doing? I shall stop this runaway wolf train! They're running back to a... I think he's disinclined to stop! They're coming back! And they're heading straight for the engine! Damn it. If only I could use my gun. Bug! 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 Lightning, man. Oh, what's their plan? Run, Hildebrand! What the fuck? A Mandeville man! And he's electrifying handstand! Charge up the gun! Water beam hydro pump! Yeah! We did it! We saved the Dawn Blazer! You did good, Softy. You did good. You as well, Detective. You as well. A compromise between their two methods. Yay! Thought I was done for. I hear my laugh. So you don't know anything either. Afraid not. I was only doing as I was told. Then the researcher's true objective remains a mystery. This chaos and destruction can't be all for its own sake, can it? If you ever learned your lesson, I suggest you surrender yourself to the Dust Watch. You'll be safe in that care and receive regular meals besides. Like tacos. Alright, I'll go quietly. Apologies for the delay. I see you have the situation well in hand. So this fiend was behind the destruction. We're grateful for your help. Despite appearances, he was originally a man, so treat him like one, eh? Is that so? Understood. He'll be treated with due dignity. You're still soft, hard-boiled, as you always were. Yo! Rukamaka! I was expecting an interruption so soon, but don't matter. Commotion has drawn you all here as intended. Uzman! You're a Carnelian. Grr. The villain disguised himself as one of my men and knocked me out. The rest I believe you know. Seems Carnelian's also working for the researcher. This is just a diversion. What's that bastard's game? Let's head back to Hildiness for now. We'll have to set your friend free after all. My man can clean up things here. Oh, so that other guy was a man and treat him like one. I told that to the fake, so you need to understand that as well. How did you all... I was gone for like 5 minutes. How'd you all get back in prison? What'd you get up to? You know, it says there that Varimbe shows her team spirit. I for a second read that as shows her teen spirit. And I'm just like, oh my god. Estrogen really did save Kurt Cobain. Turned her into a cat girl. Tacos. You hear that a Nirvana song? Is gonna be the OP song that's being used for the anime adaptation of the Green Yuri. Green Yuri getting turned into an anime adaptation, and it's getting a Nirvana thing on there. So I immediately had to see every single fucking queer person in existence turn around and now say, actually, Green Yuri is bad and it's always been bad. Because any form of, like, queer-centric media that gets any level of mainstream appeal, well, if it got mainstream appeal, it means it only could have done that by being bad queer media. Right, let's get Lady out of her cell. I'm not even saying that Green Yuri is like a masterpiece or anything like that. I've read like the first like 100 parts, which is really easy. Green Yuri's parts are 4 pages long. So it's not that much at all. But like, I'm not even saying that like Green Yuri is a masterpiece or anything, but you know, from what I've read up to it so far, it's a fun, nice read. And it's just like, maybe it's fine for queer media to be that. Maybe not every maybe not every queer-centric media needs to be like an epic treatise on like every aspect of queer existence that like is a perfect summarization of the lived experience of every single queer person out there. Maybe some of it can just be like a fun romp of like 2 teenage lesbians realizing both that they are lesbians and then realizing their feelings for each other and just to have fun with it. Maybe that's fine. Hey, Yunsa! Oh, Nashu! Such an ordeal that must have been. Oh yes, the Hornivores were quite tasty. The Horse Devours were quite tasty. Are we talking about Forgotten Islands? Oh, I was talking about Green Yuri. I can never remember the exact actual name. And I don't like the name because it's silly. And also only relevant for like the first like short section of it. The guy she was interested in wasn't a guy at all. The Green Yuri, where it's the 2 teenage girls who like realize they're lesbians for each other. And they also, like, listen to rock music. It's called Green Yuri because the entire color palette of the manga is white and green and black. Chef, we have a situation. A large shipment of cerulean has been stolen from Shenzhen. What? Business team struck while dealing with the trouble at the station. So that was the true target. Where's Electrum now, cerulean? What does he need all these resources for? So I'm now realizing, at the time of me recording this, even you in chat who are caught up on Hildebrands don't actually know what the end of the storyline is, do you? The final Hildebrand part comes out with 7.55. We're only at 7.51 at the time of recording this. Y'all don't even know where this goes. You don't even know if we have a trial in the final part yet. Okay, maybe you actually do know that. I don't know when they confirm whether the final part of it. This is the last two. The last two have, like, Stormblood and Endwalker had a trial at the end of their Hildebrands. So far, the only Hildebrand that hasn't had a trial at the end of it has been Heavensward. So we don't know if we're getting one. So I don't know if this one will actually have one. But I don't know if like they've actually confirmed whether it's happening or not here. I don't even know if they confirmed it like ahead of time for the last one. I don't know. I haven't finished MSQ. I'm still at 7.3. This weekend I'm doing 7.4. So I'll be caught up in a bit of time. As for Cornelian, he ain't the sort to do someone else's bidding. You can bet he's got his own angle. Yeah, the guy she was interested in wasn't a guy at all, which people always refer to by its abbreviation. Yasubuga Tsukuwa. AKA Green Yuri, because it's Yuri and it's green, yeah. Shadowrun Hildebrand didn't have a trial either. That is true. That is true. We were teased about it having a trial because it said forgiven gentlemen. No matter what it is, I won't rest until justice has been served. Next time my gun will be ready. You know something about these happenings by the sounds of it. Let me catch you up on my very tragic backstory. Ow. Ow. Zulu stands beyond Shaloni, and when he had the manpower, the Dustwatch can't go traipsing about in other jurisdictions. So I think it'd be best if we left the matter in your hands. Yeah, you can leave it to Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire. I swear to you, good sheriff, that I shall find and apprehend this villain with grace and non-violent finesse. Would be grateful. Naturally, my men now will conduct a little investigation in Shaloni. We'll learn anything, we were sure to let you know. I'm bleeding. Well, now I'm bleeding because I actively made myself bleed, but I didn't mean to. Come on, let's have a solution now. I could use a hard-boiled egg right about now. Maybe even two. Ow. Shroom Dave has been treated as priority matter, with no stone unturned in our investigation. Well, Nasha got out, so you're on your own. You're on your own. Sekwa! I've tried him as Sekwa. Sekwa! Hey, guess what? The folks who quit the daybreak, so I'll come back to us now. Even those who got caught up in with Hute's crimes and they won't back in. How do they pay the dues, of course? Isn't it the best news you've heard all day? Hell yeah. Speaking of anime, I'm getting really into Witch Hat Atelier. I mainly know that because people keep being like, women hot in it. I think that's what I'm thinking of. And Jaduga, a witch hat in Mongolia these days. Just coincidence both of them have the word witch in their titles. Such a coincidence that I read the word witch in both titles as well. Thing is, because it's me, just in general, I haven't like watched animes for a bit. Oh hell yeah, go out there and murder. Get some killing done, let's go. Hell yeah, look at these people doing murders over here. You kill those fate enemies and get your bicolor gems, hell yeah. Yeah, I haven't like I gotta fucking catch up on JoJo. I gotta catch up on Stone Ocean. Cause we're about to get the next section of Steel Ball Run soonish. And we're actually getting like, I think they've said like 11 episodes in a row. And it's actually going to be aired weekly. I'm still half expecting that we're gonna get like stage 2 and stage 3 and it's gonna be like 11 or 12 episodes or whatever it is. And then it's gonna be yet again another 6 months before we get the next part of it. But hey, you know, we're getting some more. So everyone's gonna be so peak. Well, because I still haven't finished watching Stone Ocean. Because I didn't watch Stone Ocean at the time because it wasn't weekly and now it's just I gotta catch up on it. But like, I haven't watched the first part of Steel Ball Run because I was gonna wait for more of it to drop. If we're getting a weekly drop of like 12 episodes, I will watch episode 1 and then watch them weekly as they come out. Which I'm very excited for. It's older, but I've been watching Mashal. And by watching, I mean watching clips on YouTube and not actual episodes. YouTube is trying to do that for me with Dress Up Darling. YouTube is trying to get me to watch Dress Up Darling, by doing the same thing of just constantly recommending me clips. I've heard good things about Dress Up Darling, but also just like, you know, I don't watch much at all, so. Because I don't watch enough anime to be like, is Dress Up Darling something that I would like? It's like, I'm not genre familiar enough of how anime, like, typically does its genres to like, be like, is a slice of life, like, rom-com-y thing my thing? I don't know, I've not seen enough animes like that to really... I mean, I watched Bunny Girl and, like, I watched Bunny Girl Senpai and I enjoyed that, though I haven't watched, like, any of the movies or subsequent series for it. I only watched, like, the first series. Now that my charge is spent, I feel somehow lackluster. Go have an energy drink, you'll be fine. I really need this quest to finish so I can go pee. Dress Up Darling is fun. It's one of the things that I've heard, like, really positive things about, primarily from women. It seems the Inspector was a hero yet again. He never fails to rise to the occasion. No joke, I think Silverrun's first episode was the best anime debut I've watched in a while. I heard very positive things about it. I gotta watch JoJo someday. I love JoJo. JoJo's one of those things where I worry that when people try to get into JoJo, how much its reputation can set up things for people. Because, like, JoJo is very much my type of shit. What JoJo does and what it does well is very much what I enjoy. But, like, JoJo's reputation is the kind of thing where it's like, I don't know, like, recommending someone to get into it now, especially after so much, like, you know, it's been, like, its resurgence of relevancy in pop culture has gotten so huge again. That it's one of those things where I'm like, will people watch it, especially if they watch it from part 1? Which you should do anyways. Part 1 is not bad, it's good. But I don't know, I've seen some people who have like, hear about JoJo and just like how it's constantly referenced and everything like that, and then watch it and their response is, oh, is that all it is? Just a good anime. Again, I think JoJo was very, very good, but it has its audience. It's more so the kind of thing. Home. I didn't miss it out in the wilds, but for this sentimental little fool, nothing beats this neon-lit city. Now we get back to working on the storage device. Check in from time to time and guess I found us a new lead. Meanwhile, let us continue along our own lines of inquiry. Cool. Please do not blame yourself, your assistant detective. The fault most assuredly lies not with you. Why would a softball don't know? Just take care of your own, eh? Nashi, but she's a crow. Cool. Bug. Is the Oglops the mastermind because it's about putting minds into monsters? Is the Oglops the mastermind? Meanwhile, in Shaloni, I don't need to pee. Standing on a hill over a desert town dressed like that? No, don't do the Tusk Raider sounds. No, they're kind of vaguely racist. Don't do it. Excellent. Soon the plan will come to fruition. Man, why it always gotta be the Duskwights? Hey, why it always gotta be the Duskwights? Video game, why it always gotta be a Duskwight? Hey! Can't look his achievements will be meaningless next to what the heavens have gifted me. Gunny Locker's the mid-boss from Yuwata, right? The clockwork Nazi from Hellboy? Are the Hellboy movies good, or is it just Ron Perlman? I can't remember. I can't remember if the movies are actually good, or if it's one of those cases of, I've been tricked into thinking this movie's good because it has Ron Perlman in it, aren't I? I can't remember. Because I feel like if Ron Perlman's in a movie, I instinctively think it's like a really good movie. But I'm positive not every movie he's been in has been great. But I have no idea if Hellboy. Yeah, you are a boss man. A mid boss that's definitely very much up there for this game. That fucking like maze thing that he does, where you've got to like, where you have the misdirect and you got to walk out to get away from it. What's that? Oh, true. Yeah. Guillermo del Toro is also Hellboy, so no, it probably is actually good. Yeah, never mind. What if the heavens gifted you, Tusken Raider? You fugitives have served me well indeed. And you, me. Yumi, like from the Yakuza? Curious about my gun, are you? Come now, no need to be shy. She's a Molt Python Maximum, filled with a custom short barrel. Molt Python. Man made of electro, she can convert her lightning charge to fire rounds and other enemies. The double action trigger means she's fast as you are, and the ambidextrous safety means she's home in both hands. Is this an actual gun model? In like, I assume it is. Like, I assume you can use this gun as machinist. The ventilated ribs keep is it? I mean, I would assume so. Or maybe you get it at the end. Maybe it's like a special quest reward at the end. Maybe it's like a level 1 glamour you get after like the whole quest line's done. The ventilated ribs help keep it cool, reduce the risk of malfunction when things really heat up. The vertical spring guided rod takes the edge off the temper, while the extra long ejector rod housing serves to. It's unique. I hope we get it as a glamour model at the end. Are you getting sleepy? Because I sure am. Let's call it a day, shall we? Hey, Tumbleweed Crab. I don't have anything in particular to say about my alchemy tools. Till next time. He didn't get blown up this time. He didn't get blown up this time. He just nerded out about his gun for a long time. Yeah, okay, so if it is a unique model, I hope it does become like a level 1 glamour piece you get at the end of the quest line to go into Machinist. That'd be fun. Color kind of resembles the weapons from Skydeep Cenote. Well, I was wondering, is it a Skydeep Cenote thing? Is it like the actual final step of the Mandeville weapons for Machinist from Endwalker? Because then it's like, oh, it's like, it looks like the final step of like the ultimate Mandeville weapon, and he's using it and it's the gun. Yeah, it's close to the Endwalker relic. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. To be like, oh, it's because it's the Mandeville weapons and he's using it as a Mandeville weapon. I get it. Horatio? No. I saw the courier hat, hat on her here, and I'm like, Horatio? Anyways, I really need to pee, so I'm gonna go and do that, and we'll come back and do the other things that we're doing. Yay. And we're back. Apparently we are confirming. The gun is different to the Endwalker Relic. Again, it would be nice if it's like, oh, a glam unlock when you finish the questline. That'd be nice. Cause like you get like Hildebrand's clothes as like a glam unlock for doing Hildebrand stuff. You get some dances out of it, so them giving you like a glam weapon would be in character. Anyways, so what we're doing now, we're unlocking our final society for Dawntrail. Can I take a guess? Can I take a guess and say I am heading to possibly Warlord's Echo and Slasher or Watchenpeller? Can I guess I'm heading to one of those? Unless it starts into Yellow. I get it big. I get it big because they're big. Because the Yok Huy are big. Oh my god, a red quest. Yeah, and the North Shroud. Oh my god. So this should be crafting then, right? This should be crafting. We're heading back to Elpis. What crafter is the most stonework out of all of them? I guess Goldsmith? What crafter deals the most with stonework? Just because, like, you know, they built all the stone stuff here. Or Alchemist, maybe? Alchemist does a bit of stonework as well. Unless this questline has nothing to do with that. I guess you make a lot of whetstones for Alchemist. Check the furnitures. Good point. I guess, yeah, there's like literally stone and brick floorings. Yeah. Yeah, the walls and the floorings and everything. Yeah, this is... They should have had stonemason as a crafting class in this game. Blacksmith and armorer probably should have been combined and had stonemason as another one, yes. Considering how important stonework is to, like, so much of 14 because of, like, the fantasy setting that it's in, it's weird that we don't have, like, a job that's more focused on that. Because a lot of the others feel very disparate to each other, except for blacksmith and armorer. I'm aware that blacksmithing and armorer, like, lore-wise in the game, there's a lot of difference between the two of them in terms of, like, you know, there's a difference between making something that's good at taking hits and making something that's a really sharp object to hit things with. Like, I get that, but they're both metallurgy. but they're both very similar forms of metallurgy. Whereas, like, goldsmithing is also metallurgy, yes. But goldsmithing metallurgy is very obviously very different to blacksmithing and armorer metallurgy, whereas those two are way more similar. So it's weird that, like, what builds a lot of stone is the closest for us is, I guess, alchemist? That just doesn't feel right, you know? It doesn't feel right that, like... Oh, okay, well, there's a lot of... Okay, goldsmithing does have a lot of, like, specifically stone stuff here. There is a lot of explicit stonework in goldsmithing here. Oh, like, literally mason work. Also, literal mason work, so I think it's goldsmith, then. I think it's goldsmith. I think it's goldsmith then, because it's all of the stone elements and all of the masonry elements of furniture is that. Tiles and mosaics and stuff, yeah. Yeah, there's the tiled floors, just checkered floorings, yeah. Stone walls, composite and stone, like, yeah. Yeah, I think Goldsmith. Ow. You got a gun? That does look different to his. Is it? Is his as long on the bottom? It doesn't help because of the glow. It doesn't help because of the ugly ass fucking glow that the Mandeville weapons, that the final Mandeville stage has. There's definitely, it's definitely similar. I can see similarities to it. But I can't remember if, like, the overall shape is exactly the same. Yeah, I was gonna say the long part on the bottom. I'm pretty sure here's the top barrel, the top section is longer. Because, like, the revolver with, like, the diagonals on it, that I distinctly remember. And again, like, the tack rails, or bumper rail or whatever is on the top there, but yeah. But yeah, the long part at the bottom is different. Why can't you get these final stage Mandible weapons without the glow? Why do they not have matte replicas for this stage? Like the fucking blade stage for the Bosnia weapons, you can get matte versions of all of those. I literally use one as like my main weapon on Gunbreaker for the Blades Resolve. But we've gone back to Heavensward era with this, where the final stage is glowy and no, you don't get a choice. I mean, at least in Heavensward, you get a choice between purple and yellow, where every final stage for this stage is going to have the same blue and purple aesthetic. For some reason, all of the Endwalker fucking weapons look like they're from Solution 9 for some reason. Same base model though, 4 lights around the barrel. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The revolver, the revolving barrel in the middle looks very similar. Your bird is ready for space. Your bird is so ready for space. Anyway, hello there, Farafar. Frost, your neighbors. Farafar seeks a skilled hand for an enormous task. You can tell he's the one who's going to help us with the society chain. Because he's blue. It's so consistent. It's not. In another world, the final Endwalker weapons as a Rojhar weapons? Yeah. It's not 100% consistent. It's not literally always. But I swear there's at least like 60% of the society quests where the main person you talk to is blue for an amazing reason.
Ah, traveler from across the salt. Greetings. You may call me Farafa. You seem the type to have friends all along the width and breadth of our continent. Do you by chance know any particular skilled artisans? If you could introduce them to me, I'd be eternally grateful.
Nearly looks like a trans flag.
You are adept at crafting. Well, then I am in luck. As is all of Volo's Echo. We are under threat, you see, and require the help of one such as you to survive.
No, Valiamanda's gone. I killed him. It's fine. Well, do you mean the ones in the Chihuahua salt place?
A great avalanche has swallowed a place known as Zagote the Open-Armed, once home to a sacred altar and its keepers. Although thankfully uninhabited at the time, I fear this was no accident.
Has someone asked me how the player is supposed to tell agenda? I'm assuming all the Yokoi still sound like this, though. I'm assuming all of the Yokoi still have a similarly, like, deep voice like that. I'm assuming Farafa isn't just like, no, this destruction was caused by a snow spirit of Akapacha. I know they live in valleys, but I'm gonna assume most of them have a similar voice. Just the sheer size of them.
While we, Yok Huy, lived in harmony with these spirits for generations, they have late become possessed by an inconsolable rage. None know why, and attempts of reason have only stoked their anger further. There is, however, a way to quell the spirits, a ceremony known as the Pact, which must be performed at the altar which once was so carefully maintained. An old friend taught me this.
Whether they use Boko or not. All the women have TikTok voice.
Yet therein lies our problem. The avalanche swept away much of the altar and surroundings. We must purge quickly so the rite can be performed. If we fail, all of Okopach may succumb to the spirit's wrath.
I'll be honest, I kind of expected the Yok Huy to not have gender. I don't know if gender had ever come up with them before. I was honestly kind of expecting them to not to have gender. I'm having trouble imagining the extent of the damage. We're talking about an avalanche here? How much do we need to repair?
That is to be expected. Very well, let us visit what little remains. I'll help you understand more clearly what is at stake. To the south of Warlord's Echo, you'll find stairs leading to the ritual site. The guard at the top will allow us passage up the mountain.
Oh, is this going to be one where it's like, oh, we're building up a place, but it's a separate a separate zone? Like how we had, what's the name of it? I feel bad for forgetting now. What's the thing? Oh, Elysion? Elysion. Like how we had Elysion. Mysterious stairs and that door that led nowhere.
You came. Good. Before we cross the Grand Pass, might I ask your name?
I am Minifist, she who dedicates their old...
Minifist? Wait, the very same Minifist who fell to Valley Amanda. My apologies, I had no idea I was among one of our saviors. Not that I was doubtful before, but I suddenly feel much better about our chance of success. Come now, destination is not far.
Oop. Oh, that was a good one. Oh, that was a good one. Oh, that was like 4 cracks in a row. Oh, I feel so loose and free now.
Whoa.
Okay, yeah, so that's that's a fair bit of damage.
This is what remains of Zagorta the Open Armed. The damage is unlike anything I've ever seen. Even our histories contain few stories of such destruction. Our structure at the far end is the Breathless Altar, where the ritual was performed. Although to see it now, one can hardly guess what purpose it served. You feel that? Something beyond the usual chill in the air.
Snow bunnies. Miracle Turtes. They don't want us approaching at all.
They left, thank goodness. To think they would be so bold. You have seen now the frenzy which grips them. Yet, they looked almost frightened by you. Have you encountered the spirits before?
I'm coming up Wokozuma.
You bested them during the feats of proof. Oh, I should expect no less from one who defeated Toral Vitral. If you're even half as good at crafting as you are at fighting, I believe we are in good hands. Yet even the spirits have felled. They'll be born again when next the snow falls. And they will rage. The pact is the only way we can set things to rights. Yet even the altar were whole. There are none left who know how the ritual was conducted. Dawntrail was the final caretaker remaining, and a dear friend of mine. However, before the avalanche buried all this, her body was lost in a tragic accident. What little I know of the pact, I learned from her. Never encouraged her to speak more of the sacred practice, but now I wish I had. I must make up for my lack of curiosity. I learned how to appease the spirits in Torgo's stead. For many years, she was Ogapacha's silent guardian, and I should take up the mantle she left behind. Now that you've seen the costs, the scale of undertaking now that you've seen the scale of the undertaking before you, I ask you once more: will you join me in rebuilding Zagote at the open arms? Of course.
Count me in. I meant to say this pact for myself.
Thank you, Minifist. You have given me hope in these dark times.
But before we get started on Alta proper, we should first restore the building where the Torgo lived so we might have shelter.
It was physically called Warmth, and she lodged there with the other caretakers. Which meant the perfect base from which to conduct our restoration. Now, assured I do not intend for just to shoulder this burden. We would do well to recruit a few more pairs of helping hands. I suppose that would be my first request. Please ask Grand Ball or Zeka if anyone willing to lend their aid, and I'll make what preparations I can for the work ahead.
Ishgard restoration, but for the Yok Huy area. Let's go! I have Yunsal with a hot take. Do not be surprised if I agree with it. Going on the hot taking, you know how crafter rolls are shepherding mine into 3 categories. One for metal crafting, another for edibles, and the last one for miscellaneous. It's the last category that really bothers me. Why would they put carpenter in the same category as weaver and leatherworker? Carpenter and like I can see a connection between weaver and leatherworker. I can see some connection between leatherworker and carpenter, of like stretching leather, like, you know, like think of like think about the leather taj shields in the game, where it's like the wooden barrier on the out, like with a wooden border on the outside that has like the leather stretched over and stuff like that. So I can see like a little bit of crossover, but yeah, it is kind of, yeah, they work with natural plant animal materials rather than stone and metal. Yeah, it's like it's metals, it's like living materials, and then like bits and bobs. My proposal is to divide the craft quest into 4 categories: heavy metal, metalworks, blacksmith and armorer; arts and crafts, carpenter and goldsmith; clothing and fabric, weaver and leatherworker; and finally edibles, alchemist, and I assume you mean culinarian and not leatherworker again. I feel like I do agree, because it is weird that 2 of them have 3 jobs and one of them only has 2. So like I definitely agree. And also with the nature of what you've got in the game, if goldsmithing is the closest thing we have to mason work, then carpenter and goldsmithing belong together even more. if goldsmithing is our masonry as well, then like then it goes beyond just arts and crafts. It's buildings. Then it's like making a building out of wood and stone. So it is also that. Edibles, carpenter, weaver, leatherworker. Carpenter is the most accessory / weapon crafter after goldsmith. So yeah, that also is another like what job they provide in terms of like what gear they make also makes more sense there. Carpenter and goldsmith are the architecture. That would be the way to describe it. Yeah. Stonework and pottery are big misses in crafting flavor. Pottery is something I can see you kind of being able to gel into other things that currently exist here. The idea that stonework is goldsmith is like a massive stretch though. Stonework is the big one where it's kind of like, why? Because, like, you think about goldsmithing in this game, especially the way that it's brought up in the quest, the thing that goldsmithing is here is precious metals, which, like, the way that you work with precious metals is completely different to normal metals. Like, you treat gold and silver different in metallurgy the way you would treat, like, iron and copper, right? But it's also, like, gemstones. And the whole thing with that is, like, precise detail on, like, a really small, like, level. Goldsmithing has, like, the tiny little hammers and, like, the tiny little plier tools for, like, the small little intricate details of, like, rings and shit. So the idea that that same job is also the thing that does stonemasonry is very funny. There's a question of what combat function would it serve. Everything else either makes armor, weapons, accessories, or consumables. I mean, stonework you can... That's the thing, is like, again, stonework blends into that very easily. Because stonework can either be certain weapons, or stonework can be accessories. Like, without too much stretch. 11 had bone crafts, not sure if that's needed. Bone crafts, I can understand dropping that. It's unfortunate that Crafts isn't in chat right now, because I'm pretty sure we would be hearing a response of Bone Crafts. Trust me, that is very, very important. Possibly in relation to either La Brea or Gaius, but... Most of the bones are in Goldsmith. Goldsmith is a catch-all for Goldsmithing is such a weird catch-all in this game in terms of what it can make. Why is the goldsmith why is the goldsmith doing stonemasonry and also bone? Apparently bonecraft also included making gelatin. Well, I can understand the idea of, like, you know, using animal, like, in terms of, like, that's using animal parts. Like, using animal innards compared to leatherworker, which is animal outsides. I can understand that, at least. The avalanche caused all that damage. I see. You know, I spoke with Datorgo once, some years ago now. She said she lived alone in the mountains and was the sole keeper of an altar up there. Despite her solitary life, she seemed a bright and kind soul. I was sad to hear her body was lost when she suffered that terrible fall. I was hoping she would visit again and tell me more about her unique experiences. Although I only met her the one time, I'll soon forget Datorgo. So on her memory, I pledged my aid in Zagota and the open arm reconstructions. My trade is carpentry, but I am ready and willing to help wherever it is needed. I shall speak with Farafa to see where I can be of use. I'm really surprised if it's just because it's Uldar and they wanted something for thaumaturges. There's definitely just, like, elements of the game thinking about it, we haven't really had many like bones or stuff that much lately. It's mainly been getting leather and meat from monsters. It's one of those things where I imagine there's a lot of vestigial decisions from very early on in the game that I imagine if they were able to go back and make different decisions now, they very much would. It's just a lot of those decisions are either carryovers from 1.0, which had its issues of when it was made, or it was a decision they made in 2.0 while they were trying to rebuild the entire game, and so they didn't get to think about it as much, and later on realized maybe it's a bad idea to put only the second healer in ARR behind a DPS job. Maybe it's really hard to get people to play healer at the beginning of the game when there's only one healer for them to start as, and if they want to play a different healer, they need to go through an entire DPS job to get to it, and the game doesn't tell them to do that unless they do it. There's some decisions from ARR that I imagine they kind of wish they could have changed if they could, but unfortunately they're there and that's what we have to deal with. And I imagine the specific selection of crafting jobs that we have is one of those. Makes sense for Goldsmith to be in Uldar because it's the wealthiest starting city-state. Well, it's also like that's where the mining comes from. Like, there's so many mining like companies in Uldar that, like, yeah, of course they're gonna have like access to the precious metals and everything for it as well. Well, I didn't expect to see you here in Upley. My fellow. It's been too long since we last met, Minifest. I am come here with Upley to trade, but it seemed people unsettled somehow. There were plans to have a Shepherd class as another gatherer to get monster drops back in 1.0, but that died. And we're getting it back with Beastmaster! The spirits. That explains why I was asked by a group on Snowy Day. By a group on Snowy Day not longer. We were greeted them kindly as usual, but then we were assailed by icy magic without warning. I had no choice but to drive them back or risk Upley's life. The incident has been troubling me ever since. There are neighbors here in Akopacha, after all. We've lived in harmony for so long. I think it's why you're recruiting others to your aid. You never change, do you? Always eager to help those in need. Unfortunately, life and merchant demands that we don't rest our feet for too long. Perhaps we can send others your way. Only the best, of course. I'll share with you what you told us with anyone who's here we commend. Now let's be off, my fellow. Is that what retainers do on hunting ventures? That's gonna... The final job that they add to the game. Final expansion, they add one final job, and it's retainer. It's the equivalent of freelancer, where you can just do every job together at once. The spirits have been acting strange, it's true. They're usually harmless tricks have become malicious, with merchants and other innocents being attacked unprovoked. Usually they appear on snowy days and invite passerby to frolic under the falling flakes. What could have gotten into them? Is it the guys from Chihuahua Soul? Because I swear to God if it is. Regardless, problem affects all of us in Akopacha. Repairing the altar will help, then my supply of masonry is at your disposal. To be fair, it's got to be a bit weird to, like, non-combat gather bones and meats of skinned animals. But I'm not going to fight the animal, but I am going to take its hip bones. Don't worry, it's doing fine without them. I don't get how Shepherd was supposed to work, where you meant to gather materials from killing them. How would that work with monster skin and meats? Just trim the fat. Yeah, you're just shaving little bits off. Jesus Christ, the bed's huge. First time I've actually gone into one of the Yok Huy houses and seen their bed. Their bed is so big, I literally don't... I have to get a running jump to get on top of it. Holy shit. Yo, look at their food. Yo, look at their giant corn. They got giant mugs there. Oh, man. Oh. Yeah, what happens if you doze on this? If we do doze, do I just drift off or do I actually lie down? Oh, no. Wait, where's the tacos? Let me extract your bones without hurting you. No, sadly we can't lie on the bed. Aw.
You need help rebuilding Zagota the Open Armed. Ah, I know the place. Yok Huy lived up there and looked after an altar, right? It was quite the trek, as I recall. They would visit from time to time. I knew there weren't many of them left, but I hadn't heard the last of them had gone. Terrible news. If you're going to rebuild their legacy, you'll need brawn. And I have plenty of that to offer.
The way that one of them, the first one that we spoke to, the way that they referred to the Torge, in terms of them dying, they didn't say that they didn't just outright say, oh, they died. Viaga, that's the one who said it. They didn't just outright say, oh, she died. They said, oh, she lost her body. I appreciate the attention to detail, because again, the Yok Huy belief is very, very strong in terms of you don't die while people remember you. So, no, she didn't die. She lost her body. She is still alive. She's alive within us, within the memory we carry of her. But she didn't die. She just lost her body.
It seems the others have already crossed into the valley. I'll go soon as well, after I discuss a few matters with Farafa. Did well, Manifest. I think we have a dependable crew to get started with. Viaga here seems especially eager to pitch in. If I may, Farafa, I can do much more than shovel snow and haul stones. I am willing to assist in planning the reconstruction from start to finish. With you in charge of the large picture, I can assign people to work where it is needed most. Having overseen many projects of this scale, I believe this to be the surest path to completion. You would do all of that? Then I'd be grateful to accept your help, Viaga. You are most welcome to it. Now, before we get started, do you happen to know where Datogo's living sepulchre can be found? The bottom must be engraved stories of her life and work. It may shed some light on the mysteries of the snow spirits and the pact itself.
Don't tell me their sepulchres were lost.
It was likely erected near the altar, but if so, then it too may have been buried in the avalanche. I see. Well then, since the snow must be cleared away anyways, we can search for the sepulchre in the meantime. We will find it, I am certain.
They're so Madokan coded. They're so Madokan coded. From the large eyes that bulge out to the long ass ponytails to the less digits on their hands. They're so Madokan coded. I gotta do that for you all one day. I gotta stream the Oddworld games. I mean, I'd like to stream all of the Oddworld games, but at bare minimum, the 2 Abe games. There's people in my chat who don't know those games. And I have to show you them, because they're so good. They're so good. Especially Abe's Exodus. I don't know where it would fall now, because I've played so many amazing games in the last, 5 years of streaming. But Abe's Exodus is pretty high up there among my favorite games of all time. Abe's Exodus is, so fucking good.
Oh, there you are. You're the ones rebuilding the altar, right? Nobody told me you needed more help. When I saw how fearlessly he wielded and dealt with the Chihuahua, I knew I had to become his pupil in trade. And so here I am. Consider me no please eyes and ears. If you need someone to make deals with other merchants or procure supplies, then leave it to me.
I'm gonna buy for my completely legit PS1. I might have my PS1 copies somewhere. I think my PlayStation 1 games I do still own, and they're physically somewhere. I don't think I'd have a PlayStation 1 that would play them. The question would be, what would I play them on? Because I wonder, because my thought process is, I feel like those games are probably games that are on a CRT, they look a lot better than not a CRT. So my brain would be like, oh, should I find an emulator that has a really good CRT shader for PS1 games and play it there? And there's also the fact that, you know, Abe's Exodus natively has save states. Abe's Odyssey, the first game, doesn't. It's kind of wild. Abe's Exodus straight up, like, on the PS1, natively in the game, it has save states. It's really funny. There's just straight up a button, like, there's options straight up in the main menu. Like, you press pause at any time, and there's straight up a button that's just quick save and quick load, and it's just straight up a save state. And so, like, you can abuse the hell out of that game because it just natively comes with it. Because part of me is just like, oh, should I play Abe's Odyssey with a save state because it's a feature that was introduced into the sequel and should I use it? And then part of me is like, should I play through Exodus without using quick save to see how hard the game is? Because the games do naturally have, like, normal checkpoints. So how hard is it actually to beat Abe's Exodus by just utilizing the normal checkpoint system that it has, rather than just quick saving every 5 to 10 seconds? Because that's absolutely how I've played Abe's Exodus every time that I've played it. I don't know if he's been making a name for himself as of late. If he vouches for you, then welcome aboard. This project is off to a better start than I ever imagined. We've all the help we need and then some, so now as good as time for any of the hands of Zagorte to rebuild warmth. You can mod a PS2 to just have, like, such a huge library. PS1 and PS2 games are like 60 kilobytes each. So you just have, like, a fucking 1 terabyte hard drive plugged into a modern PS2. Congrats, you now have literally the entire library of games released for the two consoles. Speak to me when you're ready to use those expert skills I recruited you for, Manifest. Of course I've heard of you, Manifest. Probably couldn't stop singing your praises. If there's anything you need, I'll be here. A bird is a size one-tailed task of all sizes. Let's first test the skills of our volunteers to see how much we can accomplish on our own. Barafa. First things first. Restoration of our soon-to-be living quarters. The hefty lifting and building can be left to us, Yok Huy. Or you craft the supplies we need for some of the finishing touches. If we live among these frozen peaks, we require an insulating agent to put on the floor to protect us from the cold. Space is large, so we'll need a few boxes worth. Can I count on you for that? Here's you everything you will require for the task, but if by chance you run out, well, Fortar will provide you with more. Oh no, I lost them. Wait, did I show time to ask the others? Let's get to work then. Damn it, could you believe it? I lost it. Damn, where'd they go? I'm never bound by scarcity. There we go. Problem is you can't play PS1 games on PS2 hard drive or over Ethernet because it uses the PS1 CPU as the hard drive / Ethernet interface, so it has to be read from a disk. Oh, odd. What job are we? We're now. Are we an alchemist? We are alchemist. I thought I was gonna swap to goldsmithing. I thought I was gonna swap to goldsmithing. I can't do that mid-quest, can I? Well, we'll go. I'll make sure I'm goldsmithing for the rest. Oh, damn. Only 35 durability. I wonder if I... Train diagram work. Wow, train diagram work and not actually enough. Damn, I almost have to try? This is some bullshit. This is some bullshit. Press the wrong button. I meant to touch the prudent one on the other side. There it is. So this is what I'm used to crafting being in this game. That's why moon crafting has been fucking my pussy so hard. PS1 configuration is possible to bypass without a hardware mod? Jeez. Didn't realize the PS1 was so difficult. Oh no! Can you believe I lost them again? Before it's I'm really bad at this. I'm sorry. Okay, but for real this time. Moon crafting shouldn't be any harder than this. Sorry, Feiner crafting. I'm on Feiner right now. There we go. I did it. Lord Manifest. How goes the crafting? Crafting. I've got some crafts right for you here, Pants Grab. I've got some warmth for you right here, Pants Grab. I see your skills will know me a boast. Excellent work. Now thanks to you, warmth will be a place worthy of its name. Please feel free to rest a while. We will take it from here. Do we get to see it? Have you gotten rid of any of the snow yet? Have we started that, or do we have like a base camp? Like a tent set up? There's now a ring! Hey, we have one house done! I guess the snow is constant, so getting rid of some of the snow is just gonna snow again. Yo! We have house. Why everyone works so equally, as if they've forgotten entirely the biting cold without. This truly speaks to the quality of your contribution. The road ahead of us is long, but I'm glad we've taken our first step upon it together. Hope you'll continue to lend us your expertise. You're watching the Togo. I promise you that soon the spirits and Yok Huy will live in peaceful harmony once again. The club's living quarters have been repaired, marking the beginning of Zagote, the open arms restoration. Yes, those spirits must still be appeased. And by continuing their work and Farafa and her crafters quell the spirits' rage and bring peace to the mountains. I do find it odd that, like, part of the, like, I love the society quests. I hope society quests someday continue to exist. Because I really like the storylines of the society quests. The actual process of doing them as daily quests, people have, like, different opinions on. Of just, like, are they making it too simple that it feels like you're doing nothing? Were the old society quests too complicated that it made it annoying to do them all each day and stuff like that? Yada, yada, yada. I can understand, you know, people having opinions to that. I think the society questions still continue existing. I think they're a really, like, fun approach to a story that you slowly see evolve over time. You get to see an area evolve over time. They always involve people in each expansion who don't get that much focus on for the main story. They, like, the rewards that you get for it is always pretty good. In terms of, like, you know, you get a couple, like, you know, you get your Framer's kit, there's always a mount, there's usually a minion and stuff like that. You know, you get some cute rewards out of the reward structure for it, where you get, like, you know, a fun new reward for each tier. Like, there's a lot about society stuff that I really, really like. I wish there was more societies. The one thing I'm confused about for societies, not the combat ones, the crafter and gatherer ones. Part of the point of the crafter and gatherer ones are for leveling purposes. And, like, if you're someone who's trying to catch up on the game, Like, if you're someone who, you know, like me, has spent a lot of time catching up to being, you know, on content, it works for that. If you're someone who's on content, like, if you don't have your crafters maxed out by 7.35, are you the kind of person to max out your crafters? If you actually focus on, like, leveling your crafters, you can get every crafter leveled in, I would say, 3 weeks of an expansion's launch, if you're on content. So, if you haven't, like, finished leveling your crafters a year after an expansion's dropped, are you the person who's going to level them all anyways? Like, for combat jobs, I get it, right? Because leveling every combat job is a much more significant time investment than leveling up a crafter and gatherer. And you're also, like, you know, past roulette, it's mainly fates and stuff like that. So I understand, like, you know, Deep Dungeon helps for that, the combat quests doing everything like that. One benefit people leveled is the craft societies give you the materials to craft the best in slot set. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. Craft societies help get best in slot stuff. Okay, yeah. Well, there's a function to them. It helps to get best in slot rather than helping to level. Okay. Love daily reputation grinds for cosmetic rewards from a bunch of cute little guys. Yeah. Again, societies are usually some of my favorite parts of her expansion. And there's also the fact that, like, outside of Shadowbringers, every single expansion has had, like, a really fantastic payoff for doing all of the societies. Straight up, the Omicron society quest chain in Endwalker is required reading. Endwalker's story is straight up not fucking finished if you don't do the Omicron quests. It is the epilogue to Endwalker. So, yeah. Faction reputations were a core component of older WoW, determining enemy for hostility / friendliness, with some being opposed, so gaining in rep would lose it in the other. I mean, yeah, something like that wouldn't really work in 14 just because of the storytelling of 14. 14 is very much designed for you to be able to take part in everything, do everything, and that the ultimate goal of the story of the game is for everyone everywhere to get along. Whereas in something like World of Warcraft, you know, enemy factions and stuff and competing and stuff like that's way more of a thing, and the idea that, you know, you can't do everything on one character is, from my understanding, much more of a thing in WoW. So yeah, faction stuff makes a lot more sense in that, to be like choosing sides compared to what 14's is. You've achieved friendly reputation with the hands of Zakote. Yok Huy society quests are now available from Viraga and Shelter. There we go. And we can purchase wares. And we can use mounts within the Zakote the Open Armed. Winter's Warmth. Hell yeah. Well, there's a lot more, make a bunch of ults and stuff for different jobs and whatnot. Yeah. So the idea of, like, this character I'm choosing these factions to, like, ally with, yeah, it does make a lot more sense. Oh, this area is huge. This area won't be as cool as Elysion, but once again, that's unfair of a comparison. But this is really cool. Try using a mount and see the weird-ass lighting. Very snowy. It's kind of like grayscaling the screen a little bit, it feels. This place is so big. Warmth. Don't die to the stone house out back. Anyways, let us now head to Mamuk. To Yuktel! In Yuktel in Mamuk. Other way around, shit dick. Mamuk in Yuktel. And let's go to a Bootany. Let's go have a Bootanani. And now we go over to here. Why is it raining in the rainforest? You know what I can do here, though? You know what I can actually do here that I wasn't able to do last time because we fucked up? I can buy a branch bearer horn! I can buy the branch bearer horn! Let's go! Yay! Branch bearer horn! It's on the first page. Branch bearer is employed as a companion plant in Goma, where it protects crops by deterring pests within its etheric emissions. In the past, the beast was so aggressive that it was known to actively hunt animal sustenance, but the Dobro people have succeeded in their domestication. Let's go! We have branch bearer! Yeah! We have plant bird! Anyone else find it weird how most of the houses in Mamuk don't have roofs? I assume those are the ones that people don't live in. I don't think, because like, all of the ones that don't have roofs, I think are the ones that people have abandoned. Because part of the story of Mamuk is that it's mostly abandoned at this point. Most of the Mamulja from here have left. So I think the idea is all their houses that you see that don't have roofs is to indicate how empty Mamuk is now, of like how few of like Mamulja actually still live here. So I don't think there's anyone staying in any ones that don't have roofs. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot, right? Maybe they should have a few. Maybe the like non-occupied houses shouldn't outnumber the occupied houses like 20 to 1. Maybe there should be a couple more people living here, but yeah, I believe that's the idea. That being said, you are absolutely still getting rained on in here with that roof. Rainforest, the roofs are consumable. I don't get how the roofs are just fabric. I'm surprised that the roofs here aren't like banana leaves. I kind of figured living in a rainforest like this that the roofs would be like thatched together giant leaves. Because there is the question of where are they getting that much material? Because I don't think it's Wivray hide. I don't think it's Wivray hide. They're not going to do it. Revolta. A Hubigo's return. Concern is writ plain on Revolta's face. The branch bearers have settled in nicely. Those pesky bugs are gone and our next harvest is well on its way. Our only local base have been encroaching on Goma recently, throwing our workers and trampling our crops. Taking immediate action, of course. I was told Jar if he could develop some kind of repellent, like two of you once did for wild weaveries. I was about to go and pick up the prototype. Susie here, why don't you come along? There you are. Katolja! I was wondering when you were going to get involved in this questline. Katolja has been an incredible help. Not only does he manufacture gardening equipment, he even fashions research tools for Anki. Some kind of thinly woven plant fiber, maybe? Oh, it could be. That is true. That is true. There are plants that do become like fiber. Like you can like you can pull apart threads of fiber from them. That is true. It could be that. It may actually be plant roofs, and it's just like fancier than thatched together leaves. It's actual fiber. And it's possible. I don't know enough about what types of plants can do that very well to know whether, like, are those the types of plants that would be common in a dense ass entire canopy covered rainforest like this. I have no idea. Manifest. Now this is a pleasant surprise. You look well. I reworked the old smoke bombs and the traps that issue smoke for an extended period, allowing ample time for our farmers to flee if necessary. My nose is whistling when I'm breathing through it. It's gone. But he's only a stopgap. Everybody fighters patrolling the area would do a far better job for security, if you ask me. Like you said, we can't spare any of our workers. We have to have Craig Mamusha who can totally allow, like me. Since you got a knack for convincing people, I'd like you to join me. My first stop will be exaltation. So stop by when you have a moment. Hey, do you want to upend your life? But like, again though? There's always owners, it's just a matter of conveying his thoughts coherently to others. I'll go here. I was about to say I'll go there and walk. I gotta go here first. I had such a good neck crack earlier. Do it again. Nope. Still in a refractory period. Unfortunate. Where am I going? This way. Sorry, I'm just vibing. Convivial? New word from me. I'm ready to see Helen Hall! He said to return to my book. I didn't know what to think. Oh, you're here! Just catching up with little friend. In fact, he was kind enough to direct me to Muriel shop. A fellow expatriate from a book. Normally, Muriel works as a bodyguard, but as luck would have it, he's relaxing by Dawntrail tonight. Let's go and find him. God, that just seeing that just reminds me of the word expatriate, or how it's usually shortened when people say it to expat. God, what? One of the most, like, blatantly fucking racist terms I've ever heard in my fucking life. Holy shit. It makes sense in this context. The way that Revolja is saying expatriate here makes sense. Murielja is an expatriate of where Revolja is coming from. That makes sense to be using it in that term. Friendly, agreeable, of good company. Well, there we go. But if you don't know, expatriate is someone who's moved from one country to another, often shortened to expat. Yeah, literally, yeah, exactly this. Expatriate, because white people can't possibly be immigrants. Fucking living in Australia, I hear it all the fucking time from British people. Of the amount of fucking British people in Australia who refer to themselves as expats. Of like, oh yeah, I'm an expat. I used to live in England, or like, you know, Ireland or Scotland or whatever, somewhere in the UK. And then I moved to Australia, and I'm like, oh, so you're an immigrant? No, I'm an expat. And like, literally the only fucking difference is the color of your fucking skin, you racist. Because when you hear the word immigrant, you think of all the dirty browns, don't you? You fucking racist shithead. No, I'm not the same as them. No, because they come here and ruin the country. I come here and ruin the country, but I'm white while I do it. And it's just like, if you're a honky ass motherfucker and you move to another white country, or even just a non-white country, especially if you move to a non-white country, and you call yourself an expat and not an immigrant, fuck you, like, holy shit. Like, again, it's such a blatant, it's such a blatant thing of just being like, no, immigrant means one of the bad ones, and it means one of the ones that aren't white like I am. And it's just like, it's so obvious. It's so obvious. Everyone knows what you mean. Jesus Christ. There's Marusha, one of the finest fighters I know. Hope you'll hear us out. Well, aren't I popular today? But I know you. You're the servant's right-hand woman. And you, Marusha? I had no idea Manifest was such a celebrity. Celebrity doesn't begin to describe it. At least not among us mercenary types. Speaking of a fighter like Manifest, Zeus and Blightwind, recognized by the vow of resolve herself is a dream for no few of us. So do I owe this honor? Bullshit, I thought you'd gone back to Mamuk. I have. I want you to return with me. Don't take this the wrong way, but even if Mamuk has changed, I still prefer the freedom of Tulia Lul to that dismal forest. Besides which, you can eat here. Truly eat. Najul just doesn't compare to what the city can offer. But that's the whole point! We have more vegetables than ever, and we're still planning to add more. We're talking about Mamuk, yes? Aren't we? Maybe start at the beginning, Revulsha? Oh, that's right, he doesn't... Oh, yeah. Well, let me explain. We have more than bananas now. Thing is, I've heard some people, like... And I do get where it's coming from. Don't get me wrong. I do understand where it's coming from. I have seen some people criticize the Mamuk part of Dawntrail story of just being like, what do you mean the fix to the people of Mamuk was, have you tried growing things other than bananas? And how it, like, you know, these people who have lived in this place for a really long time are introduced to the idea of grow other food, and like it blows their mind and like stops them from being like wanting to fucking, like, you know, become a supremacist society to rule everything. And like, don't get me wrong, I do get where that's coming from, but I do think the story, even in the MSQ, tried to make a point of, it's not that they don't know to grow food other than bananas, it's that they literally don't fucking know how to, or even have access to other, like, food, like other things to grow. It's explicitly part of the story here that a lot of the stuff that they're growing here is stuff that they're bringing in from other places. It's not that they explored the forest and found popotos to now grow. Like, they're importing a bunch of shit to try and get it to grow in the forest, and we're going through the thing, and we're going through the issues of how the hell do we get these, like, other foods to grow in this forest that has only been able to grow bananas for a long ass time. We're going through that problem of being like, this is why certain people amongst the Mamulja were like, we need to take over other places and other lands because we don't have access to other food here, because it's really hard to have access to other food in the forest. It's the entire point of the society quest. Again, I'm not saying that the criticisms are necessarily wrong. I do get where they're coming from. And there probably may have been a better way to write it or make it a bit more clear or get across how difficult it is in the MSQ more than they did. I do get that. But I do think they are trying to get across the point of just being like, it's not that they were too stupid to understand that eating bananas was bad, only eating bananas was bad. The point was, they can't fucking grow anything else there and they need help from other people because diversity comes together stronger, etc. Dawntrail. Color me impressed. Won't that not only grow something other than Najul, but works with outsiders to do so? Exactly. We need to protect what we've worked so hard to build. Will you help us? Fine. Since you're this invested, I'll go and give it a look. Try and foresee even a single Najul, I'm out of there. Haha, fair enough. We're almost a sight to behold, though. I might regret this. Again, look at me. I'm not going to be the person who turns around and says that criticism of the Dawntrail story in terms of, like, how it represents, like, you know, people who are basically in-game video game stand-ins for, like, cultures of non-white people and how it represents them and any of the possible issues. I'm like, I can't be the person to be like, yes, it does do it good. No, it doesn't do it. Like, I'm obviously no authority. But from my perspective, from what I'm seeing, what I can say about Dawntrail from my perspective is, from what I can see with Dawntrail, it does feel like they have, across most of it, they've at least tried. Now, that doesn't mean that if there's issues, it's fine because, well, at least they tried. If there are some depictions here that are, like, real problematic, it can't be excused off as, well, at least they tried, so therefore you can't be like, you can't point it out. But, like, from my perspective, which isn't very informed, but I try to approach it in good faith, is it does feel like they tried for a lot of Dawntrail to be like, we want to do this respectfully. Let's have a story that does that and do certain things and certain considerations to try and do that. But it's also one of those things where it's like, when people offer criticisms about like what it does or doesn't handle well, it's also just one of those things where like the well of Dawntrail discourse is poisoned so badly that, like, you know, if someone turns around and says Dawntrail handles this part of the story poorly, that I also have to be, okay, tell me your other opinions about other parts of Dawntrail to know whether I think you're arguing that in good faith. Because if someone, like, has an agenda to be like, Dawntrail bad because of Lamont, they might do the thing of just be like, no, I don't hate Wuklamart because she's trans. Look, because I also think a woke thing of the game does stories of people of color badly. See, I'm a woke. So therefore, I can't possibly say Wuklamart bad because I'm a bigot. Because look, I'm doing a woke though. So, because I've definitely, like, trying to think of if a lot of people on the internet are assholes. I've probably seen examples of that in 14, but I've definitely seen examples in other pieces of media and stuff like that of people, like, quote unquote woke washing their opinions of being like, no, I'm allowed to criticize this thing because I'm woke about this thing, so I clearly I'm not a bigot about this other thing, when they're absolutely being a bigot about this and they're just like pretending to care about this other thing to do that, or they're criticizing this thing because they're a bigot, but they're trying to use, you know, like progressive language to do it, to try and not be as obvious about it. Look, I'm not bad because you do that big, that gripping fist with the big claws. Some of our crops are still young, but have this much variety thriving so vigorously. It's a wellspring of hope. By the gods, there isn't a Najul in sight! Oh, fucking, oh my god. Dawntrail bad discourse has made getting even Labyrinth of the Ancients a fucking nightmare in, Duty Roulette. Because the stage where you've got to step on the fort, like where it goes into the 3 lanes, and each lane needs 4 people to step on the platform so they can attack the Atomos at the end of the platform. The name of that area is the Walk of Lament. And so it comes up when you go up to it, the Walk of Lament. And the amount of times lately that we approach the Walk of Lament and you see someone in chat go, oh my god, the Walk of Lament, we already had enough of her in Dawntrail. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, shut up. You can make the funny pun without it also just being a Walk of Lament bad thing. Just make the pun. Make the pun. Don't be a shithead about it, for fuck's sakes. Like, if you want to make the pun, and it's like, oh, Walk of Lament sounds like Walk of Lament, that's fine. But if you're doing it to shit on her again, like, shut up. Shut up. Oh my god. By the gods. There's an Najul in sight. Harnessing your excitement. It's an unprecedented achievement for Mamuk. Isn't it? We need to shore up our defenses, and that's where you come in. What do your eyes see that mine don't? A weak fence for starters. Shit tier fence. Absolutely, like, shit tier fence. Just absolutely dog shit. You have supplies and tools to reinforce them, I hope. Tools I'll take care of. Mine of us is as good as the gatherers you'll find. Any supplies we need, you'll procure. Then I have to bring out some supple ivy for new barriers. Harley. Oh, different ivy. Different supple ivy, sorry. You should be able to find some around ankle deep. Bet Harley would like to be ankle deep in some supple ivy. They might be into foot stuff, I don't know. We'll apprise Angur of our plan. Once you have the supplies, you can deliver them directly to her. We're counting on you. Why do I have 2 destination markers over here? Oh, did I? Oh. That's for a daily quest, isn't it? Oh. I need clumps of aether infused foliage for this quest. I probably accidentally threw them out. Let me grab that on the way. Sorry, my bad. I've got daily quests to turn in so I can get the, you know, do the smart thing if you have the daily quests from the previous day. So when you hand in this, you can hand those in and then do another one. Something that only matters to me because I stream it. Because, you know, normally just, you know, oh, you did enough to get the reputation for it, you just immediately do the blue quest. But I can't do that. But I guess I accidentally threw these out because I've been sitting on these daily quests for like a week now. Just ready to hand in for when the stream happens. Whoops. As you can see, my inventory is doing great right now. As you can see, my inventory is very well sorted currently. So, you know, me accidentally throwing out something in that I need, I don't know how I did it. It's so well organized. But I don't know how I'd make a mistake like that. But unfortunately, I'm dumb sometimes. There we go. Supple ivy. Wait. We need as much as we possibly can. Which means I need to do this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this. This is very, very needed. This is very, very important. There we go. Very important. Wait, there we go. She's raining outside. I couldn't hear the rain outside, but I could hear cars drive along the road and splashing up water because it's wet. I think it's raining outside. was contemplating going up the road to get a kebab snack pack for dinner. But if it's raining, I may not do that. I may just stick with, I don't know, ham and cheese sandwiches. I always try to get exactly 3 materials for this type of quests. For the dailies, I agree. But this is a quest you can only do once. So this is the only time we can ever gather this material. So I have a retainer just full of a bunch of unique materials from quests like this, so you can only do once. Because like once I turn in this quest, I'll never be able to get supple ivies ever again. Now, I've already fucked it up because I bet 1, I've missed some that I've not been able to do that. But 2, if you really wanted it, for the gatherers specifically, they will ask for different materials depending on which one you are. So if I really wanted all of them, then I would get the materials, abandon the quest, come back as a fisher, and then come back as a miner. But I'm not willing to go that far. Inventory space is more precious than anything. Not for me. I have 5 retainers. I have 5 retainers. Do you not see my inventory right now? Me taking care of my inventory and being precious with it is something that I'm not exactly focused on right now. But I also have 5 retainers, so... yeah, if you've only got 2 retainers, I totally get it. I have 5 because I'm stupid. I understand we're reinforcing offenses. So I have one of my retainers where I believe half of his inventory is just unique items that I can't get again, including items from relic steps. All of the unique items from the Bosnia relics, like for the one-time steps, I have all of those items still sitting in that retainer too. Same with like all the demi-atmas, because I thought that, well, to be fair, I got all the extra demi-atmas because I thought it was going to be multiple quests, and it wasn't, but whatever. Hopefully, I believe it's precisely what Ruvushar described. Over sturdy wall will solve our problems. Now, considering I'm doing this section of the stream on a Thursday, and Sunday is when I stream this, the next episode, we will not be doing the next section of this questline. There is not enough days to do that. But that's fine. We just started a society today as well, so, you know, doesn't matter if we don't finish the zone before that. Do I have all the old dyes? I only specifically have Dalamud Red, because it's like my most used dye color that doesn't still exist. I still have, like, because most of my other dye colors that aren't Dalamud Red are just freaking like Jet Black and Pure White, and they're still a thing. But I have a Dalamud Red as a backup for that. Have you started the DT Relic Quest? Yes. Yeah, so we're on the step now that was introduced during 7.3 something, which is the Aether Well of doing daily roulettes, aka one of the worst relic steps ever introduced in a relic. Because even Geralt in the quest dialogue turns around and says, "Don't worry, don't change anything about how you normally play the game. Just play the game in the exact same way you always have, and eventually this step will be done." The best kind of relic grind. One that you don't even notice that you're doing. And doesn't require you to do anything different from normal gameplay. The best relic step. I'm surprised by how many Marilja associates talking to us. Cool. Thanks to their patrols, our Gainery feels safer than ever. So I prefer this over ARR relics. I mean, yeah. Actually, I don't. I'll be honest. I don't know. I've been doing some ARR relics for fun lately, because I don't want to play content in this game that requires other people, because people just don't fucking play this video game anymore. So I've just been doing ARR relics, and I don't know. I kind of enjoy having to do a bunch of specific things for the ARR relics. The books are awful, don't get me wrong. The books suck ass. The books are still just as bad as ever, don't get me wrong. The books still suck. But if there was only like 3 books to do for one relic as opposed to 9, it would be fine. Fish should no longer trouble us, and come harvest time, we should have more than enough people to lend a hand. I'll admit, the glow of our yield surprised me at first. But closer inspection revealed that these plants mirror Najul in their reaction to the etheric environment. Their appearance has no negative effect on nutrients nor palatability. Mama Musha expatriates are now gathered in Goma to protect its precious bounty. Given the regularity of the harvest, a space has been allocated for the trade of their fresh produce. This can only bode well for the Mamusha and their dietary repertoire. Yo. We're growing so much shit. Let's go. Ba-da-ba! More respected! And we get bonus quests today. Assuming I actually remember to do them. And I can buy more shit. That's the step that doesn't give us a thing to have. That sucks. Okay, Shroud for this step. Home at heart. There we go. I want a minion. I want a branch bearer minion. Give me. I want a branch bearer minion. Splash bat in the water. Ryoja's here. Hey, Ryoja. Just a rule, but I promised to got something other than Najul to chew on. Ah, it's just a matter of earning now. Keep. Splashy splashies. Splashy in the waters. Yeah. Alright, and now we have the Dock Poga. We're gonna finish this one now. Let's go! Let's be going! Yeah! This, I believe this should finish this one. Because we had the big one last time. And this also, we're at level 8 right now for... Sorry, we're at 7, that should go to 8, and then 9 will be the joint one. Material building step sucks because you essentially forced to spend money for a bunch of odd materials. It would have been different at the... Yeah, that's a step that, like, that would have been very different at the time. Whereas now it's just buy material. Like, the concept of the Alexandrite I'm okay with, right? Because the Alexandrite is like, you know, buy with Poetics, or you can also get a free map per day by, like, doing that daily quest. Like, there's multiple ways to get Alexandrite. Because Alexandrite can also be allied seals, so it can also be hunt. The getting the Alexandrite stuff is like, you know, it's more specific than just tomes. Like, get a bunch of tomes and you buy the relic out of, like, buy the relic, like, the 3 pieces from the one shop. The Alexandrite is like, you know, there's multiple ways of getting it. There's different things you can focus on to get all the Alexandrite. So I'm more okay with the Alexandrite. Getting a shitload of materia. Again, I feel like it's one of those things where there's a lot of concepts from the ARR relics that I like, and I wish there was some version of them in newer content, but scaled down. Like, if it was not 75 fucking melds. Like, I think the materia step could be a fun step, like, could be a nice step for a relic nowadays. Just maybe not 70 fucking 5, right? Just maybe not 75 materia. Plus more for when the melds start failing. Again, I think that's the thing for a lot of the ARR stuff. Again, as someone who has recently done them, there's certain steps where I'm just like, you know, I think relics can work well. I think relics can work well when they are focused on doing some weird specific content that you would normally not do. I think that can work. Again, we've seen that with, pardon me, the DT relic of the crafting step. The crafting step requires you to gather materials that require a high enough perception to gather in the first place, and then it requires crafting these things across the 3 different quote-unquote roles of crafters. that works as a one-time step. And I do think that there's, you know, there's ideas from the Realm Reborn and Heavensward relics that, if not as extreme as what they were back in the day, could be used as either possibly a one-time step for a current relic, or a step that you do per relic, if they're scaled back far enough. Because, like, you have part of the issue, like, there's that one step in the Realm Reborn relics of, like, where it's gather a bunch of shit, right? There's, like, the Bombard Cores, there's the Spring Waters, and that stuff is just, like, a shitload of guild seals. So it's like, okay, there's a bunch of ways to get guild seals, but you need too many of them. Like, you need so many, like, you need those things repeatedly. Like, there's, like, 4 different quests that you do for 4 different materials, and all of them require a Spring Water and a Bombard Core. That's just repetitive. That's just silly. All of them require, like, an item that costs, like, a bunch of gil. Again, it's a bit silly that you do that. But there's also, like, you know, the step of, like, you know, buy an item, desynth it, to get a material to craft one of the perfect items. You know, a step like that, that's fun. Like, I think that works for a relic. Something weird, specific, and esoteric. I think that stuff works well for relics. The issue is that you need to do one of, like, in a Realm Reborn, you need one of those things for every single crafter. And so doing it 8 times for one relic gets a bit gets a bit tiring. Needing a Bombard Core and a Spring Water 4 times over for the 4 different quests is a bit tiring. The fact that there's, like, 4 different items that cost 100,000 each, it's just the same thing over and over again. You don't need that. You could just have one of them. And part of the issue of that step is that that step also requires you to run very specific dungeons. Which, one, if you're running roulettes on content in ARR, half of the fucking time you're going to be running one of those dungeons anyway. And 2, all of the dungeons that they ask you to do in that step, most of them you had to do back in the book step anyway. And some of the dungeons you do in the book step, you do twice in the book step anyway. So you just get to the point where the game says run Hawk Manor hard 3 times for this relic. And that's just repetitive. And that part's like... There's elements and ideas that you could pluck and twist in a slight way from a Realm Reborn and Heavensward relics where they would work in a current context. But there's also a lot of elements that you just need to be like, avoid this at all costs. Avoid the part where the game turns around and says to you, run Hawk Manor hard 3 times across, like, 3 different sections. Hawk Manor hard isn't changing each time you go in there. And again, if you're doing it on content, Hawk Manor hard coming up as one of your roulettes has a decent chance of happening anyways. Partners in Pell. Deep Blue has an exciting news to share with you. Manifest! Thanks to you, this Rally Travel Agency goes from strength to strength. Doing a Reflections backing has been a real boon, and we're seeing more traffic than ever. And it so happens we're due to visit another special guest today. As you have many times before, will you join me in welcoming them? Thank you. Let's go by way by the Ring of Reflections monument outside. Again, am I saying I wish all relics went back to the same way they worked in a Realm Reborn? Absolutely not. But with, you know, how lackluster the fucking Endwalker relics are, and the fact that the Aetherwell step is just roulettes, but now there's a number on it. I feel like they want ideas of what they should do for relics nowadays. And if they're careful, they can get ideas from a Realm Reborn and Heavensward, but if they're not careful, they might get some other ideas from a Realm Reborn and Heavensward for the relics, and... I wish I had generous well with your time. I really do. I guess you'll be here any moment now. Yeah, it's what it's shit outside. Those are some real loud splashes of cars coming by. How long have I been streaming for? Oh my god, I've been going for 4 hours today. I thought cleaning up this would be quick. Jesus Christ. I guess it took us like 2 hours to do Hildebrand because we were talking about egg. We talked about egg a lot. Yo! Yo! My Blue! Hey Blue! Manifest! It's been a while! So good to see you, My Blue! Welcome to Raleigh Travel Agency's Cosmo Uka branch. That's right, today's guest is none other than my dear friend Ma Blue. I'm sure you noticed, but she's had a hand in practically every aspect of the enterprise. From procuring supplies to facilitating critical communications and relaying news from trading posts all across the Raleigh, she's been a huge help. Let's not forget that it was Ma Blue who introduced me to you. The Raleigh Travel Agency wouldn't be the institution it is today without your tireless efforts. You both have my eternal gratitude. I'm just as grateful as ever. After all, I've gained my fair share of Pell as well. I do kind of wish the Pelu Pelu actually just had those babies. Just actually make them the ravioli from Wind Waker. I can't remember their name. I really kind of wish the Pelu Pelu just had those beaks and it wasn't just part of their like outfit. I really wish they actually just had those beaks and they were just the characters from Wind Waker. Still, I can't hold a candle to you, Blue. Forging ties with the community and securing the endorsement of Wing Reflection. As a fellow entrepreneur in pursuit of our shared goal, I still have to redouble my efforts. I never told you this, but after Ma Blue first committed to becoming a peddler, she came to the Alpaca Wool betting emporium whilst operating at the time, and put to me a business proposal. Due to recent events, Trail has known much hardship, both great and small, and she wondered perhaps we, through our mercantile pursuits, might do something to hasten the nation's recovery. From the terrible storm that showed bridges and rendered the flight away wingless impassable, which I really hope one day gets fixed, to the sudden death of Gulu Jaja, I've had much cause to grieve. And also the attack on Tuli Alal. You know, one of your two 9/11s that happened. But it is our way to spread happiness through trade. I had to believe we could still make a difference as only we Pelu could. When you and your comrades returned in triumph, there were festivities during which I spoke with many to rally. I sensed people's growing desire to learn about their neighbours and share their own culture in turn. And so I told Lupulus an opportunity right for the taking. And so I decided to establish a Raleigh travel agency. I would keep in touch as she peddled her wares on the road, supporting us with her observations and insights. We're business partners in its Raleigh revitalization initiative, so to speak. The more we expanded our operations, the more people and communities to which we could bring visitors and their pal. With everyone's help, we've enriched many lives, but this is only the beginning. Through trade, we'll continue to bring Raleigh together and give them ample cause to smile. After all, it's what we Pelu do, now and always. You're right about that. Can you hear an abacus clacking away? It's proud that we hold true to our traditions, and just as convinced I am that all our dreams will come true. I do hope you both keep Raleigh Travel Agency in mind whenever you might be. Do be sure to send plenty of customers our way. Hey. Yay. Again, it's one of those things where it's like, it's really hard to compare this to Endwalker. Like, it feels unfair. Just because of, like, the nature of what the Endwalker societies are and what they deal with. It feels unfair to, like, compare this and just be like, oh, this society quest isn't as good because it's not as good as the Lopera or the Omicron societies. But, like, for fuck's sakes, how do you compare to that? But, like, overall, like, for this, like, the travel agency here, I'd put it, like, a little bit below, like, the Hippo Uber Eats. Not massively, but, like, only a little bit below that. Again, like, is it as good as the Omicrons? No, but neither were any societies before it, and I doubt any after are going to be as good as the Omicrons either. This is one of those things where it's like, you know, it's unfair to compare. Where would I be without you, Manifest? You've contributed so much to the agency and aided us in assembling an amazing group of collaborators. Like, you can say this about a lot of the societies. The one thing, I think, like, the one knock that's, like, fair against the Australia Travel Agency is, why is this combat? Outside of, so you have a way to get experience for your combat classes. Why is this like, most of the dailies don't involve any combat. And like most of the quests that you do in between don't involve combat either. Why is this a combat thing? And it's like, well, because it's not a crafter or a gatherer thing. Well, you can't be none. It's dangerous wilderness. There we go. The Hunter are a joy to work with, and the Moblins are thrilled to have found an all-new audience for their crafts. Not to mention the alpaca porters and community hands, pleased with all the extra pellet in their pockets. As I keep saying, we would have four Joe's tires in the first place if it weren't for your help. I'm sure you're tired of me singing your praises, but I really do owe it all to you. Thanks for sticking with me as I've taken these first real steps towards my dream. Yeah. I wonder where the next episode takes me. Homeward to Okapacha? Or perhaps I shut my sights on Chaktarel. Who knows, one day the Australia Travel Agency may even have an Alexandrian branch. After all, the path only extends as far as you're willing to walk. My legs have plenty of life left in them. To be fair, for the Peli I can't tell what they are. But like, they wear gear that like covers most of their skin and face. I can't tell. We're Bloodsworn, and you get an experience point bonus upon completion of quests. If you need to level up stuff. Very far past that, but it's fine. ARR relics work with the context of it was ARR and there was fuck all to do. You know what? You're not wrong. You're not fucking wrong in that regard. That is completely fair. Hey! Okay, so yeah, there's no other actual gear here. No other registrables here. How long has it been since we've had a bit of gear unlocked from a society quest? This, like, in some of the earlier ones, this was like one of the big things you'd work towards. A lot of them in Heavenswood did it. You can dress as the Varth or the Vanu Vanu. But yo! There we go! I am now the Pelu Pelu. Just, you know, 4 times taller. But I am now the Pelu Pelu. Yo, hell yeah. That's cute. I can buy it. I can buy it and shove it into, like, a dresser anyways. Yo! Yola go! Hell yeah. What else do we have to do? Looks a lot nicer on Lala's, yeah. We've got the moon. Is there anything else? I wrote Deep Dungeon, Monster Hunter, we've done those things. All around we're done. We unlocked the society. We checked in with the societies. There's relics, but we did everything for the combat relic. So I think it's just the moon? Faina. To be fair, I don't have much to show off. It's mainly just relics. Like, I don't have it, like, we're not doing any quest lines or anything on Faina today. Again, we'll do that as we unlock the next Star Pass Faina. But I do have something that I've been waiting to do with this, which does put me a little bit behind and make it a little more difficult to get things done for this, but it's fine. Mine Fane Night! Because, guess what I've got? Other than a lot of Cosmic credits and a lot of these things. That's right! I bought from the shop a really expensive mount! I got the Interstellar Dharma Whistle! This cost 29,000 Cosmic credits. I got an Interstellar Dharma Whistle! Shut up, Elrod! This Dharma was subject in adaptability testing for life forms native to Atheris. As their kind is found in multifarious lands, from arid wastelands to floating isles, they are believed to be highly adaptable, and it's hoped that they will also thrive in interstellar environments. Some ill fortune befalls you, say you're drowned by the Dharmals. Know that your remains will not go to waste. There we go! Yeah! Interstellar Dharmal! Look at this Horizon Zero Dawn, motherfucker! We weren't sure what mount to put for the next zone on the moon. So we decided, what if we gave the Dharmal a jetpacks? And then that person got a raise and a blowjob for their absolute genius. Fuck yeah. This is 29,000 Cosmo credits. The max you can hold is 30,000. So you need to nearly max out your Cosmo credit holdings to get this. Worth it. I also do have 9 Big Bang tickets. I honestly could have a lot more, but I haven't been here for a while because of this. My tool. I've maxed out all of the current stuff that I can get. So it's like I've actively not been coming here because I literally can't progress any further. And the reason for that is because it's the purple step. This actually finishes the moon step. This is actually finishing the moon step, which from my understanding means it will have a cutscene. So I've been saving it for this. I believe at this stage, this tool is not strictly better than like the script StarTech one. However, increases quality of 1.75 times higher than normal and material condition is good. That might make up for it. Because keep in mind, I don't have my tools melded. Well, they're StarTech tools, so you can't pentameld them anyways because they're script. StarTech is 740. Would this condition, though, of like 1.75 higher when material condition is good, that's pretty massive. That is a big boost. Would that make up for 20 eye levels? I have no idea. Again, like obviously Pentametal tool is probably better than what this was, but you know. Also keep in mind when you could first get this, StarTech didn't exist. Because this is from the moon. This is the final stage of the moon, which is 7.21. StarTech didn't exist until 7.3 something. So so when you could first get this, StarTech didn't exist. Look, the Interplanetary Research Station. Happy to help you with data reporting, cosmic tools, or whatever else you may need. Report armorer data. We get a cutscene now. Federal crafted is generally better. Cosmic ones are okay if you're grinding cosmic points. True. Because you also do get a credit bonus. Yo! The hammer has shrunk significantly. Yay! NASA Punk Hammer! We got hold of it. N8 armor data is now complete. Alright. And be sure to try your newly enhanced cosmic tool. R&D! Cosmic Raising Hammer. Research and development. Let's go. Researching way has some progressing dialogue on the tool research UI. Wait, oh no, I've noticed it changes. I haven't like seen like any specifics for it. Other than just like sometimes researching way mocks you of just being like, you're terrible at this. Your current whoa, the UI has changed. Wait, what? Submitted research 1 of 11. Current rate of what? Hey, oh, so it works across multiple planets. Nice. So if we level this up 1, you still get the lunar credit bonus, but you also get the Feina bonus. So it'll work if you go back to that. Okay. Further moon tools get a data bonus. I'm not exactly sure what you mean. Rate of data analysis at the novice level for each class plus 50. Any additional cosmic rolls you make you 50% more points. Oh, sorry. When you do them, sorry, I'm thinking like, sorry, wait, I was thinking of this. Sorry, I was thinking of this. Data's the research thing. I was thinking of these points. I was thinking of this. I was thinking it's like, oh, so the more tools you complete, like, gets you more cosmic class score. So, like, getting up to, like, 500,000 for each of them is... Oh, when you do the mission... Oh, fuck me, okay. Or novice level, which includes the step you're currently on. So how far does novice go then? How far does novice go? So straight up, like, every mission I do now for the other tools gets me 50% more points than what I would normally get. That is a huge boost. Nine's the last novice steps, next one you're on intermediate. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, so it says, okay, current armor tools analysis, novice level 9. Okay, that's where it says it, okay. Above where it says the novice, the bonus. Novice level 9. Okay, okay. Read more of the UI is what I'm learning. Nearly 7 PM. Tired. No, it's more so the energy drinks are starting to wear off. That's more so it. Caps at 150% at 5 and 11 tools done, which applies per step. Oh, so like once I finish Feina. So like once I finish once I finish one tool for Feina, then every other tool in Feina, like in the Feina stages, the intermediate stages, will then get a 50%. Okay. Okay. This is a really good system for... It's absolutely still a grind if you want to get every one of them. Save the Gatherers for last. Oh, the Gatherers are the slowest ones. A Gatherer's the slowest, so you get them to have 150% boost, so they go by a lot quicker. Okay. Okay. You got a hover for item. Yes, yeah, it is fizzling move more, yeah. This is like almost exactly what I wanted from fucking the normal relics. This is, again, it makes it so it's absolutely still an effort to get all of them. Like, getting 150% bonus still means you need to do the equivalent of the first one you got multiple times to get all 11 up there, right? But it means that it's nowhere near as daunting to get all of them. Because this is what I wanted the normal relic to be for fucking Occult Crescent. Like, again, what I like, the Demi-Atma step. I'm annoyed. I really hope they use this in the future. Ones will be less of a grind. Who knows how easy will do relics? Yeah. Because, like, when I saw the Demi-Atma stuff was only a one-time step, I find that really annoying. Because it means now that, like, there's even less, like, they already try to make us not want to do Occult Crescent. Because it's badly designed. But like, we have less, like, doing the relics, they're already trying to push you out of Occult Crescent for relics. Because I'm just like, just do the Aetherwell stuff, go do crafting stuff. Like, there's an entire step that has, like, nothing to do with Occult Crescent. You literally can't progress it in Occult Crescent, right? So, like, again, for my example, for the Demi-Atma step, why isn't it the first relic you do for the Demi-Atma requires 3 of every Demi-Atma, the way it currently works? Make it so after you do the first relic, subsequent relics only require 1 of each Demi-Atma. That's what I think combat relics should do. Again, it's something that makes sense to introduce this far into the game. Because again, go back to A Realm Reborn, there's 10 jobs. There's 21 now in Dawntrail. So, by this point, asking every subsequent combat relic to be equal to the grind you did for the first one is just too much. There's double the amount of jobs that exist now as when the game started. More than double. So it makes sense for subsequent combat relics to, like, cost less. So for me, I think the Demi-Atmosade should have been, first one costs 3 each the way it currently does, subsequent ones cost 1 each. It means if you want all 21 of them, it's still like, you know, the next 20 jobs, you'll still need 20 Demi-Atma of each. That's still doing this, but like, that's the equivalent to doing this, the first step for the first weapon, another 7 times. That's still a significant grind. So it's still like a big investment for the people who want a big investment to get every single relic. But like, it's not having to do the first step another 20 times? But instead, they just said, no, fuck it, tomestones. Which was the whole issue with the Endwalker ones. Make it like 10 of each for the first step, but assuming will greatly buff the drop rate. Yeah, again, think of Bosnia, right? So there's, like the Castrum Lacus step. To do the Castrum Lacus step, you need, I think, 5 runs of Castrum Lacus. You need 15 pieces for it, which requires 5 runs of Castrum Lacus because it drops 3 a run. Okay, first relic you do costs 15, 5 runs of Castrum Lacus. Subsequent ones cost 5. So it's 2 runs with 1 spare to like work towards another one. Something like that. Again, the exact numbers or anything that I'm saying, I'm just chucking out numbers for the sake of argument. But this is good. This is what I like to say. Occult Crescent and Cosmic Exploration is so fucking confusing to me. Because, like, the more time I spend with Cosmic Exploration, the more I like it. The more I see its systems laid out, and the more I'm just like, in terms of gameplay systems, Cosmic Exploration seems really well thought out, right? We got to Fana, they introduced new systems with the token stuff for like, do certain missions and it gives you certain like extra rewards that can work towards a mount. So you have more incentive to do that. They backed off on how fucking ridiculously hard some of the steps were. They added more stuff to the inventory shop, to more things to buy. There's like more variation in terms of the missions that you do. Going through all the different crafting stuff, it's like, you know, having missions that are like, you know, low durability, really high progress, really high durability. You get that thing that like makes it an expert craft for 45 seconds. So you need to be able to decide really quickly so you don't waste the buffs from that. There's a lot of like mechanical stuff about Cosmic Exploration that seems really well thought out. It seems legitimately well thought out of how do we approach this content. And something like this just backs that up even further. The first relic is the one that you put the goddamn effort into, but then you get it. Subsequent ones are easier. If you just want to grab one of them, because you like it as well, it's not as much of a difficult as the other ones. But if you want all of them, it's still going to be a significant progress, but it's not going to be brutal to just do the exact same amount as the first one another 10 times. The way that, again, the mech ops are scheduled, where it's just like, you know, endlessly crafting and doing literally nothing but crafting forever is probably going to get tiring. If you're someone who wants to do a shitload of it every 20 minutes, break it up with a mech op. Fuck it. Hey, if you got the credits, actually get in the mech. You get a cool badass mech. You get a low drop chance to get the mech from the mech op as just a reward for doing the mech op. And also, if you're gonna spend those credits on the roulette anyways, fuck it. You get a free run at the roulette anyways by doing the mech op in the mech. So fuck it, why not also do that? Like, there's so many great systems when it comes to cosmic exploration. But the reason that I hated it when I first got here, unfortunately still exists and is here the entire time. And that is the incredibly frustrating FOMO aspect to it, which will never go away. And that's when I'm preferring doing support because that's got a seller success for 50 per planet. Yeah, there's also that. Like, there's still reasons to do mech ops even if you're on foot, because also doing mech ops on foot outside of working towards the seller success of doing a shitload of them per planet, you also get extra rewards for the next 20 missions you do if you do ground support. So there's also still reasons to do ground support. It's not just, oh, I don't have enough credits for the mech op to actually be in the mech, there's no point doing it. No, there's multiple other incentives to get on foot and use the different tools. And also the fact that, like, the tools work slightly differently. Obviously, you know, the mech ops are not massively engaging. They're not like, you know, the premium gameplay. They're there to break up the monotony of endless crafting. But I have appreciated how the mech ops in Fena have, like, different tools compared to the tools that you use back in the moon. On the moon, you had, like, the giant mech, and it shot a gun to shoot crystals. Shoot enough of those, you charge up a laser, and it goes BWAM! And blows away a shitload of them. That version of the power loader here, it has a vacuum to suck up a bunch of orbs, so you run around, try to position yourself to suck up as many orbs as you can in, like, the cone that it does. And once you get to 10, you can go over to one of the pools to pull out a giant, like, hunk of Phainite, which has, like, a random chance of being a bigger one, so you get more contribution points for it. And then also, like, you've got the tools where it's like, you know, you've got a little vacuum cleaner, you've got, like, the, here that, like, feels different to the big drills or anything like that, you know. Again, it's little things, so, like, you know, doing mech ops here feels a little different compared to on the moon. Again, it's not massive, but it doesn't need to be for this purpose. You can do mech op in one zone and then rush to support another. That is true. You can do that, yeah. Again, the initial impression of cosmic exploration is unfortunately still there because it still exists. The FOMO aspect sucks. And it feels fucking bizarre, especially when it comes to what the story of cosmic exploration is. Oh my god, we're going to another star for the first time. We are going to land on a brand new uninhabited star. We're going to be the first people there, and it's going to be the first time that we've left our star. Holy shit, this is a monumentous deal. Lands there, and there's an entire fucking fully functional, fully decked out base already there, with a bunch of shortcuts to go around the map. That feels silly. And it doesn't feel like I'm, like, it feels like all of my it feels like, because it's what it is, I'm not working towards building up the base on any planet, I'm just working on my relic until I'm ready to move on. I'm not doing anything else. And that part still sucks, so that part is still frustrating. But so many other aspects of cosmic exploration are so well thought out, and I love so much of it. And the more I do cosmic exploration, the more systems I see, and the more I like it. And then, like, a Cold Crescent's the exact opposite. Yo, Cold Crescent, this looks really cool. And the more I play, I'm just like, how the fuck did this get released in this state? It's not that I hate being there, but every time I think for anything in Occult Crescent for more than a minute, I'm just like, wait a minute, why does this suck? It's so confusing. Oh, post Dawntrail is weird. Post Dawntrail is weird. Again, Dawntrail is not the worst expansion ever or anything like that. Dawntrail definitely feels the most roller coaster in terms of its post MSQ content, though. Like, you know, Shadowbringers post content is just like near perfect marks outside of outside of the raid for Shadowbringer, like the Alliance raid, outside of the near shit. It's like near perfect marks across the board. Endwalker's post game content is really good at storytelling and really cool when it comes to variant dungeons. In terms of MMO grinds, it just literally doesn't exist, and it sucks in that regard. But at least, like, you know, it had a focus, and what it focused on, it did really well. And then you get to Dawntrail post MSQ, and it's just like, woo, 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 woo. They tried, they succeeded, they tried, they fucked up. They tried, they succeeded, they tried, they fucked up. It's weird. It's weird. Again, what I can consistently say, though, about Dawntrail post MSQ, the stuff that feels like it had a strong vision behind it is the stuff that works really well. Arcadion, the system levels of Cosmic Research, Hildebrand, all the stuff that had a strong concepts behind it that you can feel. Someone or a group of people had a strong idea that they wanted to implement. That stuff works really well. The stuff that feels like it's here because of obligation, the stuff that feels like it's here because people complain so we have to do it, and so now it's here, let's just make the content based around what people complain about, that's the stuff that sucks. And this is what I've been saying for a while about 14, and now that I'm seeing it in practice in Dawntrail, it's just further evidence to me. Games in general can't be designed in this way, but especially an MMO, it seems. You can't just design an MMO based on feedback and trying to appease feedback. The players don't know how to develop a game as well as the game developers. That's why they're game developers, and we're the shitheads who play the fucking game. You can't just make content, you can't just make experiences, you can't just make gameplay loops where the entire idea behind it is people complained, so let's respond to the criticism, and that's the primary focus. You need to design stuff where it's like, we have a strong idea for something, and we want to implement it. And everything in Dawntrail's post MSQ, also just Dawntrail's base MSQ also proves it. People complain about it, but fuck you, it is good, and it's good because it has a strong approach and a strong idea of what it wants to be behind it. The stuff where I can feel the vision, the stuff where I can feel someone or a group of people were passionate about this idea, so they wanted to fucking go for it. Like the people who came up with the systems of how cosmic exploration works are people who it feels like they fucking love crafting in this game and they wanted to make some cool shit. The people who made the raid series of Arcadion feel like people who love the fights in this game and want to escalate them, and also they fucking love wrestling and tournament anime arcs. And so they fucking crushed it. Occult Crescent feels like they heard, well, people complained that there wasn't one of these in Endwalker, but people also complained about Bosnia and Eureka, so we have to include something, but we need to address the complaints they had about Bosnia and Eureka, so let's just design the content around answering that checklist, and that's why it sucks. This is why I'm excited for Evergold, though. All of this is why I'm excited for Evergold. Because from what we've seen so far of Evercold, it's strong ideas. Evolves mode is made by the person who made PvP rework combat in this, and if there's one thing you can say about that, it is strong fucking ideas. Person had a concept, Mr. Prime, I think we're calling him, because he made MathBot. Mr. Prime has a strong fucking idea of what he wants Evolve Mode to be, and he was told, okay, fucking cook. And he's doing it, and that seems to be a thing. And again, when it comes to, like, the whole reworking of, like, the progression systems with that whole new menu and stuff like that, that feels like we want a new idea, we want a new approach to this. Fuck it, here's something completely different. Not, here's tweaks to your current system that change it. Fuck it, here's a whole new idea that we have for you. That makes me excited for Evercold, because from what I've seen so far of Evercold, it's strong concepts that it feels like the devs believe in primarily over the idea of the devs think this will appease us. Hopeful again, I hope I don't like turn around and like hear what I have to say now and just be like, wow, Evercold was a heap of shit. But you know, most of 14 is pretty fucking good. It's just, you know, as the game gets as 14 gets better and better and better with a lot of things over time, it just makes the parts where it is lacking more noticeable. Like, Dawntrail's post-MSQ, I'm talking about it being a roller coaster. It's still, like, leagues better than post-ARR, post-Heavenswood, post-Stormblood, right? It's still leagues better than those. It's just, you know, the average quality of things overall in the game has trended higher. So when something in post-Dawntrail is only as good as stuff was in post-Stormblood, it's more obvious, because we've seen how good it can be. So it just stands out more. Something I learned, doing ground support doesn't interrupt a mission in progress like joining mechs does. Oh my god, the amount of times I'm like trying to rush finishing a mission because because a mech op's about to start. I didn't realize ground support could do that. Oh my god. Gathering missions also tend to have higher rewards for the extra time needed. That makes sense. Any guesses on what the new Evercold script color could be? Ooh. Ooh, have we had blue? And I'm totally not just saying this because Evercold. So cold is blue. Because we've had white. Because white was the basic script for... Blue was the first one? Dicks. Because white was the end game for Shadowbringers, because it was the lower tier one for Endwalker when I started. Blue, red, yellow, white. Oh, green. If we're still going for basic colors, we're missing green. Cyan would work for cold. Like orange works for Dawntrail. Does purple suit Endwalker? I guess it's the color of Ultimate Thule. Color of Ultimate Thule is purple. Green is a very basic color that we somehow still haven't had. But green and Evercold don't feel like they belong together. I don't know if that is... Purple should have gone to Shadowbringers. That does make a lot more sense. I guess white because of the light? White because of the light, but also the purple is you because you are the Shadowbringer. So that, I don't know. Anyways, I'm gonna go and back to Silly Halal, and I'm gonna end the episode. And I'm not just saying this because I need to go to the bathroom again. I'm saying this because I need to go to the bathroom again, and also because I've been streaming for nearly 5 hours. And I'm pretty sure the previous part of this was like 6 to 7 hours long. So, like, it shouldn't be overall. With how many cuts we're gonna do, I'm sure this won't be like longer than fucking the amount of hours that are too long. Wrong. There we go. I didn't think cleaning up this shit would take this long, but I should have known, because when it comes to playing 14, I ramble a lot. Dawntrail having orange and purple feels appropriate with Sorrel and Alexandria. Absolutely, yeah. The two colors work for like all of it. Evercold having cyan orange could fit with a fire or ice theme. Like, yeah, because I'm assuming like not every zone of Evercold's going to be a frozen wasteland. There has to be zones in Evercold that feel like not Evercold, right? You can't just have 5 zones that are frozen hellholes and then a 6th zone that is... I don't know, fucking... What's the name of the thing? The Bifrost thing? From the God of War, where it's like the Bifrost and like it makes the rainbow bridges. That's the final zone of Evercold. You can't just have 5 zones of cold and then last zone of that. So yeah. Eureka Pyrus, there we go, that'll be one of the zones. Anyways, I'm out of here. Stay tuned next time. Next episode is 7.4 MSQ. Post Dawntrail MSQ. But like even more post Dawntrail than usual. What's our next goal? What's our immediate objective? Oh, the key. We were thinking about the key. The thing that Calyx wanted so desperately from us. We gotta, like, be like, what is this? And that was Fiend on the beach. Anyways, I'm out of here. Thank you all so much for watching. And until next time, this is version 2, signing out.